In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie in the morning while I'm driving. Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand rising, grand rising. We made it through another week, a whole other week. A whole other week of deja vu, deja vu, deja vu about we're close to ending the war. We're close to signing an agreement that we're going to end the war. And the price on oil starts to go down, and then by let's say it usually happens on Thursday that we're close to ending the war. We're close to signing an agreement, and then by I say us sometime early Sunday morning, in the wee hours of Sunday morning, there's talks about strikes once again. And then we go back to striking defensively, of course. We're still under a ceasefire as we are carpet bombing Iran. But hey, what did your president say? These are just love taps. We're going back to, and then your president is telling you all of the things that they struck in their love taps. He's telling you that they are striking radars and they are striking locations where Iran is set up and able to deploy missiles. But you may forget because you continue to hear the same thing over and over and over again. Aren't these things that your president told you that they had already obliterated, that they have already got rid of, that Iran had none of these capabilities, as he comes back and tells you these are the things that they shot down in Iran? Now, you should know that you're being lied to, because Iran continues to successfully strike American assets, including drones, aircraft carriers, aircrafts, F-15 fighter jet, what is it? The actual Tomahawk missiles, all of these things. Stealth missiles, the missiles you're not even supposed to be able to get a radar on to strike. How is Iran striking this type of stuff? But your president says that he's got rid of their military, their army. No, not their military, their army, their air force, their navy. He's gotten rid of all of this stuff. And yet we still have F-15 fighter jets and helicopters falling out of the sky. That is confirmed by Iran before your own CENTCOM gets the word from lying keg breath and lying Trump to admit and tell you that everybody's okay though. But everybody's okay. And Trump said it wasn't a big deal when the last F-15 fighter got struck down. Until Pete Kegbreath and Raising Cane convinced him that he should strike back. And then he's going to strike back with fury, and he's going to strike back so much worse than he did on Wednesday. Tomorrow we're gonna strike them more. We're gonna capture Carg Island. We're gonna. I say. We gonna. Hello, Fred Shields. It's always good to see you. Grand Rising. Who is this? B-Bap. B-Jap. I concur. I do concur. Now, it is good to see you guys. Hit the like button, share, and subscribe if you have not. Now, at what point are we going to quit pretending that the emperor has no clothes? That we understand that there is no big Oz. There's just a fool behind a curtain. Putting MAGA through throes of emotional needs to lie and accept dumb shit. The big and powerful Oz is standing behind the curtain, and you hear, I couldn't say that they are personal, I couldn't personally say that they are normally reasonable people. But you have a whole swath of society out here defending the indefensible. You have a whole swath of your society turning the other cheek at investigating child predators. Where we know that there is a full a gamut of over 6 million pieces of evidence in a particular child predator situation. We know that there is a law that has been passed by your government officials that all of the material must be presented to Congress. And we know that the head of the DOJ, your president's former attorney, has not given up, has only given up half of this information that the law says he must give to Congress. And people continue to look the other way as it has been designed for them to do. Look the other way. Don't look here. It's nothing to see here. Look the other way as Todd Blanche comes out and tells you why they have a legal way that they are going to give millions of dollars to insurrectionists, to people who try to prevent the peaceful trade of power after the 2020 election. And they not only get all of their criminal records of that event erased, they're also going to be paid millions of your taxpayer dollars. I don't understand. Maybe people don't understand that all of these taxpayer dollars that have gone out to Don Jr.'s and Eric Trump's businesses that they have been over for 2 weeks, and all of a sudden they are getting these lucrative government contracts. I don't think that people understand that this is what they are choosing to do with your tax dollars. as opposed to, for instance, giving more people health coverage. As opposed to paying, putting us, making Social Security solvent. No, 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 no. They cannot do things like that. And if another Democrat calls Social Security a, what do they call it? Oh my God, entitlement program. If another Democrat opened their mouth and calls Social Security an entitlement program, you should question if this Democrat is on the midterm elections and get them out of office. Because all of this talk about entitlement programs, how when things that you have worked your entire life for and paid into with the expectations to be refunded in your old age, uh, you notice how they start calling that entitlement? What they may want to start calling entitlement is all the government contracts, all of the free government work and money and grants and loans that are given to multimillionaires and billionaires. See, because these are the entitled ones. Now, if you don't know, today is supposedly a big day. Everyone is supposed to be excited that Elon Musk's IPO is going public today. You know who's excited about that? The dummies are excited about that. Dumb people are excited about that, and rich people as well, because they can finally get their money back out of Elon Musk. Elon Musk, who they invested in Twitter with, who he lost half of what he paid for Twitter. Half of what he paid, he has lost. So do you think the investors got their money back? No, they had to wait. So he packaged Twitter together and stuck it into Tesla. And then the sales for Tesla start falling. And then what did he do? You think his investors got their money back then? I mean, he started off by losing half of the price that he paid for X. So now Twitter. Now Twitter and Tesla is combined into SpaceX. The company, the IPO that is going public today. So do you think that the investors are going to get their money back on this IPO that is allowed to go public? Oh, maybe there is finally a chance that if we get the ignorance to buy into Jamie Dimon and Elon Musk going all across the country telling you why X is a good stock to have. Has any stock Elon Musk had for the billionaires only to invest in paid out for them? No. So we got to open it up to the ignorance. When there was possibly a payoff to be had, were you available to get in on that payoff? No. Mm-mm. No. Not until it has been proven that Elon Musk and his business tactics are not a winning bet. Now that you're allowed to get in on it. And who are you going to help get out of it? These billionaires who have had their stock and their money tied up with Elon Musk as he combined companies to not allow the United States or people, you common folk, to understand that he wasn't making money. He was losing money and still getting government contracts. What is government contract? Your money. Still surviving on your money. So you're supposed to be enthralled that Elon Musk is about to be the first trillionaire in the world. I mean, who could grift that well? What administration would reward that big of a grifter? The same Elon Musk, or who went through all of your Social Security information. 18 and I mean 19 and 20-year old was given access to all of your information, all of your data. And now, did you guys hear about the hearing that they had? I think it was Wednesday on Social Security, where they were trying to figure out if there would be enough people who were on Social Security disability who would be willing to sign up for some type of project that the Trump administration had figured out. And they were very vague about what this project would be about or for. But if you were willing, they just wanted to do some type of experiment of people who were already on Social Security disability. But you would not lose any of your funding, but they just wanted to see something. What do you think they wanted to see? What do you think they wanted to see? Now, miraculously, there is a big uh, cry in Washington that Social Security, you know, the thing you pay into all of your fucking working life. Now there's a big cry that Social Security will be insolvent in the year of 2031, I believe, 2031. That there's going to be no more money in Social Security. You know how they told you, they lied to you and told you that these undocumented workers that the government allowed to get jobs in the United States. You know how they told you and lied to you and said that they were getting Social Security benefits. But what they did not tell you is no, they were never going to get and never eligible to get any Social Security benefits. But what they made sure they allowed these undocumented workers who they knew very well was working in the United States. How did they know so very well? They knew so very well that they actually gave them Social Security cards, not the full-fledged Social Security cards. You know how you go through E-Verify, how these companies were going through E-Verify to get work permits. What was connected to these work permits was a Social Security number that allowed them to work only. A separate branch of Social Security. You know, remember in Wisconsin when Elon Musk was trying to pay for a state Supreme Court seat in Wisconsin? That was one of the big things that came up. That, you know, they're giving people all Social Security and you're paying, your money is going to undocumented immigrants. And until it had to be explained to you, no, they're not receiving Social Security benefits. But you know what they are doing? They are contributing to the Social Security system as if they would be receiving money. But they are not receiving money because these Social Security numbers positively identify them as undocumented immigrants. But we're still going to take the same money out of their paycheck. We're still going to take our taxes out of their money. So now all of these undocumented immigrants have been taken off of the working rolls, sent back home, vilified for being all of them being criminals and this, that, and the other. But is anybody calculating the amount of money that these colonists were who had these people working for slave wages, and your government who was still taking Social Security money out of their checks? Are any of them telling you how much less money is being received in Social Security since these people are gone? But they want to tell you your entitlement program is about to go broke. And Elon Musk, the future trillionaire, was the first one who came. We have to do something about the entitlement. It's trillions of dollars that's added to our debt. All of these entitlements. An immigrant to this country is talking about what you have put into your future retirement through your government, through trusting that your government would not hand the keys of your future, your financial future, over to Doge people, over to a immigrant who has no respect for your money, who is only looking to enrich themselves. Now, so all of your social security information is handed over to some hackers. Most of the Doge people Elon Musk met was through some hacking competition. Who was the best hacker? Well, obviously, one of the best hackers was the person that they set up in the Social Security Administration, who took every bit of information in Social Security and put it on a unsafe driver and took it away from the agency. Has your Congress had any hearings on any of this? You know, your Republican Senate and Congress, uh, the ones who uh, put together what type of hearing they want to bring upon Capitol Hill. Have you had any hearings about that happening? No, you haven't. Not one Republican in power has decided to investigate this. And now we had depositions come out where this person who stole all of the Social Security data. You know, stealing people's data is against the law. Doge was not a Doge was set in to look for waste, fraud, and abuse in the company, in the Social Security Administration. So, at what point does that mean that they get access to every individual person who is paying into Social Security? How getting information about the people who pay into Social Security going to help them with seeing what waste, fraud, and abuse is going on inside the agency? Okay. So, this Doge guy, he is under a deposition for some other shit that he clawed back all of the funding for some arts and social program. And they won that case and they are allowed to get their funding back. But in this deposition, he is actually asked about stealing all of the information from Social Security. And not only did he do that, he had conversations with someone who is at his new employer's office. And he told this person at his new employer, you know, Doge, the people who went through Washington, D.C. and took over 300,000 jobs from black women. Oh, yeah, he's gainfully employed. He's gainfully employed. He's an asset in this new white nationalist United States that they're trying to set up. This is an asset. So he tells a colleague that he is going to turn over all of the data that he got from Social Security to his new employer to investigate what? Waste, fraud, and abuse? His new employer is, I mean, that's why you were sent to Social Security. You mean you're gonna you're gonna give all of the Social Security data that you stole, that you put on a cloud that anybody who knew it was there could steal as well? Oh, wait a minute, you said out loud that you're gonna give it to your new employer who was not Doge. What are you gonna give it to your new employer for? To try to find voter fraud. Has this Doge kid been hauled up in front of your congressmen, your senators? Not at all. Do you think that they do not know that this man who went through Social Security information, he said he's going to illegally turn your information over to his new employer? This information that he got to access to because they wanted to tell you that they were looking for waste, fraud, and abuse. Now you got this motherfucker who probably paid 50 cents into Social Security, talking about he's going to give your information to his new employer to root out voter fraud. Did you know that? Uh, are these Doge people are being brought up on charges by Todd Blanche? Is Todd Blanche isn't that something that you think that your Department of Justice would be looking into? Oh no, not a peep. It doesn't worry you that these people are actually telling you that your Social Security is about to be insolvent. Now, let's talk about that's one way that people who don't have access to 401k plans or retirements. But in this IPO announcement that Elon Musk is going public with his IPO, and all of these billionaires who have not been able to cash in their stocks because it's been worthless, as we pretend like Elon Musk is such a hard worker. He works 24 hours a day. He works 20 hours a day, and he is so intelligent, and all of the products that he's bringing you, and all of this. What has Elon Musk really done for you? How has Elon Musk improved your life, or the lives of the actual employees that he have? When Elon Musk went into government, he closed down all the agencies that had investigations on him and how he was actually working his company and treating the employees, or shall I say, reports of mistreating his employees. He closed down all of those agencies that was investigating him. So now he can do whatever he wants. He can do whatever he wants. One of the things that he wanted to weigh out. You know this circle jerk where I told you that the stock market they always want to point to. Oh, the stock market is doing well. The stock market is doing fine. Now, this is finally a way for these billionaires to get out of the Elon Musk uh, uh, stock and actually take some money out with them. Finally, after all of this compiling his companies to make it appear like this man is really successful in business, as he compiles one failing venture into the next failing venture, until he has to come to you, the people. You, the people. Who he says that the retirement savings that you saved, trusting your government that it was going to be there for you, like it has always throughout history. This man who went in there and bastardized your fucking future earnings as a senior, and they want to call it an entitlement. These entitled billionaires want to call the money that was taken out of your pay an entitlement, as if we're just good enough to say that we are going to give it to you, but you guys are acting so entitled to this. You're really not entitled to this. We need to look in on these entitlements that these common folk want to get from the government, and we need to slash this. I mean, it's going to be all of the money that they have taken away, borrowed away from Social Security, and have not repaid money to Social Security, and now they're like, oh God, look, it's not enough money to take care of the people. It's not enough new money coming into Social Security to take care of the new people. And we have allowed these millionaires and billionaires to and try to impress upon the world how AI is something you're going to get it whether you like it or not. This AI that is going to make it impossible to further collect money to make Social Security solvent. Why? Because AI is talking about taking the jobs from people. People get taxes taken out of their check to go into the Social Security system. for the people who are on Social Security right now. That's it. That's always how it works. And the future employers and employees, they go and they get money taken out of their check, and then that's how it works. But now all of a sudden, these big billionaires, they're trying to get rid of employees. So is that not a reason why Social Security is also about to become insolvent? Now, the greatest part about this, let's get beyond Social Security. Now, there was a rule in Nasdaq and in the S&P that said that a new IPO that is presented has to have time to season. People, your wealth management people who are in control of your 401ks and your pensions, they will not just go in there and try to prop up a certain stock, or they won't go in there and buy up a certain stock that has not had time to season, that you do not know if this stock is what it really represent, or if it's going to fall flat on its face. So therefore, there was a rule that these new IPOs that went public had to season for 1 year. You know, they're trying to protect the consumer. They're trying to make sure that all of your 401k money won't be blown out the window. That some friend of somebody who is going public with a company that ain't worth shit won't invest all of your 401k money, and then you have no savings. They were trying to prevent things like that from happening. But the closer it got to the date that Elon Musk was going to go public with his IPO, Elon Musk actually said that he would not open his IPO with Nasdaq. It was one of them. It was either if they continue to have this seasoning rule. And then the rule went down from 1 year to 30 days that you had to be on the stock market before you could start putting up people's pensions of their future retirements, their 401k, the money that they saved out of their own checks. It went from a year to 30 days. And then the closer Elon Musk got to open his IPO public, it it went down a little bit more. Now it's 15 days. Now, what of these firms who are investing the like BlackRock? What are they saying about this? I showed you the CEO of BlackRock said, quite frankly, the American public is going to have some skin in the game now, because these billionaires don't even want to pay for their own projects. They tell you that AI is such a race, and we don't want to lose to China, and we're in an AI race, and we're racing who is going to have the best AI in the United States. Well, if you're doing this race and you're racing against each other, where is it upon us that we have to build and support your companies, your data centers? Where is it upon? This is your business. I don't know of any business that comes on track in the United States, professing how they're going to change everything in your world without having guarantees. With no guarantees, just a whole lot of hot air and blustering about what they are going to do. And if you don't allow them to do it, that another country is going to do it better than the United States. And we can't have that. You know how many times has AI disappointed? This AI, I gave you the story about how Uber has spent its whole AI budget that they had to use on AI in the first 4 months of this year, and that AI is underwhelming to the CEO of Uber because of how much money he had to put into AI, and it still is not giving him the guarantees that he was told that this AI would give him. All of these countries who were sold some big jet plane, and they don't even have a hot air balloon in results. This type of shit that's going on with AI. But they want you to believe that you just may as well get used to it because AI is coming and there's nothing you can do about it. Now they're talking to the point where they're telling you there's nothing you can do about it. But do you want to know what they expect you to do about it? They expect you to pay for it. For billionaires getting richer, the billionaires who understand how much AI costs to create. They don't even want to create their own product. They want your money. And the CEO of BlackRock basically told you that your money is going to go out of your 401k and your retirement plan, and they are going to take your money and invest it in these big AI companies that have not proven themselves in the best proof that they have to show right now is that it is underwhelming. That is, it is not pacing up to the hoopla and the rhetoric that you are hearing from these AI creators, as they ignore and try to lie and say that your energy bill is not going up. You're already paying for it in your energy bill if you're not invested in any stock or any pension. And we do know that a lot of American citizens are not invested in any stock, uh, they have no 401ks, and they have no pension. So you are still getting robbed because your electricity, your power bills, and your water bills are skyrocketing, and you are at the cusp of having what did the chat GPT guy, oh god, he said that you're going to have to start looking at AI as another utility, and you're going to have to buy so much AI, and if you don't have enough money to buy AI, you're not going to get the smart AI. You're just going to get some basic AI, and therefore you will not be privy to high-end information. You will not be privy to certain information. The things that they usually have libraries for. No, you're not going to have access to information. Why do you think that your government is so okay with erasing history? Because usually, if you had a question about history, you could go to the library. You could Google it. No, 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 no. You're gonna have to pay for this information, and how much you can afford to pay is how much accurate information you will be getting, if any at all. Uh, Clubber Lane, hit the like button on your way out. All of this dumb shit you're talking, I am just uh, not interested. This is beyond your control. Because I'm doing news. My family's not in the news. That's why. I'm doing news. And your point is what, Ken? What is your point? What is your point in what I'm telling you? Um, is anybody talking about what I'm talking about? Let me see what you're saying. Uh, what the fuck, Bame? Do not dox people in my chat. Do not dox people in my chat. No one knows who you're talking about, but what you won't do, you will not come in my chat and dox people. Nobody is talking about that person. So why are you putting their name in my chat? My son lost SSI as a Democrat governor, under a Democrat governor. Uh, uh, SSI is a federal program, so I don't understand how that would happen. But let's continue. Okay. So I see people have nothing to say about what I'm actually talking about. Okay. So now, so therefore, your pension, your 401ks, and your Social Security, they have covered all of the bases to make sure that you have no financial future, and also make sure you have no jobs. Okay, so does everything seem real clear to you? What the plan for you is? They also made it clear that you will have no health care to stay healthy, to have a primary care physician to monitor any health issues that you have, to prescribe any medication that you may need for said health issues. Now, guess what? The Republicans have a new health care plan. You know what their new health care plan is? That the Republicans have actually decided to lauder out here after saying that the Affordable Care Act was a way for Obama to enrich insurance companies. You've heard them say that the Affordable Care Act was just a way to put money in the insurance companies' pockets. So at a time that hundreds, tens of millions of people are about to get thrown off of the least of the uh, medical insurance program, Medicaid. At a time that tens of millions of people are about to lose Medicaid. You know that Donald Trump had a concept of a health plan during the election, during his last administration. He was going to come out with his new health care plan in 2 weeks. You know what they came out with yesterday? They actually had the audacity to say this out loud. They said that for people who are uninsured, maybe health insurance companies will be able to give them loans so they can get health care. So, a sick person, you are supposed to have to apply for a loan. What does in applying for a loan usually mean? That you have some assets. That you have some assets that you can put up. So what they're doing is they are allowing. If God forbid you have an accident, God forbid you are diagnosed with some type of cancer or something like that, and you have nothing, no equity to put up to get a loan from the insurance company, you die. Period, point blank. But God forbid if you do have something that you can put up, your home, your possessions, your bank accounts, you can get healthcare services. And if you die, oh well. They didn't say what type of loans that you would be able to get from your healthcare company. They didn't say that the loans had to be non-predatory types of loans. If you're getting loans, if you got to get a loan to get healthcare, isn't that predatory within its own understanding? So they didn't say that no, these loans cannot be predatory or they must be within. No, they said maybe you can go. The insurance company can decide to give you loans for healthcare because they ain't got it. But they can go to Congress and get $70 billion approved for ICE and uh, border agents. $70 billion up to 2020, either 2029 or 2030. That has been approved. $70 billion for this ICE slush fund. ICE slush fund. What do you think ICE is doing with that amount of money? But we know they are buying. We know they are buying exorbitant jets with bedrooms and flat screen TVs and all of this. We know this is some of the things that they are doing with this money. As they are detainees that they say they have, they are eating food with worms in it. You think that they are feeding these detainees 4-star meals every time they're served? What is ICE doing with that amount of money? Hmm? Why does ICE need that amount of money? For it to go missing, for it to do like the Pentagon budget that they also have gone to Congress for 2027. They want a 44% increase in the Pentagon budget. That in 2026 is a $1 billion. No, is it $1 trillion? They want more money from the Pentagon budget that already right now this year is $1 trillion. What are they doing with this money? What are they doing with this money? They have no problem asking for more money to go over and invade other countries, as they are spending $1 billion a day in Iran right now, and they already have warships on their way over to the uh, Pacific, over there, getting ready to invade Cuba. They got money for all of this. But they're telling you that your entitlement program that you paid into all of your life, they may have to do something with that program because it's becoming insolvent. And did you put us up in government to solve these types of problems? Well, I'm sorry. There's no hearing. There's no nothing planned set. We always have to wait and try to pretend like everything is an emergency. So we would like to have gone over some good ideas, but we are at the breaking point. We are at the last day that we must pass this legislation. So if we get any piece of shit passed, it's like, oh, we got it through before the final second of us being able to pass something on making sure that Social Security is solvent. We can't have any hearings, any ideas, anything. Now we can, however, ask you to give a half $500 billion more to the Pentagon budget. The Pentagon that hasn't able to pass an audit in the last 8 audits, they cannot tell you where over 60% of their money is going. But they ask you for $500 billion more dollars for the Pentagon. But they want to come out and tell you the Social Security is insolvent. Anybody talking about that? Hmm? Atlantic. You're right. In the Atlantic Ocean. You're correct. I said Pacific. He's over there sending up warships to the Atlantic to set up and strike Cuba. So am I wrong about him about getting ready to strike Cuba? There's no problem with any of that. Okay. Now, so the Great Oz is not having his strikes in. He wants you to believe that they are close to a deal and they are getting everything they want because he has a field of schemes that he is selling a dumb MAGA. Okay. Oh, so the curtains have been lifted, and yeah, unfortunately, um, it appears like a lot of you think that you are making points by being dumb. It seems like a lot of you think that talking about anything other than what I'm presenting means something because you have no idea of these things are going on. I understand. Uh, MAGA loves the dummies. So let me share this with you as well. Uh, they are getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. What do you hear them say most about California? Uh, the homeless situation is out of hand, which it definitely is. But what is the solution to the homelessness in California? Does anybody know? Does anybody care? Or you just want to look at a reason to complain about anything that is going on in California? Could that be it? I'm pretty sure that is it. And that's usually always it. So let's see what is going on in California with this Trump administration. Because they are looking for waste, fraud, and abuse wherever they can find it. HUD suspends federal funding to LA Homeless Services Authority, citing a pattern of obvious fraud. What is obvious fraud? If there is, because of fraud, they will be able to list what fraud they speak of. Now, we know that HUD is run by the only black person in Donald Trump administration who loves Donald Trump. So here is the story about that. The Department of Housing and Urban Development (HUD) has suspended all federal funding to the Los Angeles Homeless Service Authority, effectively immediately placing one of the nation's largest homeless bureaucracy under unprecedented federal scrutiny. The immediate freeze on future grants and procurement programs allows a sweeping review by a White House fraud task force co-chaired by Vice President J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance is going to have a White House a federal agency look into the fraud in Los Angeles, one of the largest blue states in the country, the fourth largest economy in the world, uh, the economy that financially supports these poor red states. So they're going to have a investigation into this to look for fraud. I think it's fraudulent for a blue state to financially support a red state. I think that should be fraud. The immediate freeze on future grants and procurement program follows a sweeping review by a White House Frank task force, co-chaired by Vice President J.D. Vance, according to formal notices, the administration accuses the agency of wanton mismanagement regarding its oversight of nearly $1 billion in federal funds distributed since 2021. Federal officials cited a pattern of repeated failures to safeguard taxpayer dollars as the core justification for the freeze, which will remain in place while the HUD Inspector General conducts a thorough investigation into potential operational and financial offenses. Okay, we got that. Okay, we got that. The federal intervention heavily leveraged a recent rebuke from U.S. District Judge David O'Carter, who publicly called out obvious fraud during a federal court hearing oversight process. That a judicial reprimand centered on a South Los Angeles shelter site where LAHSA re, reportedly continued to seek and distribute full financial support for a 88-bed facility, despite being fully aware that the site had been operating at half capacity for over a year. So, therefore, all of the state of California's homeless is going to be shut down for 44 people. That they say that it is just wanton, abandoned fraud. Because one judge said something about one facility, and the dispute is about 44 people. When California has the largest homeless population in the United States, okay, that makes sense. That really makes sense. Okay. This specific funding discrepancy, combined with broader ongoing investigations into excessive conflicts of interest and multi-million dollar nonprofit vendor scams within the network, prompted federal authorities to declare that they could no longer ignore the systematic misuse of public money. Now, these are accusations. These are not findings. These are accusations that they are basing uh, taking away all of this grant money on accusations. Nothing proven in court. Um, like the accusations that uh, your president won the 2020 election. Accusations. Okay. While LAHSA officials have pushed back against the decision, describing the freeze as a politically motivated withdrawal of vital regional resources, the move exemplifies a growing local and national exhaustion with West Coast homelessness initiatives. Despite billions of dollars in public spending over recent years, visible homelessness, sprawling street encampments, and severe municipal sanitation crisis has continued to intensify across Los Angeles, triggering both this federal crackdown and parallel efforts by local county supervisors to strip authority away from the embattled agency. So the feds want to take over the homelessness in California. The federal government wants to take over homelessness in California. But what do we know about homelessness? What the one thing that I know about homelessness is people would rather be homeless in the state of California than they would any other state. What I know about homelessness in California is that um, the economy that we're living in is making more people homeless. Oh, so they want to look at the money being spent on homelessness without looking at preventing homelessness. They are ignoring this economy where everything is more expensive. They are not talking about the cost of housing in the whole United States that has skyrocketed, and all of the job losses, the flat job numbers, the lack of having mental health available to people. People are just expected to fail and go do what? because in most of the nation, it's illegal to be homeless. It You fell on hard times, and therefore you must go run and hide your homelessness. You cannot be seen in public because we don't want to see our universal failure as a nation. No, it is impendent upon you to go hide, as we have nothing to offer you. And by God, California, you had an 88 bed facility, and you in the largest homeless population. You try to keep the facility open for all 88 beds, even though for 6 months in 1 year, you only had half of the people that you could have that is allowed in your facility. So therefore, that means that you are doing fraud to actually be asked to have enough money to finance an 88 bed facility. How dare you, in the state with the largest homeless population, try to keep those 88 beds available to the homeless? When 6 months of 1 year, you only had 44 people. Therefore, all of California homeless must suffer, because God forbid we have some openings in a place with the largest homeless population that will be able to intake somebody off the street. So where's the fraud at? Where's the fraud at? The fraud is in this bullshit that they're giving you as a reason to take away funding from California. The fraud is we all know that this is because California is a sanctuary city. The fraud is we know that everybody they are looking for any reason to highlight California because they do not like this blue state California. The fraud is that we have heard so much shit talked about California elections being rigged. We just this week alone, we have heard your president say that there has been voter fraud in the election. That California is still tabulating. We're in the middle of tabulating. We saw your president just proclaim that there was fraud going on in this election, and when asked of what proof he had, he got so infuriated that he stormed off an interview because nobody would take his lies as factual evidence when he absolutely had none. So do you think that it is a coincidence that all of this funding from HUD is being taken away from California as they try to tell you that there is a mass fraud, and the only thing that they can point to is one judge who had the audacity to say that a agency that had an 88 person bed was creating fraud because they wanted the. So I got an 88 person bed facility. But hey, last month I only had 20 people. The month before that, I had 40 people. So, am I wrong to try to make sure that whatever grants that I get from HUD will allow me to keep my facility open at maximum capacity when I am in the state with the largest homeless population? And would I not want to be sure that I could keep these 88 beds, not even 100 beds? Now, they're acting like they are talking about a 4,000 bed facility that only had 44 people in, that they were trying to keep open at 44,000 beds. Not 44, at 4,000 beds. They're acting like this is a 4,000 bed facility that only had 44 people in it, and they were still trying to get enough money to maintain this facility open at the capacity of 4,000 people when they only had 44 people in this facility. This is what they're presenting to you. And they're acting as if this 4,000 bed facility is in a state that has the smallest population of homelessness. And you're trying to get enough money from the government to keep open a 4,000 bed facility that you only have 44 people in. This is what they're pretending is going on. We're talking about 44 beds for 6 months. Let that sink in. Try to make sense of that. Let me see. Where else? Despite billions of dollars in public spending over recent years, visible homelessness, spiraling street encampments, and severe municipal sanitation crises have continued to intensify across Los Angeles, triggering both the federal crackdown and parallel efforts by local county supervisors to strip authority away from the embattled agency. Suspending LAHSA participation in federal government programs is a necessary step in accomplishing that critical mission in Los Angeles. Now, I also it would also be helpful to understand that this, I think it was last year. I think it was at the last election. California has put aside, what was it? I think it was $3 to $4 billion that they have put aside to address the homeless issue. Now, this is money that they were going to build mental health facilities. You know, the mental health facilities that were closed down under Ronald Reagan, and all of the crazy people were just allowed to run out on the streets and be in the streets. Why do you think these Republicans now want to talk about all of the crazy people that are just roaming around in California? Well, they're going to roam around on the streets, or they're going to roam around in prison. And that's the only access that crazy people had since Ronald Reagan decided to close down all the federal mental health facilities. So California had dedicated billions to recently to actually work on the homelessness problem. What is your government doing to work on the homelessness problem, to keep people from becoming homeless in the first place? Nothing. Nothing. They are offering no solutions to people being losing their jobs, losing their careers, losing their houses. They are doing nothing from a corporation preying upon the average man, as they allow Elon Musk to go in and close down the CFPB. They're doing nothing to protect the regular person. And when enough regular people are suffering in one of the most expensive economies in the United States, and they become homeless, now it's a problem of the states. Now it's states' rights. Now it's states' rights. Mhm. Is that what it is? Consumer for Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Are they going to have they don't even have a CFB to oversee these loans that they want you to go to your health insurance insurer to give you for medical care. Uh, you're going to go, you're going to go, what is that? What is that one? To United Healthcare. You as a patient are going to go to United Healthcare to get a loan so they can treat your whatever is ailing you. When the doctors who work for United Healthcare are going broke because they are treating patients in the United Healthcare group, and United Healthcare is not reimbursing these doctors who then have to go in and get loans to keep their facilities open, their practices open. And who are they getting these loans from? They're getting their loans from a setup that United Healthcare has to give doctors loans. So why are doctors becoming in trouble with these loans? Because United Healthcare, who gives them the loan, is then turning around and not paying them for service provided. These are United Healthcare doctors, and they are not being reimbursed. So therefore, they're having problems keeping their facilities open when they get a loan from their own facility, because their own facility is not paying them for the work that they're doing. So they want a patient to then go in and get a loan for their health care. How you think that's going to work out? Okay, so this is a bunch of bullshit. Let me tell you something. I will say something. I think that there are far too many pats on the back, and too many galas and balls surrounding the people who work with the homeless population in California. From my personal observations of people who work with the homelessness in California, but I have not seen the impact of all of this money that they have thrown into mental illness and homelessness in Los Angeles. And it seems like when they finally try to cut out all of these disjointed programs in homelessness and mental illness in Los Angeles, when it seems like they have finally got to the point where they was like, all of this disjointed shit is not working, and when they actually finally get a plan to make it work, it seems like what is going on is a monkey wrench getting thrown into the plan. That is just my observation. Personal observation. Last year, a former top executive of LAHSA, Valencia Adam Kuhlman, stepped down from the position after she was caught sending more than 2.1 million in federal funds under LAHSA's control to her husband's nonprofit employer in Santa Monica. According to HUD, the city's controller's office also reported in November of 2024 that LAHSA left a 513 million in fiscal year 2024 public funds unspent, citing staffing shortages and outdated technology as contributing factors. Now, 2.1 million in federal funds. Uh, this woman was caught sending to her husband's nonprofit employer. But how much was Christy Nome caught sending to the husband of her spokesperson at DHS for this $211 million commercial that was given to the employer of someone who worked for her husband, who got this contract in a no bid? No, it wasn't someone who worked for her husband. It was her spokesperson husband who got this no bid contract from the Department of Homeland Security. This company that had just been established 8 days prior to getting the contract, in a business of doing a commercial, a business that they never had done, had never made a federal commercial in their lives. And they got a no bid contract worth $211 million. Now, we're not talking about 2.1 billion, 2.1 million. Yes, that's bad enough. But Christine Nome gave a no bid contract to the husband of her spokesperson, the harsh voice, uh, Trish, someone who told you that she told you when you were watching a video, you didn't see what you see. Uh, Trish McLaughlin, her husband, got the $211 million contract. And JD Vance, what did you hear JD Vance say about that? Oh, well, Christine Nome did lose her job. Christine Nome did lose her job. And the Department of Homeland Security secured more financing. Did you notice that? The Department of Homeland Security secured $70 billion until the year of 2030 or 2031. You see how that works? But homelessness, we're talking about homelessness. We cannot have all this fraud. We must take all of the federal money back that is here to fight homelessness. But Mark Wayne Mullins is still flying around in these lush private jets that Christine Nome and her boo thing Corey Lewandowski had procured for the Department of Homeland Security. You know, with 11 TVs and beds and all of that. Mark Wayne Mullins was actually asked about these airplanes. Did the Department of Homeland Security lose any money? No, they have received more money. Let that sink in. Let that sink in before you get tied up in all this hoopla that they are trying to present to you, because they're talking about the homeless under President Trump's leadership. HUD will fund results, not corrupt failure or the homeless industrial complex. HUD Secretary Scott Turner said in a statement to Fox Digital News, year after year, hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars were funneled to the LA HSA with little accountability. Meanwhile, homelessness skyrocketed. Everything, uh, everything in the United States has skyrocketed. What do you think comes after job loss, which have skyrocketed? What do you think that comes after people living off of a credit card debt has skyrocketed? What do you think that comes after people being late on their credit card payment skyrocketed? What do you think that comes after people losing their cars, car repossession skyrocketed? What do you think that comes after the number of people who are late on their rent in this economy skyrocketed? Scott doesn't. What do you think that comes after you not being able to pay your rent? You're getting thrown out of your place. So he is talking about homelessness has skyrocketed, but he's not talking about the reasons that homelessness has skyrocketed. Because they're pretending like they're living on the yellow brick road of life in the United States. They're not addressing the cause of reasons why this stuff is going on. So Scott Turner said in a statement on Fox Digital News, year after year, hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars were tunneled into LA HSA with little accountability. Meanwhile, homelessness skyrocketed. Taxpayer would no longer bankroll an organization that puts its own self-interest ahead of the Americans it was created to serve. Okay. I wish I had somebody who knew about more about what is going on in the homelessness solution in Los Angeles. I know that it's a huge problem. I know that there is some things that I see that I don't see the point in spending money on this or that or the other. But at a time when every American across the whole United States is feeling the burn and the fucking destitute of this administration, I don't see how they are highlighting one agency in California. You are absolutely right about that. A lot of them don't want to live in shelters because they can't do their drugs in shelters. A lot of them don't want to live in shelters because they can't sell their ass in shelters, male and females. I agree with that. What does jobs loss have to do with millions of homeless migrating to California for its unrivaled benefits? What is the benefit for being homeless? What is the benefit of laying on streets with defecation and urination and rats running around your bodies, getting the plague? What is the upside of that? And $5 billion have been funneled into the program, and homelessness has tripled in as much time. You mentioned no time. $5 billion have been funneled into the program. Over what period of time do you speak? Yes, I do care why. Yes, I actually do care why. Are you really sitting in here talking about that bullshit lie after Mick just like after the accusations that Nick Shirley made about Minnesota after investigation after investigating every single establishment he out was shut down for blatant fraud. You are absolutely dumb and full of shit if you believe that these organizations were shut down. You are absolutely mistaken. That Nick Shirley shit was bullshit. None of these institutions that Nick Shirley allegedly exposed. What did he expose to you? He exposed that daycare centers wouldn't open the door to a random, crazy ass young white man who are usually mass shooters. They didn't give them access to children. Is that what he exposed to you? Did he expose to you that the week that he was up there talking about all of this fraud that was going on in Minnesota, the white woman ringleader was being uh was in jury and was in the jury was deliberating about her case and determining whether she would be found innocent or guilty, which she was absolutely found guilty of. Are you sitting up here trying to act as if this Nick Shirley investigation was an investigation when the President Biden administration already had most of those people who was committing fraud in Minnesota on court cases and waiting for court cases or had already been convicted of their fraud in Minnesota. So are you so stupid that you think that Nick Shirley was the one who uncovered fraud in Minnesota when all of the people who already had cases were sitting in jail waiting on a jury to deliberate their cases? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? I just really need to know. Are you that stupid? You fucking ignorance. Love to show yourselves. Oh, nothing. Oh, you have nothing to say now. Los Angeles didn't care about helping the homeless, but the Trump administration does. And it proves it how. And how is that being proved that the Trump administration? I hear that they are doing investigations about fraud. I hear that they have put together an agency to investigate California as a state. I didn't hear about any of the things that they have put together to positively to get people in California homes, to get the homeless off the street. The only thing that I heard about is something that they want to broadcast to their ignorance that California's a sanctuary state. You look at California now. Now Los Angeles didn't care about helping the homeless, but the Trump administration does. Ferguson said. Ferguson told Fox News Digital. It is unconscionable that Los Angeles has wasted billions of taxpayer dollars that was supposed to be used on housing our nation's most vulnerable. Instead of providing a roof and care for the homeless, Los Angeles has used these funds to line the pockets of left wing NGOs. Such a disgrace ends today. So, would that be definite defamation? Does he have facts that they are lining the pockets of non GMOs? He's talking about the billions of dollars that California has had to end homelessness in California. But the one example they gave you was 2.1 million. When their own administration had a bitch who gave a $211 million contract to her spokesperson husband, who just started the business that they gave him the 211 million dollars the 8 days before he got a no bid contract that was supposed to be bidded upon. And they have the actual audacity to put forward that a 88-bed facility was only half filled for 6 months, and they had the audacity to ask for funding for the whole 88-bed facility. And that is just fraud. Is that fraud? Is that fraud? The audacity for this administration to sit up here and have a president that is hawking businesses that he just invested, like Dell and all of these other businesses that your president comes out after he has invested millions of dollars of his money into, and he comes up here and signifies these corporations. You know, all of the corporations that your presidents were highlighting and signifying for, and when his financial disclosures were revealed, he had a stock in all of these, recently bought stock in all of these companies. The fuck we talking about here? 88 bed facility, $2.1 million from an administration who is robbing you of billions of dollars. Eric Jr. Butthead, Beavis and Butthead Trump, just invested in a drone company that miraculously, all of a sudden, a little known drone company that was not worth very much at all. Now it's worth $1.5 billion. And you want to talk to me about motherfucking fraud? You know, when you heard your president sit down at the Oval Office and all of a sudden say, it's like those little magnets or something. You know, Don Jr. He's interested in these magnets. I don't understand these magnets, but yeah, my son, he's interested. When we found out that Don Jr. has bought into a drone company that make parts for drones and create drones. And one of the things that they need in this drone company is what? Magnets. Those magnets that your president set up there and talked to you and fawned to you about how magnificent magnets were and how interested his son was in them. And now that same Don Jr. has got a loan from the Pentagon for over $640 million. But they want to tell you that the homeless are crisis. Therefore, they must shut down all funding, federal funding in the homeless crisis over an alleged $2.1 million. And they want to tell you that this program is rife with fraud. But these are the two instances that they are giving you. These are accusations. These have not been fleshed out. These are accusations. So let's be real clear. Uh, it's easy to fool the ignorance. Okay, let me see. That's the end of this story. Uh, this will be in my description box under California HUD money. How about that? I'll put this in my description box under HUD. HUD stops payments to California homeless. This is what this you will be able to find this article. Now, let me see because this is One America News. This is One America News. Now, this is a right winging apparatus. So let's see if we can find this story or details about this story in a non right wing paper. Let me see if I can find this. Let's see what we got here. Let me see. I got Fox News. Let me see. Here we go. Here we go. Let's. Who wrote this? Let me see who wrote this. But Jesus, hold on 1 second. Here we go. Let me share this with you. I haven't read this yet. I want to. We'll read it together. How about that? Here we are. Federal Housing Agency cutting off homelessness funding to California agency over fraud concerns. The Department of Housing and Urban Development HUD is cutting off funds to a Los Angeles agency that coordinates homeless programs, saying the agency is engaging in obvious fraud and wanton mismanagement of federal funding. The funding is being suspended while the Inspector General investigates a potential offenses. Fox News reported, citing a letter from HUD and the CEO of Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority. The letter details a variety of issues with the California agency's handling of federal funds, including conflicts of interest, financial mismanagement, fraud, and a lack of oversight. According to HUD, the agency has received nearly $1 billion in federal funding since 2021. It also receives local and state funding. Despite the funding, Los Angeles homelessness crisis has grown. LAHSS failures have been so severe and pervasive that Los Angeles County has withdrawn its funding for the agency, and the city of Los Angeles is considering doing so as well, the letter states. Uh, 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 Not much more information there. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on. The Raccoon in Chief. Let's please do not be behind the paywall. Are you kidding me? I'm not gonna pay for this. Are they kidding? Okay, I can't get this one. It's behind a paywall. I am not going to pay for news. Let me see if I can find one more for you. All of the stories basically I see. Oh, here we go. Let's see what the Mayor Sharon Bass has to say. Okay, here we go. Let me share this story with you here. I don't want the advertisement. What are you doing? I'm trying to close the advertisement. Oh, I guess I can't. Here we go. This link will be in the description box. Trump administration cuts off funding to fraud-filled LA homeless agency. Um, hmm, I guess this author think that it has been factually proven. The U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development said Thursday it would cut off funding to Los Angeles-led homelessness services agency, accusing it of fraud. The Los Angeles Homeless Service Authority, which has received $1 billion in government funding over the past 5 years, has shown repeated false statements and uh, irresponsible actions and failures, including a lack of financial management and safeguard. HUD said. Year after year, hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars were funneled to LAHSA with little accountability, HUD Secretary Scott Turner said in a statement. Meanwhile, homelessness skyrocketed. Taxpayers will no longer bankroll an organization that puts its own self-interest ahead of the Americans it was created to serve. The move comes the same day that HUD Inspector General opened an investigation of LAHSA. HUD says it is immediately suspending the agency because investigations in 2023 and 2024 and 2025 uncovered different problems. Different problems than what? In 2023, 2024, and 2025, the investigation uncovered different problems. So, what we are told is the problem that they are investigating in 2026 is fraud. So, before the investigation can get underway, you're cutting funds, and you don't know if the accusations are accurate because it has not been investigated yet. But you to try to make it seem like it has been a systemic problem. You are saying all the way back to 2023, they have had different problems. It would be different if you were saying that the same problem was uncovered in 2023, 2024, and 2025. But you said they had uncovered different problems in those years. So therefore, right at the start of the investigation, they're clawing back money. This is what this administration really is famous for. All of the things that have passed your Congress. Russell Vogt, one of the architect Project 2025, who your president has sitting in the budget of office and OMB, Office of Management and Budget, who has clawed back money that has been approved by Congress, but they don't tell you where this money goes. If Congress said this agency or this entity should get $900 million, Russell Vogt, the co-author of Project 2025, sitting in a government position, who is allowed to say, well, no, even though Congress gave this approved $100 million to go to this agency, I'm going to give this agency $2 million. And what happens to the other $98 million? Well, if I feel a unelected person can take the money back. Where does this money go? Do people forget about all of the clawback of congressional approved funds that have been clawed back from this man who is the author of Project 2025? Where has all of that clawed back money gone? Has it? We know it hasn't gone to the deficit. We know none of this money has gone to the deficit, because the debt to the deficit has only steadily increased. Oh, but there's no question about those funds. No questions about those funds. Now, I don't want you to think that I am any way okay with people defrauding our tax dollars on bullshit. I've already spoke to you about the things that I have seen when it comes about these agencies who are over homelessness in California. There are too many galas and awards and all of these types of presentation. You don't get rewarded for doing the job you're supposed to be. Your reward is your paycheck and the satisfaction of getting people off the streets. That should be your reward. But let's continue. Depending upon on the outcome of the investigation, HUD could debar LAHS permanently. It said. Well, so you have a solution. You have a solution that you say they can debar them permanently, but you have no answer to these allegations. Yet you're taking the money. What are you going to do with this money? In a statement, Mayor Karen Bass says she also had concerns about LAHSA, and she said she's also directed LA to move away from the agency, but she also said the move endangered progress in curtailing the city's homelessness. Well, that doesn't make sense, Karen Bass. If you want them to move away from it, and you also say the move endangers progress in curtailing the city's homelessness, that doesn't make sense. Threatening federal funds does nothing to house people and jeopardizes the progress, Mayor Bass has led to reduce homelessness for 2 years in a row. Wait a minute. Threatening federal funds does nothing to house people and jeopardizes the progress Mayor Bass has led to reduce homelessness for 2 years in a row. After it only went up in Los Angeles for years, his statement said. Ultimately, so Karen Bass is reducing homelessness in Los Angeles. Ultimately, people will lose their lives. We urge her to work with City of Los Angeles to provide the necessary funding to reduce homelessness. A letter to LAHSA detailed allegations. In a letter to LAHSA CEO Jeter O'Neill, HUD detailed a series of problems at the agency. Um, so they just clawed back money, and they said that they are doing an investigation, and they want to tell you that JD Vance is looking into these allegations of fraud in this agency. However, they have set up a no better agency. They have set up no other entity to intervene in the meantime, where they have clawed back money from a program that they say is not meeting the needs of the homeless people. But they have absolutely done nothing to meet the needs of these homeless people at all themselves. So this link is also in my description box. I am unaware if you knew about this. That's what's going on with the poets of the Poe. They are clawing back any money that they have for homeless people. Talking about waste, fraud, and abuse in agencies, but they have no solution themselves. They are offering absolutely nothing. The only thing that they are offering is homeless people are going to have one less avenue to work for them, getting them off the streets. That they say. Now, it's curious that why did HUD says that the homelessness only increased, but they actually said nothing about the decreases that have been done under Mayor Karen Bass. Now, recently, we do know, like I told you, there has been several $billion that has been dedicated to the mental health problem and the homelessness problem in California. Kind of like what is that worm? The worm that is screw worm. Kind of like the screw worm situation. Now, we're talking about worms. And what is the solution to the screwworm? Brooke Rollins over the Department of Agriculture, who says that since the screwworm has shown up in Texas again, the screwworm that was eradicated in the whole United States in 1966, 60 years ago, has now reemerged. The flesh eating screwworm, and Brooke Rollins is telling you that if that's President Biden's fault. That all of that happened under Biden. Well, there was no screwworms in Texas under Biden, bitch. But what did Brooke Rollins said that the Department of Agriculture is on top of it. They found out about the screwworm, and in April they started breaking grounds because the only way to combat the screwworm is to put a sterile male flies out to procreate with the infected flies, where they will not be able to lay any larvae, any screwworm infected larva. So that is the only way to eradicate it. And now Brooke Rollins is talking about they have the screwworm issue under control because they have broken ground on a facility to grow sterile flies. How long is it going to take to create a whole facility? Broken ground means we don't even have the building. Brooke Rollins is such an airhead ass bitch that all of these warehouses that are span all across Texas and the whole United States. Brooke Rollins don't understand that you don't need to build a whole brand new facility to breed sterile flies. But this is your Trump administration, who is the head of the Department of Agriculture. This is her response about a flesh eating fly. And they want you to believe that no, this is not going to harm anybody. This is not going to harm the food chain supply. This is not going to harm anything. Well, if it ain't going to harm anything, let it be then, bitch. If it's not going to harm anything. So, I said that to say this. This billions of dollars that they plan to uh, help eradicate the mental health problem and the homelessness problem in Los Angeles, that is something that absolutely needs to have ground broken on these projects because they have to actually build these facilities. They have to build these mental health facilities. They have to build more housing. What do you hear all across the United States? That we need more housing. We need more housing. Of course, you're going to need more housing for these homeless people who have no housing because there is no homeless housing. So you're going to have to build this. But it's amazing that they can accept from Brooke Rollins about breaking ground on a facility to produce sterile flies to fuck infected screw flies. But you can't understand that it's going to take time to break ground on mental health facilities. Make that make sense. Okay, that's all I want have on that. Let's move forward. And what else do I have? There is a couple of more things. Oh, there's plenty of things that I want to talk about today, actually. Now, did you hear about the big brouhaha that the Situation Room is used for um, things like preparing for war and making decisions about war. And it also seems like the Situation Room under this administration is a place where you go to talk about young girls having sore nipples and having over sucked and plucked nipples. Did you hear that this administration, from Caroline Levitt to J.D. Vance to Susie Wiles, Susie Wiles, why are you quitting your job, Susie Wiles? Susie Wiles, who they told you that was the only person that could rein Trump in. Susie Wiles, I understand that she has been diagnosed with breast cancer, but she has still been working. So I'm just wondering, what is the uh, rush to retire now, Susie Wiles? Uh, this will be in my description box under Nipplegate. If you didn't know, this whole administration sat together and was trying to figure out if they should or should not release the Epstein files when it was found out that your president was prominent in the Epstein files. And J.D. Vance was alleged to have said, well, let's get the information out. I don't think people will have a problem with that because they know that the Trump voter has absolutely no values or morals. They don't have values or moral for themselves. So why would they have them for underage girls who they don't know? They don't even have them for their own children. Let me share this with you. He said, I don't think it would be so bad if we give the information about the sore nipples. A whole pedophile uh, sit down is done in the situation room. What chapter of your children's or your grandchildren's history book will this be covered in? Because this is the legacy of the presidency. You know what history is made of. Uh, what uh, what history book and what chapter? It will it just get a will it get a whole chapter in the future history books of the United States of America that your the top people in your administration use the war room to talk about releasing shit that they knew or assumed to be fact and said we can release it to the people because we have the U.S. public so dummied down, and those who we don't have dummied down, we will just continue to come out and repeat the same unacceptable lie and bullshit as if it's commonplace. This dumb shit that we're out here saying that we have perfected the being unembarrassed to come out and tell the American people the most disgusting, degrading bullshit. And say it with an air of pomp and circumstance, like the disgusting shit that we're saying should be normalized. This is what chapter in the future history books will this be in? I'm curious.
Of them asked about the terror when reporters finally got a chance to ask questions, and one of them asked about the terrible inflation number that came out this morning, showing the highest inflation rate of Donald Trump's presidency. Donald Trump's first lie was to say, I love it. Those are his exact first words. I love it. His second lie was the numbers were glitched. Donald Trump trying to tell you that every number the government issues is wrong, whether it's a vote count in Los Angeles or an inflation number that he doesn't like. But he instantly abandoned his lie about the inflation number was glitched, whatever that was supposed to mean. And then he said these exact words. You know what I really love? I love the inflation. You know why? And then he rambled about his war in Iran, and he actually never answered the question about why he loves inflation.
Mr. President, about the latest inflation number which came out this morning, could that be a
No, I love it. The numbers look great. You know what I really love? I love the inflation. You know why? Because as soon as this war is over, I can say it now. Something you didn't know. Do you know we've been taking out millions of barrels of oil? Nobody knows it. You know who doesn't know about it? Iran, until right now. We took out the other night 22 ships late at night with no lights because they don't have any radar because we blasted the crap out of it.
And then he just kept going, and he completely forgot about the lie that he suggested he was going to answer. I love the inflation. You know why? He forgot to answer the why question that he asked of himself. This is the sleazy real estate salesman's pitch at work. This is Donald Trump trying to sell an apartment in the 1980s, and the potential buyer looks out the window and sees nothing but the brick wall of the building next door. And Donald Trump says, I love that there's no view. And then he goes on to tell the buyer about how much better it is for sleeping, that you'll never have any direct sunlight in this apartment, waking you up all the time. The lying salesman junk that desperate, fast-talking liars like Donald Trump traffic in so nervously as he did today. Donald Trump saying today he loves inflation. He loves every price going up. He likes everything being more expensive. He loves that. He wants everything to be more expensive for everyone out there who voted for him to make everything less expensive. The stock market was already having a bad day. And then when Donald Trump said, I love inflation, the stock market got much worse. 79-year-old Donald Trump, who is days away from being 80-year-old Donald Trump, gets lost in his own lies now, much more than he used to. And so when he says, I love the inflation, and then asks, you know why, he forgets the why. And so Republicans running for re-election are left with the burden of Donald Trump saying, I love inflation. And Democrats can show Donald Trump saying that on video in as many campaign commercials as they want. In a tense meeting in the Situation Room, where the White House can monitor every potential hotspot in the world, the Vice President of the United States said, this is a huge problem. It is the same Situation Room that has faced huge problems before, just as President John F. Kennedy did, facing down the Cuban Missile Crisis in the Situation Room in 1962, when the world came the closest it ever has to nuclear war. And that's what ranks as a huge problem in the Situation Room. The same place where Vice President Joe Biden sat with President Obama and other national security officials watching the successful mission President Obama authorized to apprehend or kill Osama bin Laden. But in Donald Trump's White House, the Situation Room has been disgracefully degraded to the place where they discuss the Epstein files. The scene is delivered in remarkable reporting, including over 1,000 interviews of people close to Donald Trump by New York Times reporters Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan, in an excerpt of their forthcoming book, printed in the New York Times today under the headline, Inside the White House Freakout Over the Epstein Files. The title of their book, that will be published in 2 weeks, is Regime Change Inside the Imperial Presidency of Donald Trump. It can be pre-ordered online now, as I have already done. When reached for comment, the White House did not respond to any specific details in the New York Times report. The Situation Room meeting described in the book happened 11 months ago, just 11 months ago, on July 17th of last summer. Vice President James David Vance was the highest ranking official in the Situation Room. Donald Trump's chief of staff was there, his White House counsel, his press secretary, along with his trusted Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, who is also his former criminal defense lawyer. Attorney General Pamela Bondi and FBI Director Kashyap Patel joined the discussion by speakerphone. Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan, in their reporting in the New York Times today, write, the vice president appeared panicked to others in the room about the way the subject of Epstein was already dividing the MAGA coalition. He was privately pressing for the administration to release all the Epstein files. Vance had also floated to colleagues an extraordinary PR gambit that the White House enlist Tucker Carlson to interview Epstein's longtime girlfriend and co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, in prison. It might help the president if Maxwell was willing to state that Trump had not been part of any wrongdoing with Epstein. Vance told the group that he believed all the files should be released as soon as possible. He argued that Congress was going to force the release of the Epstein files eventually. When the White House counsel, David Warrington, said Ghislaine Maxwell could be given a pardon or have her sentence reduced, there were objections, not because it was the wrong thing to do, but because it, quote, would create a huge PR problem. So we now have detailed description.
Now, let's be real clear. They don't give a fuck that a woman who was the only person, the only one that they can point to who was convicted in the trauma and the essaying of underage girls. They don't care about it being wrong to give a pardon. They just were concerned about the PR brouhaha that such a pardon would cause. The fact that they were letting out a woman who was complicit and found guilty of the things that were done to these children, they gave zero fucks about. And so why the big brouhaha in the brouhaha that they had in the room where uh, no electronics could be taken, where there was no fear of anybody being able to record what they were saying. The situation room, the war room. Why was this conversation taken there? Because this administration believes that your president is guilty of everything that is in this Epstein file. That's what that says to me. Now, what you may also be curious about, how is it? This is the juicy part. How is it that so many these types of meetings are run back to the press verbatim, telling you where every all of the individuals who were in the room in these conversations, who was sweating from their left temple, their right temple, uh, under their titty meat. Why is it always somebody who's running back to the press and giving them this verbatimly? Now they say Susie Wiles is the only one who can rein in this president. Susie Wiles is also leaving this presidency. I don't know. Let's continue. But let's be real clear. None of these people, all of these people are deplorable individuals, in my opinion. To try to protect the story coming out, or try to frame how the story should come out. And for JD Vance, well, maybe we can soften the touch and let Tucker Carlson, of course, Tucker Carlson would do whatever we tell him to do. And we can get Tucker Carlson to do a softball interview and have Tucker Carlson say all the bad stuff out loud and frame it in a way that Tucker frames it to let the public know that, hey, this is no big deal. I mean, what do they want from you, President Trump? This is what this woman is saying. Have Tucker Carlson of Fox News lies about the election being rigged to the tune of Fox News having to pay one of the largest settlements of his time. Tucker Carlson, the same one who held the water about the Dominion voting machines changing votes. Let's bring Tucker Carlson in. Everybody believes Tucker. JD Vance, you still want Tucker Carlson in now that Tucker Carlson is an outspoken critic of Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli policies? JD Vance, do you now want Tucker Carlson to have done that interview when in a straw poll, Tucker Carlson and one other person are beating you as a projected nominee, Republican nominee for the presidential race in 2028? They're beating you in double digits, JD Vance. Is that what you want, JD Vance? No, you only want what makes JD Vance comfortable and keeps JD Vance sitting at the seat of power. Why was JD Vance so interested in this being put out? Did JD Vance want this put out because he knew that this is the only way that 45-47 would not attempt to break the Constitution and try to run in 2028, sullying his chance to be the heir apparent of this disgusting administration, in my view? Is that why JD Vance said, "Oh, we got to"? He was so worried, and then he, hey, this may be my chance.
Of discussions in the White House that mirror what we suspected they were doing in the White House a year ago. We speculated on this program a year ago about exactly what they were doing there, about the possibility of Donald Trump wanting to pardon Ghislaine Maxwell in exchange for Ghislaine Maxwell saying she never saw Donald Trump do anything wrong. In that meeting, in the Situation Room, Todd Blanche came up with the idea of asking federal judges in Florida and New York to unseal grand jury testimony in the Epstein-related cases, which everyone agreed was a good idea, especially when Todd Blanche predicted that the judges would refuse to release the grand jury transcripts. The Times reports, if the courts refused to unseal them, as Blanche predicted, they could shift the blame for withholding the Epstein material away from the Trump administration and onto the judges, and all the better. If the judges had been appointed by Democratic presidents, Blanche's suggestion would make it appear that the White House wanted the materials released when it was almost certain not to happen. Todd Blanche's alternative to J.D. Vance's idea about having Tucker Carlson interview Ghislaine Maxwell was for Todd Blanche himself to interview Ghislaine Maxwell, which is exactly what Todd Blanche then did. There is a dramatic account in the book excerpt of the Deputy Director of the FBI, Dan Bongino, clashing with the Attorney General Bondi and White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles. Bongino showed up to a daily Justice Department meeting with the FBI staff and the Attorney General. He was in a volcanic mood. As soon as he entered the room, he erupted at Bondi, shouting at her, "You effed this thing up from the start." Bongino yelled, "The way you've been talking about this, that dumb effing charade with the Epstein files, the they're on my desk nonsense, all the promises to the folks out there." Patel and Bongino both subsequently told a White House official that Bondi needed to resign. 2 days later, on July 9th, the two men were summoned to a meeting with Wiles and Bondi in the Situation Room complex. They were the last to enter the small wood-paneled room. Seated around the table were Bondi, Wiles, Blanche, and Taylor Budowich, who one of Wiles' deputies. The moment Bongino sat down, Wiles told him that she had been informed he leaked a sensitive story about Epstein and Trump to ABC News. "I'll tell you what," Bongino replied, "I'll give you $100,000 cash right now. I'm not kidding. Walk out to West Exec, put that reporter on speaker, and get him to admit I leaked it. $100,000. Bongino's aggressive response to Wiles startled the others. She was the White House Chief of Staff, essentially a stand-in for the president. Wiles put Bongino on the spot. Going forward, she said, "We're all in. We're all going to agree to move forward. Are you in or not?" "No, I'm not," Bongino said. "This is not my plan. I'm not part of this going forward. Forget it. I'm out of here." He stormed out of the Situation Room, and he eventually resigned his position at the FBI. Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan report the relationships at the top of the Justice Department were by now beyond dysfunctional. At another July meeting in Wiles' office, Bongino and Patel told the chief of staff they suspected that Bondi had leaked negative stories about them. "Blondie effed this whole thing up," Bongino later told a confidant. "She was the one on TV saying over and over they had all this stuff. There was never anything. We were always clear about that. But now everyone thinks we did something wrong, and I gave up everything." Bongino complained that he had given up his high-rated show and millions of dollars, and now it's all disappeared because people think we screwed something up with Epstein. Bongino paused. This is going to be Donald Trump's Iran-Contra. The book includes Donald Trump's reaction to his supporters turning against him on the Epstein files. Trump told aides he was very unhappy with some of his most influential supporters, including Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, all of whom were publicly urging the administration to come clean. Kirk had held a Turning Point USA event the previous day that turned into an Epstein grievance fest, with one speaker after another bashing Bondi over her handling of the situation. Trump had called Kirk and scolded him. The book excerpt that appears in the New York Times ends this way. The Epstein crisis had exposed something that some of Trump's closest advisors spent months refusing to see. The president could break institutions, redirect the federal government against his enemies, and bring the world's richest men into the Oval Office bearing tribute, but he could not, it turned out, make Jeffrey Epstein disappear.
And thus we are at war. Thus we are at war with Iran.
We're back with more now on the president's claims that a deal to end the war with Iran could happen as soon as this weekend. An Iranian official telling MS Now that things are, quote, moving quickly, all as key national security surveillance powers are set to lapse on Capitol Hill. And joining us now is New Hampshire Democratic Senator Jeanne Shaheen, the ranking member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Senator, thanks so much for taking the time. President Trump, once again, is saying a deal with Iran is imminent, that coming hours after he had threatened more strikes and after days of uncertainty. An Iranian official telling us this morning things are moving quickly. Senator, do you believe a real agreement is actually close, or is this just more of that same merry-go-round of starts, stops, and shifting signals?
I love how free speech is misgendered as hate. Okay. See, love and hate is not a gender. So how could you misgender speech? I'm curious. A speech actually has no a sexual order. So how can you misgender speech, stupid? No. What is not, my feelings are not hurt. How could someone who says speech is being misgendered hurt my feelings? Because they come in here saying ignorant, stupid shit. Let's continue. Z Sarah, it is so good to see you. Hey, girl, hey. Let's get back into this.
Well, it's hard to know. Obviously, we've heard this from the president multiple times. But I think the real question is what would be the details that would be included in this deal? And so far from what we've heard, it doesn't address any of the goals that the president had laid out at the beginning of this war. So we have a more hardline regime in place in Tehran. It doesn't address proxies, groups like Hezbollah and Hamas that have been funded by Iran. It doesn't address, it's not clear how it would address their nuclear stockpile, and whether, from what's being reported, it would not be any better, in fact, probably worse than the deal that President Trump pulled the United States out of in his first term. So we really need to see what the details are.
Right, and the details are under discussion still, it appears, and Iran and the Trump administration are not aligning in what they're saying is in this agreement. So we are also working to find out what the details are. Meanwhile, FISA is set to expire in just hours. This provides the key surveillance authorities for the intel community that we've discussed. Democrats refusing to extend FISA in protest of Trump's pick for acting DNI, Bill Pulte. Senator, we're in the middle of the World Cup. There are multiple events tied to America's 250th anniversary, not to mention the war with Iran. How concerned are you about FISA powers not being in place?
Well, I do think we need to reauthorize FISA. I've been a supporter of that and supported the reforms to FISA in 2024. But it's hard to believe that FISA is and the law will be operated in a way that protects the privacy of American citizens when President Trump has put in place somebody who has a record of having been part of the retribution that the Trump administration—
A hack, Bill Pulte, a home developer, a whole hack that had access to things in the housing, in federal housing and loans. and had someone to go in and illegally hack the mortgage contracts of Adam Schiff, Letitia James, and Lisa Cook to try to pretend like there was some type of criminal issues in their mortgage applications. If he does this when he's over housing and try to get the attorney general of the Southern District of New York tried and convicted, this is who pushed that Letitia James had committed a housing fraud. This is why Pam Bimbo had this other airhead bimbo who was in Trump orbit. What was her name? Whatever that hoe's name was, had her filing of fake charges against Letitia James, Lisa Cook, two black women, successful black women who did not have to spend their time hanging around Mar-a-Lago in Trump pageants. You know, successful in their own right. So, Bill Pulte, who has no intelligence experience, is over the top person, not over just one, all of the United States intelligence agency. This is what he gets back. And do you want Bill Pulte, this man who did what he did in housing, to be able to have access to all of your fucking information that they are collecting under these FISA warrants that they get, where they can monitor any and everything about any and everybody? No, thank you. And the FISA, what I wanted to tell you about FISA, that the Pfizer did not, the extending of the FISA did not pass the Senate, and it was sent back to the House. And what did Mike Johnson do? Mike Johnson has suspended the House for 2 weeks, so they will not have to bring it back up for 2 weeks. Mike Johnson put it on the floor. Once again, Mike Johnson doesn't know what his party is going to do, and 19 Republicans refused to say that they were going to extend the Pfizer warrantless surveillance. So once again, Congress has been suspended for 2 weeks. Let that sink in. While they talk about waste, fraud, and abuse, no one is looking at these of the number of times that Mike Johnson have put your elected officials on these weeks-long vacations for absolutely no reason, because he's such a bitch that he can't do his job. Why is the rest of Congress put on vacation? Because he's such a bitch and he can't do his job. Are these congressional people in Congress, are they getting paid? Are you paying your tax dollars to have a representative go to Capitol Hill and do a job? Is this not waste, fraud, and abuse, but nobody's looking at that? How come people can't identify waste, fraud, and abuse when it's right in your face? The fuck going on? Does Mike Johnson and Lindsey Graham have Disneyland tickets or some shit where they want to blow bubbles up each other's ass with these little Disney wands? What the fuck going on? This shit is ridiculous. Anyway, this link is in my description box. What is this link in my description box under? What deal? The first thing that I showed you with Lawrence O'Donnell, where he talked in depth about what went on in the Situation Room. Now, Lawrence O'Donnell of MSNBC, I didn't listen to that whole thing, but I'm not pleased with how that went down, because
Reporters finally got a
Lawrence O'Donnell left some things out in that, and the things that Lawrence O'Donnell left out was about the content of the nipples that were being talked about. So let me see if I can find that for you. What specifically JD Vance thought would be okay? It had to do with the nipples. Let me see. Where is it? Where is it? A nipple cake. Here we go.
The Trump administration uses the Situation Room to go to war, with people demanding the release of the Epstein files. This is just another day. Tonight.
Now, remember, I talked to you about this a month or so ago about this one girl who said that she was with good friends, best friends with this one girl who she alleged had was hooked up on a date with your president, and who was underage. The girl was underage, and when she saw the girl the next morning, that her nipples were engorged and looked very painful, and they were all red and bruised because she asserted that your president has a thing about nipples that he plucks and sucks in them all the time. This is her account. And so this is what J.D. Vance and Susie Wiles were talking about in the Situation Room. That maybe we should go on and let this out. Lawrence O'Donnell, you disappointed me when you didn't give the actual details of what they were discussing in our Situation Room. What page of the future history books is our nipples, underage nipples of girls, going to be in our history books, since it's in the Situation Room of our government?
Shocking developments about high-level meetings that reportedly took place in the most secure space at the White House. I speak, of course, of the Situation Room, Washington, D.C.'s impenetrable fortress, America's most technologically advanced boardroom, used to plot our nation's riskiest strikes on the world's worst enemies: bin Laden, Soleimani, al-Zawahiri, and now information on a new diabolical villain strategically targeted by the globe's largest superpower.
On July 17th, 2025, about a year ago, a chunk of Trump's top officials, who you see listed on your screen, led by the vice president, filed into the White House Situation Room without the commander-in-chief, without President Trump. They were trying to figure out how to regain control over the growing ugly narrative that the Trump administration was, at the very least, complicit in a cover-up for the crimes of now dead pedophile Jeffrey Epstein and other predators in his orbit.
That's right. Remember this famous photo of Obama and his team during the bin Laden raid? Now imagine instead of watching that, they're all watching an attack on the Epstein survivors. It's a little bit different now, don't you think? Yes, apparently members of the Trump administration chose the room where it happens to strategize how they could make sure that when it comes to justice for the victims, absolutely nothing happens.
Vice President Vance reportedly told the group, this is a huge problem. And he argued that all the Epstein files should be released.
Oh, cool. It was only the person second in line to the presidency who was in that repulsive room. Awesome. Sorry, but I'm not biting on this idea that J.D. Vance was the voice of reason. And I believe Exhibit B proves my point.
The report says, quote, Vance had also floated to colleagues an extraordinary PR gambit that the White House enlists Tucker Carlson to interview Epstein's longtime girlfriend and co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, in prison.
Yeah, why stop at an interview? Since this administration already helped Maxwell move to a minimum security prison, why not give the ringleader of the world's worst sex trafficking ring her own podcast so she can do a few ad reads and make some extra coin while pushing the White House's narrative that Donald Trump is totally on the side of the victims? Okay, so besides conspiring to give Ghislaine her own lane to make the president look awesome, what else went on in this room?
Here's how some of the Situation Room debate went down, according to this Times report by Haberman and Swan. Quote, The vice president said he thought the president would be okay with releasing the nipple-related documents, arguing that Trump had been accused of worse. I think we should put it out, he said. It would cause people to say, we're going further than we need to. Trump White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles quickly responded that the president would not, in fact, be okay with it.
Now I think we can all see why these discussions needed to be held in such a secure location. You know, I'm pretty confident this debate won't be featured in the next edition of our American history textbooks. And to me, that's a damn shame, because we are depriving the next generation of knowing what it was truly like to be immersed in the highest levels of government during Donald Trump's presidency. It was then Vice President Vance who declared, I think he'd be fine with the nip stuff, to which Chief of Staff Wiles responded, are you fucking nuts? Nipples are more than just red bumps, they are red lines. Sure, ass stuff, maybe, and I could get behind a reasonable amount of vag material, but nips? Never. I'm sorry. You know what? While this strategy meeting to counteract the public's demand for the release of the Epstein files and justice for the victims is grotesque, it is one time in the summer. And can we really blame people for the choices they make during our nation's hottest months, during a season where people show what many would characterize as truly the worst side of themselves? I think not. No, let us forgive our nation's top officials for the mistakes they made, knowing that their future selves realized what a grave error they had made and refrain from making such a grotesque venue choice ever again.
Cut to August 13th, 2025, the Epstein scandal still raging. A similar Situation Room meeting is convened where the conversation turns to what allegations might be in those files about the president.
Okay, then. Hey, since you're all spending so much time in there, why not just turn the Situation Room into an extended stay hotel? Maybe throw a cute bar in the corner and do some late night karaoke. You know, songs like Creep by Radiohead, or The Monster by Rihanna, or Criminal by Britney Spears. Just picked a few of those at random. This is beyond disgusting. Instead of protecting the most vulnerable, this administration has decided they would rather protect the Epstein class, billionaires who witnessed or enabled or participated in the worst behavior anyone could conjure up in their minds. But I guess some people had trouble seeing it.
I'm glad to be here voluntarily to testify, to help with the committee's work.
He told Congress he, quote, did not fully understand the extent of Epstein's crimes.
That's right. The man who figured out how to revolutionize the world with personal computers and was a pioneer in helping to immunize billions of children and eradicate whole diseases just could not crack the code on what the deal was with all those teen masseuses. What a mystery. The reality is, while the Trump administration utilized the completely wrong space to have the world's most diabolical strategy meetings, there was definitely a situation going on in that room. And that situation is this. Donald Trump's minions used our nation's most secure venue inside the highest levels of government to prevent anyone from being held accountable for taking part in a multinational pedophile ring. It did not have to be this way. If the president and his administration were as committed to exposing the Epstein class as they are to silencing the people seeking justice, we would not be here. And frankly, they are doing everything right now to cover it up. And they're getting some help from members of their own party.
We are doing a substantive investigation. I would argue the most thorough investigation ever of Epstein, because the more evidence I see, the more people we interview, it's apparent the government did not do a good job investigating.
Now, James Comer wants you to believe that the government didn't do a good job. But the last chance he had to put Pam Bimbo under oath, he refused to put Pam Bimbo under oath. He refused to let you see Pam Bimbo, since she has been fired from this administration, testify on camera or under oath. And he thinks that he's going to do, the more that his country ass sees, the more he's going to do his investigation. You're investigating exactly how. You have not demanded that all of the Epstein files even be released. So how are you seeing so much more that makes you think that you're doing a better investigation than what the DOJ has done? Smoke and mirrors. Smoke and mirrors. Okay, so I'll go over and check out Brian Tyler Cohen. The link is in my description box under nipples. Under nipples, where it rightly needs to be. Now, You see that Todd Blanche? Let me see if there's a little bit more about Todd Blanche in here, because we need to move to Todd Blanche and his bullshit. Did you guys? Hold on. Did you guys understand that Todd Blanche and Mark Wayne Mullins did a press conference on yesterday? Let me see. I think there is a little bit more.
Epstein and Maxwell and their crimes.
I'm sorry, the most thorough investigation ever? If there was an evidence board in your office showing a connection between Jeffrey Epstein and the people in the highest levels of government trying to protect co-conspirators of a pedophile ring, you would only need about 6 inches of red yarn. It is not hyperbole to say that in the eyes of the White House, the 2 worst offenses one can commit right now is being Iran and demanding the release of the Epstein files. Because Donald Trump is hell-bent on annihilating both of those things. If you dared be a member of the Republican Party who showed an ounce of sympathy for the victims of the Epstein files and signed your name onto the petition which required the administration release all the files, which they still have not done, then you become persona non grata.
And now, Massey, he's the worst. I've watched stupid people like Marjorie Trader Green, or some people call her Taylor Green, some people call her Taylor Brown, because green sometimes turns to brown.
Congresswoman Nancy Mace is now responding after President Trump formally endorsed Pamela Abbott for South Carolina governor.
President Trump called you dumb. If one of my friends called me dumb, that would bother me. Did it bother you?
Well, I think it was low IQ.
He used the word dumb.
Did he use dumb?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that usually...
He said weak-minded and dumb.
Weak-minded, that's right.
Oh my God. I gotta say, it is a sad state of affairs when you getting caught giving a hand job to another person in a Broadway theater is not the most embarrassing thing that you've contended with in the last couple of years. The reality is 3 of the 4 people who pushed Trump on Epstein lost their jobs because of their actions. That was their fireable offense. But using the Situation Room to map out how to discredit those people, that's what endears you to this president. At every turn, this administration has put the lives and well-being of Epstein's co-conspirators over the lives of the women who suffered at the hands of those people. Donald Trump does not care about transparency. The files were never on Pam Bondi's desk. Todd Blanche is not seeking justice for anyone. So in the words of one of our nation's most morally bankrupt individuals,
this is a huge problem.
I couldn't agree more.
I'm gonna have to disagree. I'm really gonna have to disagree with Brian Tyler Cohen. Go over there. His link is in my description box. This is under nipples as well, because I do believe that Todd Blanche is sincerely concerned about abused children. I really believe that. Why do I really believe that? Because Todd Blanche really wants America to really believe that he is concerned about children and the SA of children. Did you guys see the press conference that Todd Blanche and Mike Wayne, what is his name? Mike Wayne Mullins did about the children? That's Mark Wayne Mullins. Did you hear them announcing criminal charges against people who did bad things to children on yesterday? Well, if you didn't, let's check it out.
All right. Good morning, everybody. I'm pleased to be joined this morning on the stage with our DHS Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen, Angie Salazar, who's the acting director of the Office of Refugee Resettlement at HHS, Tyson Duva from the Department of Justice Criminal Division, and our U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Ohio, David Tepfer. Also, John Condon, Acting Associate Director of HSI. So thanks everybody for being with us today. So for years, Open border policies threaten the security of our nation and put countless lives at risk. Under President Trump's leadership, the Department of Justice is working alongside HHS and DHS to secure the border and protect American communities. There's a lot of ways that we do this. It includes punishing those who exploited the system and smuggled unaccompanied children across the border during the prior administration. More than 475,000 unaccompanied children entered the United States during the Biden administration.
Okay, so we're about to talk about unaccompanied children who entered the United States. So you will be able to find this copy to this link if you want to peruse it for yourself under Trick Daddy Cares About the Children. Y'all know Trick Daddy cares about the children. So here is Trick Daddy Todd Blanche trying to let you believe that with the whole Epstein files that he is not releasing, that with none of the co-conspirators that are in the Epstein files are being further investigated or prosecuted. Trick Daddy Blanche want you to believe that he care about the children.
475,000. Over 300,000 cannot be accounted for at the end of 2024.
Thank you, Acer.
The way that this happened was typically because the criminals calling themselves sponsors trafficked these children to the border, usually committing fraud to do so. And oftentimes the children were abused, assaulted, and certainly exploited. In some cases, individuals would sponsor multiple children, which required them to lie to government personnel.
They were abused, assaulted. Now, is that not no? The thing that you also want to pay attention to, that these children who were trafficked by Epstein, these were also immigrants to our country. That I understand when all of the things that he says that these he's purporting about these alleged $450,000 children that came to our country under false pretense. I want you to think if you could say the same things about these people. He says some of them were SA trafficked. He also says that some of them were used to do illegal work. I want you to think if these little children who were brought over here to be models, is being a model, is that a job? Are they working? Were they getting work visas? Who was giving these quote unquote models from these foreign countries that came over here and had to lay with these old nasty ass disgusting filthy old men for money? Who was giving them their visas? Would it be Paulo Zampali, the same Paulo who accompanied your president on his presidential trip to China? The same Paulo Zampali who used to be in the modeling world with your president and Jeffrey Epstein's way back in the 90s? Would it be the same Paulo Zampali who went on the trip when your failed vice president tried to have those negotiation talks with Iran? Is that the same Paulo Zampali? Didn't Paulo say that it was his job to get these underage girls who came to America allegedly to be models? Wasn't his job to get them visas? So couldn't we be saying the same thing about these girls in the Epstein files as you listen to Blanche? I just want you to hear what this motherfucker is trying to say. But you notice he doesn't have the same care and concern about the Epstein girls. Let's continue.
personnel and on government forms, claiming they were close relatives when in fact they were not. They would use fake or stolen identities and make other false claims not to government personnel and on government so. And oftentimes the children were abused, assaulted, and certainly exploited. In some cases, individuals would sponsor multiple children, which required them to lie to government personnel and on government forms, claiming they were close relatives when in fact they were not. They would use fake or stolen identities and make other false claims during the application process in order to obtain custody of the children. I think I'm stating the obvious that when government fails to protect our borders, it is the most vulnerable who suffer. And this department and this administration has zero tolerance for unlawful activity and is committed to protecting children who suffered the consequences of open borders.
So you mean to tell me Paolo Zampoli told government visa officials that these young girls were coming over here to be models or to lay up with perverted old men for sexual activities? I'm curious. Is that what Paolo Zampoli said about these alleged models that he was bringing over to the United States? Todd Blanche, did you go through those immigration papers and those visas that were granted to these young girls? If there were any visas granted to these young girls, I'm very curious if these young girls, these underage girls who came to the United States under the watchful hand of a handler, people call pimps many different things. Some people call them your boyfriend. Some people call them daddy. Some people call them a pimp. Some people call them a hustler. Some people call them a model agent. Did you do your due diligence on this? That has been in the front of your purview ever since you have started at the DOJ, Todd Blanche. And I think it's like hundreds of girls that are in these Epstein files, Todd Blanche. Todd Blanche, now your administration is said that there have been over anywhere between 10 up to 20 and 30 million undocumented immigrants that have come to the United States under Biden. Now, Todd Blanche, you're sitting up here talking about over 450,000 children have come unaccompanied minors. Unaccompanied, kind of like those Epstein minors who came over here unaccompanied. These are unaccompanied minors that came over here that have been embroiled in this Epstein saga as well. But you want to talk about 450,000 children who came unaccompanied from Mexico. Not these European chicks who came over here under some alleged model contract. You don't want to talk about them. So let's talk about these 450,000 people. So Todd Blanche, you brought your ass out here. You and Mark Wayne Mullins brought your asses out here to talk about 450,000 children who have been abused in all of these horrible ways. So what was your whole point? Are you bringing some charges against people for these children? 450,000 children. All of this big setup about the number of children that came here and got abused under Biden. 450,000. It could be more. So are you announcing any charges against people who did all of these things that you are outlining right now against these 450,000 children? How many people are you announcing indictments on, Todd Blanche? 450,000 children. Surely, you must be announcing a large number, a whole cartel that is about to be taken down. How many people is Todd Blanche going to say that he is indicting? Let's guess in the chat and let's listen.
Today we are announcing the indictments of 3 individuals. Maritza.
3 individuals. He all of that big set of pomp and circumstances. When he has investment in investigation material that has named 10 co-conspirators in the Epstein files, but has he announced any indictment of these co-conspirators? But he's sitting out here talking about three people out of who allegedly was in on the abuse of over 400,000 undocumented children that came to the United States. 3 people. But none of the 10 people who were named by investigators as co-conspirators in the Epstein files. Let's continue.
Kawik Koch, her brother, and is committed to protecting children who suffered the consequences of open borders. Today, we are announcing the indictments of 3 individuals: Maritza Kawik Koch, her brother, Carlos Agustin Kawik Koch, and Gladys Marina Call Chen. This was out of the Northern District of Ohio. All 3 are illegal aliens from Guatemala who allegedly took part in a wide-ranging conspiracy to smuggle more than a dozen children into the United States by scamming the system and exploiting the loopholes created by the last administration. This is one example, one indictment, but it is not unique. There are over 15,500 super sponsor cases that we have identified along with DHS. And again, these super sponsor cases.
Super sponsor cases where someone would sponsor more than 2 or 3 children. You have 15,000 cases that you have figured out that these are just super sponsors, but you announced 3 indictments. Wouldn't Paolo Zampoli be a super sponsor of all of those complainants in the Epstein files? Didn't they get over here via Paolo Zampoli? Is that what you mean by super sponsor? Or is that what you mean by an American diplomat that is flying all across the world under the guise of being some special envoy to the President of the United States? I'm curious, Todd Blanche. You can't figure this out, Todd Blanche? Oh, okay. Oh, we're trying to get the attention off of the Epstein cases. We can't see how ironic and ignorant that you decided to call a press conference and blame people who are doing that you want to purport are doing the same things that you ignore that has been done in these Epstein files, that you are breaking the law and not releasing all of the files. Do you understand that your president is a 34-time convicted felon? And do you see this man on your screen, Todd Blanche? Todd Blanche was your president's personal attorney when your president was convicted of these felonies. And this numbnut has been nominated to be the top lawyer in the country. A whole fucking loser that doesn't see how stupid it was for him to come out yesterday and try to get you all riled up about 3 people. About 3 people who he is purporting who has done the same thing that he's trying to cover up in the Epstein file. This is what tripped me out about this whole thing. I'm not going to say much more. I'm going to let it play for itself.
Cases are when somebody sponsors more than 3 children, unrelated, and they're unaccompanied minors that come in the United States. I also want to announce today from the same district in Ohio, the Northern District, the sentencing of another criminal illegal alien who was convicted, also from Guatemala. He was a 27-year-old man who came to the United States, smuggled in a 14-year-old child.
From the same district of Ohio. He's now he wants to talk about the same district, Ohio. Do you really want to talk about Ohio, Todd Blanche? Do you want to talk about the named co-conspirator in the Epstein file who is from Ohio, Todd Blanche? Do you want to talk about Lex, what is that? Lex Wexner of the Victoria Secret Abercrombie and Finch franchise, the Lex Wexner of the I am going to turn Ohio into the largest data center state in the United States. I'm out of fashion and I am into data center. Lex Wexner. The same, are you going to talk about Lex Wexner, who was questioned by Congress? But this old Lex Wexner did not even have to go to Washington, D.C. Congress had to go to Ohio to question him, and he refused to be questioned on camera wherever they questioned him at in his home state. Do you want to talk about the fact that the Republicans act as if they give a fuck about children, and not one Republican congressperson went to Ohio and had zero questions for a named co-conspirator, Lex Wexner? Do you really want to talk about that? Is that what you want to talk about? You want to talk about someone in Ohio? He was 27 years old. When you have a name Lex Wexner in Ohio and nothing is happening to him, Congress can't even be bothered to question him, knowing the fact that he is a named co-conspirator in the Epstein files. Oh, but we're supposed to be paying attention to this. Really? Really, bitch?
Alien who was convicted, also from Guatemala. He was a 27-year-old man who came to the United States, smuggled in a 14-year-old child by submitting false paperwork and lying on the forms, claiming to be her brother, proceeded to sexually assault this young woman. And these two cases, while only two, help explain how what was going on is really the stuff of nightmares. Now, these charges brought by the Department of Justice show the important partnership between HHS and DHS and with the Department of Justice. All of us are going after those who illegally brought children to this country. And again, these are dangerous and lonely paths from wherever they're coming into the United States, and many of them have had heinous crimes committed against them. So leading and supporting the Department of Justice's nationwide effort against UAC-related crimes is Joint Task Force Alpha. The task force is a highly successful partnership between the Department of Justice and the Department of Homeland Security. And obviously we use investigative support from the FBI and other agencies, including HHS and their Office of Inspector General. Their Joint Task Force Alpha's mission is to dismantle human smuggling and human trafficking rings throughout the Americas. So this is as is obvious from the numbers, this is a vast problem, but it's something that we're extraordinarily focused on and will remain focused on until it's completely fixed, addressed, and remedied. Some other things that the Department of Justice is doing to combat human trafficking. We have directed every U.S. Attorney's Office that they must pursue all viable charges related to UAC sponsor fraud, all available immigration violations, and any other crimes involving unaccompanied minors, such as labor or sex trafficking, aggravated identity theft, or alien smuggling. Every U.S. Attorney's Office in this country has a designated UAC coordinator, which helps streamline communication with law enforcement agencies and facilitate the prosecution of defendants involved in trafficking UACs. The criminal division is led by Tyson Duva, who's with me on stage. The criminal division works closely with U.S. Attorney's offices and Joint Task Force Alpha to make sure that all the resources are brought to bear on the most egregious and important cases in this space. We will not accept half measures when it comes to securing the border, protecting American lives, and saving children from exploitation. In this administration, as President Trump says almost every day, because it's true, the border will be secure, innocent children will be protected, and sponsors should be properly vetted, and those who seek to commit crimes by way of our borders will face justice. So again, I thank everybody for being here this morning. I would like to ask Secretary Mullen to come and say a few words now. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. And first of all, I want to thank the Trump administration and President Trump's leadership in going after the worst of the worst. You know, I tell people that I haven't quit smiling since I've been Secretary of Department of Homeland Security, but I have to take that back, because when we start digging into these cases, and you start hearing the absolute horrific things that took place underneath the Biden administration, under true neglect at best and criminal at worst, to allow 450,000 kids to go missing throughout this country. President Trump has made it a point to go find these kids. And because of our partnership with HHS and DOJ, Department of Homeland Security, truly using the best of the best, which the Democrats sometimes want to demonize, because a lot of times this is ICE, this is HSI, this is CBP. These individuals that the Democrats seem to want to defund, but because of President Trump, we finally funded them for 3 years. We're able to push and go find these kids. We found 146,000 kids so far. 146,000 kids. We still have nearly 300,000 missing. We're investigating reports to where some of these kids claim that they were raped 600 to 700 times. I don't care who you are.
Okay, Mark Wayne Mullins, the Can't Count chair of DHS. We found over 146,000 of these children, and we have almost 300,000 that need to be found. How do you have almost 300,000 that need to be found? You said there were 450 undocumented immigrant children here. You said that you found 146,000 of these children. So 146 take away 150, that leaves over 300,000. That leaves 300,004 children that you still must find, Mark Wayne Mullins. Not almost 300,000. Do you think that this is pure bullshit by someone who doesn't even take the time to do the simple math that says that thanks to Donald Trump, they have financed DHS for the next 3 years when that agreement just went in the day before. Now all of a sudden they have found 146,000 people because we understand that the government was shut down because Congress did not want to finance DHS and ICE. Are we clear on that? But he said just because of Trump errors and because of Trump policies, they have financed DHS for 3 years. The 3 years of the $70 billion that just passed the Congress, and then and because of that, we have found over 146,000 people. Are you listening to the bullshit that these people decided to sit up and do a press conference about? They don't even take the time out to assure up what they're telling you. So surely these people are not doing any type of thorough or complete investigation into anything that they're saying. They don't even bother anymore. And the reason why they don't bother anymore, we're going to get to the non-questions that the press asks them. No one in this press who wants to continue to have access to this line administration has the wherewithal to see that this is a bunch of bullshit. Because if you care so much about children, you would care about all children. No, you care about your narrative of saying that people who came here undocumented from the southern borders, they're all criminals. That's the only thing you're trying to get out. They're all criminals. And these poor children, I tell you. You're using children as a prop for your fucking racism and lies. That's what's going on right here.
I don't care if you have kids, if you don't have kids. I don't care if you're a liberal, you're independent, you're a Democrat, you're a Republican. If you can't stand for law enforcement to go find these kids, who are you? Who are you? Every leader should understand what's going on. And do you know where we're finding the most of them? Sanctuary cities. Because they know they're safe. That's why they're called sanctuary cities. Because of President Trump's leadership, we're going into those sanctuary cities. We have mayors like Mandami in New York who want to say you're not welcome. As a mayor, he knows what's happening on the streets. He knows who he's harboring, and at this point in abating. By saying that we can't go operate, we're going to. We're going to go find the worst of the worst. We're going to rescue as many kids as we possibly can. We're going to enforce our nation's laws, and we're going to right the wrongs that the Biden administration turned a blind eye to. It's because of President Trump's leadership. It's horrific to what's happening right in our own country because of 4 years of a blind eye that allowed unvetted sponsors to come pick up 450,000 kids on our borders, knowing their reports, while the Biden administration was in office, their own reports was reporting that over a third of the females, regardless of age, was sexually assaulted before they made it to their border. They knew it was human traffickers that were trafficking these young kids to the border, and then they were unvetting or refusing to vet the so-called sponsors, and there was zero wellness checks. And they want to claim that Republicans, because we're enforcing the laws, is inhumane somehow? What's inhumane about taking care of our kids? As a father of 6 with 3 young girls, I will do whatever I have to do. I will move heaven and hell to go find these kids. And guess what? The same individuals that the Democrats want to demonize every single day, which is our law enforcement, is out there doing that job. And I am proud as I can possibly be to sit here as secretary to say, because of our relationship with DOJ, with HHS, and this administration, we're going to find you. And those that preyed on these young kids, we're going to bring you to justice. We're going to charge you. And we're going to work side by side with Todd Blanche and DOJ to make sure you pay for your crimes. So I want to thank President Trump. I want to thank Secretary Kennedy. I want to thank Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche for helping us fight against the worst of the worst and bringing them to justice.
Thank you very much, Secretary Mullen. Angie, you want to come say words?
Good morning. Thank you. I'm Angie Salazar. I'm the Acting Director of Office of Refugee Resettlement. Today's announcement confirms what we already knew, that during the Biden era, human smuggling networks exploited the immigration system and open border policies to profit and further their criminal enterprise at the expense of vulnerable children. You've heard the scale of the problem, over 450,000. I just want to emphasize, those children were all referred to ORR. That is an average of more than 300 children per day for 4 years. By law, ORR is responsible for the care and placement of unaccompanied children. In principle, that responsibility should mirror the standards of the American foster care system, which demands rigorous background checks, vetting of caregivers, financial stability verification, and home visits before a child is turned over. Instead, these children were released to adults who were rarely seen in person. They were sent to addresses that were not visited or verified, the children were shuffled by contractors through airports and delivered to unvetted sponsors.
Now, isn't it peculiar how Epstein's personal assistants and along with Bill Gates was questioned about the Epstein situation. And as you saw, Bill Gates proclaimed, oh, I just never even put that together, that could be going down on Epstein's island. And Epstein's personal assistant said that, well, hey, I didn't have any contact. I did schedule the massage appointments, but I was on the phone for 2 or 3 seconds, and I worked for him for 18 years. But I had no, I was never around anybody. I thought they were. I couldn't tell that these were girls. For over 18 years, me setting up his daily massages, me as his personal assistant, knowing that I'm calling the same person maybe over and over many times a week. I never was personable with these people. No, it was just 8 o'clock is good for you. Okay, bye. He needs you at 7. Okay, bye. I had no regular human contact with people who I'm scheduling an appointment with this elite rich man. No, I just spoke days and times. He needs you here Wednesday at 7. Be here. No, I don't know anything about these people. So are we to believe now? They're telling you that these are poor children from I trust and believe. I am not trying to justify any trafficking of children from anywhere. But what I am also trying to let you believe that what they have put out about the Epstein girls, the only thing that they have put out about this is that they would be paid some money, and the money was never given to the girls. It was always given to Epstein. Now, what I want to ask you is, do you not think that Jeffrey Epstein was not profiting off of the sales of pleasure to these old, funky, disgusting billionaires? Do you think that whatever he gave these billionaires were giving Epstein's to hand over to these girls? Do you not think that Epstein was actually accepting the fee for the use of these young bodies, and whatever the girls were getting was a tip? They try to put it out here like these billionaires were paying the girls via Epstein. These girls were getting paid. These girls were probably receiving some type of a tip, but they definitely were not being paid. Ocean what? Exactly. I mean, thank you. Why do we even have to go here? I'm not going to comment on dumb stuff. Every country should have their secure borders, but the secureness in their border should not be that they only accept white people in their borders. And so we're not going to play this game. We see exactly what it is for what it is. Period. As few as possible. That's how many they provide. As few as possible. Okay, so let's hear the rest of this dumb shit.
In 2024, the DHS Office of Inspector General reported that nearly 300,000 of those children could not be accounted for. We continue to hear claims that this was merely a paperwork issue. It was not. When the government lacks reliable contact information or an effective means of tracking children, that is a child welfare failure. ORR suspects that over 40 unaccompanied children are linked to this organization via aliases, documents, or addresses. And this is exactly why ORR reforms are necessary. Under the strong leadership of Secretary Kennedy and President Trump, ORR has reviewed our data and identified over 81,000 addresses that were used repeatedly to take children. Over 76,000 instances where mandatory safety checks were missing. Over 97,000 cases that lacked background checks. And instances where fingerprint and DNA and human trafficking risks were either not required, ineffective, or applied in an inconsistent manner. The Trump administration has taken immediate action to find these children and close the loopholes. You've heard to date, we've located with Department of Justice and DHS approximately 146,000. Some have been located that were sexually assaulted, others deceased, and some committing heinous crimes. So what has changed? Today, ORR requires valid identity documents, fingerprint background checks. We identify repeat sponsors. We require DNA testing when family relationship is claimed. We also verify income, and we most importantly, we physically verify the homes, the addresses, and we meet with sponsors in person. And for the first time, ORR is in lockstep with our law enforcement partners to identify bad actors and protect children. We are prioritizing child safety over placement speed and modernizing our systems to strengthen oversight and accountability. Every child referred to ORR's custody deserves protection. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Attorney General Blanche and Secretary Mullen and Acting Director Salazar. I'm Tyson Duva, Assistant Attorney General, and I run the Criminal Division. The Criminal Division is at the forefront of some of the department's most important initiatives, including going after people who abuse and exploit our most vulnerable, our children who arrive at our borders alone. In the Northern District of Ohio, which is under the leadership of United States Attorney David Tepper, our offices are partnering together to announce the charges that Acting Attorney General Blanche described against.
I didn't know that Ohio was a border city, but a border state or town or anything.
Three Guatemala nationals and the sentencing of the fourth, all living in this country illegally and all tied to smuggling of unaccompanied alien children into the United States. And I'm going to talk about those cases a little more specifically. Maritza Koek was arrested in Ohio for leading an alien smuggling network and submitting multiple fraudulent sponsorship applications.
P.S. That is my point. That is my point. Everything that they say that they are doing here, they are refusing to do to the Epstein file, people who are in the Epstein files. All of the documentation that they are saying that they don't have, and all of the essaying of these girls are the same things that are in the Epstein files. But they don't want to talk about the Epstein files, but they want you to believe that they like trick daddies. Todd Blanche care about the children. They want you to believe that Todd Blanche cares about the children. Okay, let's continue. If you write dumb shit in my chat, you may just be banned.
Applications for unaccompanied alien children. Maritza's brother, Carlos Koek, was also indicted for his role in that conspiracy for smuggling, including for one of the children that Maritza helped smuggle into the United States. Another, Gladys Marina Colchen, who was herself fraudulently sponsored and smuggled into the country as an unaccompanied child, now as an adult is charged with doing the same thing. We also secured a prison sentence yesterday for Juan TLG, who lied to obtain custody of a 14-year-old girl and then sexually assaulted her. He will serve a total of 10 years in prison based on his state and federal convictions. These cases tell a story. First, about the crimes that people commit to come to the United States illegally, the dangers and risks associated with that often long journey, including tragic consequences of vulnerable children being subjected to smugglers who exploit them, often sexually and physically. And second, how criminals use a child protection program to commit fraud. In the Maritza Coet case between December 2020 and October 2023, Maritza submitted sponsorship applications using others' identities, falsely claiming them to be children of close relatives to obtain custody of them. She used other people's birth certificates, Guatemalan consular ID cards to deceive ORR, even submitting photographs of herself holding someone else's ID. Several of those applications were successful, causing the ORR to release children to her care. This was a business. Payments were deposited into her and her co-conspirators' bank accounts. 2 weeks ago, agents searched Maritza's residence in Cleveland, Ohio, and found Maritza and 8 other adults and 4 minor children living there. Nearly all the adults were illegal aliens. 4 had themselves been unaccompanied children. This case highlights the fraud and abuse perpetrated by illegal aliens and exposes how this government program was manipulated to bring children to the United States and deliver them to unvetted people. Juan TLG is a separate case. He was sentenced yesterday, and those convictions stem.
Honestly, it doesn't sound like it. Honestly, it sounds like you don't care about the children when they are white. You sound racist, old B. How old am I? Exactly how old am I? Am I supposed to care about white children? Do white people care about black children? I mean, what is your point? How does it sounds like I don't care about white children when the children that I am talking about the most that are not being protected are in the Epstein files are white children? So explain to me exactly your point, silly bitch. Silly old bitch. Explain to me your point, how it appears that I don't care about white children. Do you think that these billionaires were essaying non-white children in these Epstein files? Are those not white children? That I am telling you that this administration is trying to hide and trying to whitewash and trying to get you to forget their fate. And no, bitch, it sounds like you don't care about white children. Honestly. Do I have a bad YouTube channel? Do I have a bad YouTube channel? If that is the fact, no one's holding you here. No one's holding you here, sweetheart. Have a nice life. Hit the like button on your way out. How about that? No one's holding you here. No one is demanding that you be here. What is your YouTube channels? Can I go to your YouTube channel and find out what a good YouTube channel is? I'm sure you don't have one.
Making false statements, and aggravated identity theft. Cool. Juan TLG is a separate case. He was sentenced yesterday, and those convictions stem from alien smuggling, making false statements, and aggravated identity theft. In September 2023, G arranged for a coyote to have a Guatemalan family's 14-year-old girl illegally enter the United States. He submitted a sponsorship application and lied that the girl was his sister. He was entrusted with her care and sexually assaulted her multiple times. G told her the sex was repayment for bringing her to the United States, 14 years old. For Z's state and federal convictions, he will spend the next 10 years in prison. Since day one of this administration, Joint Task Force Alpha, led by the Criminal Division's Human Rights and Special Prosecutions Section, has stepped up to the challenge and quickly assembled a team of prosecutors to work with ORR and HSI and other investigative partners in this area. The cases announced today are just a snapshot of the important work, and there are others. In Louisiana, we convicted an illegal alien from Guatemala who submitted a fraudulent sponsorship application, falsely claiming the child was his brother. In Georgia, we indicted 2 illegal aliens from Honduras who targeted a child online, lured her to the United States, and filed a fraudulent sponsorship application to gain custody of her. In Kansas, we indicted another illegal alien from Honduras and a Kansas woman for fraudulently seeking to obtain custody of a UAC. The charges and sentence announced today are the work of law enforcement cooperation, HHS, OIG, HSI, FBI, and our partners at HHS ORR. I would like to again recognize U.S. Attorney David Tepper for his leadership and excellent partnership on these cases charged in this district, and the prosecutors and agents on the line who handled the cases, did the complaints, brought them to grand jury, and handled the sentencings. There is much to be done, and under the leadership of Acting Attorney General Blanche and Secretary Mullen, we will do the work. Thank you.
Thanks, Tyson. Okay, so we'll take a couple questions on what we're here for today. Go ahead.
So I have an on-topic and an off-topic. The on-topic is, first of all, is this problem still widespread? Has it been completely stopped? Secondly, you said you located 146,000 of them, and 300,000 are still out there. What's their fate? Are they being deported, or are they being allowed to stay in the country?
So let me, I don't know, you want to address the first question, and then I can handle the next one.
So on the 146,000 we found with their sponsors, though some of them were just wellness checks that we went through that were maybe not vetted correctly, but the child was okay. The person was in the country legally. We were able to check that off. The other ones were criminal. So those.
Okay. Are you paying attention to what he said? He said of the 146,000, a lot of these were just typo errors. Things went on wrong, but there was nothing illegal there. But of the rest of these, they were criminal. Now, I'm not clear on what you're saying. Are you saying all? It sounds like he's saying all 146,000 that he wanted to add into a number that reached up to 450,000. The 146,000 seems like, these were welfare checks. He asked, have they been deported, or were they going to be deported? Because the overreaching point of it that these are illegal, unaccompanied minors who illegally came into our country. And they asked you, have they been deported? But now all of a sudden the story has changed. Well, they didn't do a horrible job. It may not have been classified correctly. But basically these were welfare checks. But can you do this thing that people in the press want you to do? Answer the question that is asked of you. No, you can't do that. But all of the rest of them, these are criminal cases. What the 300,000 that you have not found, but you have not even found these other cases. But the other cases, they're all criminal cases. How would you know that if you have not found these children? How come these children can't be more of the people who were here properly, who were claimed properly by their relatives or designated sponsors, and they were just mishandled? And once you see them and contact them and their sponsors, that you will find out that was just a welfare check and a wellness check, and they found out to be on the same kilter of what you said. This first 146,000 people you have contacted, but we know that you have not contacted over 300,000 people, and you just automatically say that these are criminal cases. Do you see what your government is doing here? But because they know that the Trump voters are dumb people, so they don't have to do much more than this. What's the question?
Let me, you want to address the first question, and then I can handle the next one.
So on the 146,000 we found with their sponsors, though some of them were just wellness checks that we went through that were maybe not vetted correctly, but the child was okay. The person was in the country legally. we were able to check that off. The other ones were criminal. So those that were exporting the children were charging. DOJ is helping with that. Some were in labor trafficking rings. Some were in sex trafficking rings. Some we couldn't maybe prove that either the child was being utilized in that way because the child was refusing to speak. We have either found legal sponsors for the child and then have gone through the process of deporting the individuals. The vast majority of the 146 were obtained illegally, the vast majority. And so charges are still moving forward with those. We can't, I'm not able to release the exact number of the individuals that were the children that were being exported and trafficked. As the gentleman spoke right before me, some of the individuals now that were brought over children are now adults. The ones that are here are adults. We're working on the process of sending them back.
So they were brought over here and trafficked over here illegally, and now now they are adults, and you're sending them back. So some of the people of the 146,000, they were here correctly, and other you can't tell because the children won't talk. Do the children necessarily have to talk for you to do an investigation to success? I thought it was based upon fake paperwork and that you were going to be doing DNA analysis to determine if there is some familiar DNA. If the claim is this is a relative of the sponsor. What about all of that? Some of them are just undetermined. Let's continue.
And so this is widespread, and then I have a second question. Still widespread.
Go ahead.
Is this still a widespread problem at the border? And then I have a second off topic.
Whether it's, well, I mean, it's not widespread. I mean, I think it's pretty, I don't think there's any dispute. The borders have been closed to folks that are not allowed in, and it's been that way for over a year. But yes, we are still dealing with a crisis in this country from what happened for 4 years. And one of the reasons why we wanted to have you all here today is to remind folks of the crisis that was created that we are still dealing with. When you talk about numbers and you say 450,000, all right, and then you say 300,000 are still unaccompanied, are still unaccounted for, at least partially. And then when you look at the great work we've done in a year, 100,000+, that's all great, but there's still a tremendous amount of work left to do. I mean, that's, and will we be finished in a year? No. I mean, this was a problem that was created for a long time. It's hard to find. I mean, what Acting Director Salazar talked about is true. Like you have all the over 81,000 addresses in this country had multiple unaccompanied minors associated with those addresses. And that's the crisis we're dealing with.
And on the UFC fight.
I'm not going to talk about the UFC fight. We're just here to talk about this.
If he does order that it be blocked?
I'm not going to talk about the UFC fight. We're here just to talk about why we're here today. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just a clarifying question on that. Why would children not be eligible for U or T visas, even if they've aged out? And second, if I can, are there still efforts to expand child and family detention for processing these people or these migrant children?
Who wants to answer the first question? You answer the first question. Go ahead.
Yes, if we identify that they're victims of crime, which is what the 26 crimes
people or these migrant children.
Who wants to answer the first question? You answer the first question. Go ahead.
Yes, if we identify that they're victims of crime, which is what the 26 crimes under the U visa or human trafficking, right, held against their will for commercial sex or forced labor, they will still be eligible, of course.
So those people aren't being, or those children, or if they've aged out, they're not being deported.
Even if they've aged out, if you're like the laws here, if you are a victim of those crimes and law.
You notice how she just gave a different answer than Mark Wayne Mullins gave. He said that they're all being deported. The ones that they can't find that they have the proper sponsor. That the one like the man before me said she has aged out and they are being deported. Mark Wayne Mullins, the head of the Department of Homeland Security, he said these children who were abused, who came here, uh, un, unaccompanied minors, that they are all being deported. That's what he said. Did you hear him say that? Let's see.
Number of the individuals that were being, the children that were being exported and trafficked. As the gentleman spoke right before me, some of the individuals now that were brought over children are now adults. The ones that are here are adults. We're working on the process of sending them back.
And so it's widespread, and then I have a second question.
So Jay is helping with that. Some were in labor trafficking rings, some were in sex trafficking rings. Some we couldn't maybe prove that either the child was being utilized in that way because the child was refusing to speak. We have either found legal sponsors for the child and then have gone through the process of deporting the individuals. The vast majority of the
Yes, if we identify that they're victims of crime, which is what the 26 crimes under the U visa, or human trafficking, right, held against their will for commercial sex or forced labor, they will still be eligible, of course.
People aren't being, or those children, or if they've aged out, they're not being deported.
Even if they've aged out, if you're like the laws here, if you're a victim of those crimes and law enforcement certifies them as such, then they're entitled to those.
Other questions?
Oh, sorry, and the second on detention.
Yeah, what's the second one?
Are there still efforts to expand child and family detention?
To expand child and family detention? I don't know if that's Mark.
So we only have one family detention center right now. It's in Texas because of President Trump's secure border, and we have zero coming into the country legally at this point. The detention center is not even close to being at capacity. So we're those that are being held there. We're looking for replacements and trying to get them back to the country where they came from and enter the country legally from.
On zero people crossing the border, the SAVER program run by counties in Arizona through California, they are saying that they're still seeing unapprehended crossers. The apprehension rate is 33% there, so people are still crossing the border.
So when we start talking about the zero entries, there's no one that we are apprehending that we're allowing into the country. I'm sure there are some gotaways because we're still building the wall to secure the border, but that number is extremely small. We went from having tens of thousands a week, sometimes in a day, to single-digit numbers, but we aren't able to see that. That's why we're building the wall. That's why President Trump has made it a priority to get the wall built from the Pacific to the Gulf of America. We will have the primary wall completed probably this time next year, and we'll just have very small corridors for individuals that's going to be trying to enter the country legally, where we can allow them to enter if they truly have a claim or have the right paperwork in place. But we are allowing no individuals to claim asylum to come into this country unless they can truly prove by legal statute what they have to require, not because they say the correct things on a handwritten card, but prove that they have an asylum need.
Thank you, Secretary Mullen. Thank you very much. Question for the Attorney General and question for Secretary Mullen. Attorney General, I heard Secretary Mullen call this.
Did y'all know that we were still building the wall? I had no idea that we were still building the wall until this time when I heard this. Mark Wayne Mullins said we are still building the wall. Did y'all know that?
True neglect at best. I'm wondering, what is the evidence that government officials knowingly participated? In other words, are you alleging that the previous administration knowingly approved sponsor placements despite knowing there was evidence of fraud? Or are you alleging failures in screening and oversight? And can you just talk about the evidence that might support that distinction and be specific about how it applies to a certain number of cases?
So I don't think it can be disputed that the last administration knew this was happening. I mean, putting aside the public reporting about it at the time for many years during the Biden administration, we didn't go and hire forensic accountants or rock star federal agents to find out the data we're showing you. It's data that the government had and that government possessed. And so there were individuals occupying positions of leadership in this country that knew this was happening and and this is what Secretary Mullen was talking about, either didn't care, encouraged it, or a little bit of both. I don't think that can be disputed. I don't think you're going to get DHS officials from the last administration telling you, oh my gosh, we're shocked. Wait, you're telling me there were hundreds of thousands of unaccompanied minors? Oh my God, I had no idea. That's not true. Of course I knew. And so I don't, and when you talk about the outrage that is hopefully coming through from what Secretary Mullen said and what I'm saying now, it should be outrage amongst everybody that this happened. And it did happen. And so whether somebody closed their eyes to it and whether somebody just, was negligent, or whether it was something much more intentional and part of a policy that was in place to literally just have open borders, including unaccompanied children who were being abused and trafficked. That's not for me to answer, but I will tell you that this is not something that we had to dig far and deep to uncover. I mean, we've been talking about it since January 20th, and we'll continue talking about it. But yeah, so I don't look. I'm not indicting indicting the past leadership right here on this podium, but you also cannot ignore what was an incredible dereliction of duty at best.
It was encouraged, though, is quite a charge. I mean, what evidence do you have of that?
What evidence of what?
To say that it was encouraged, this behavior is quite a charge.
Well, you can insert whatever word you want. I said encourage. If you know there's a problem and you're in a position of leadership to stop it and you don't stop it, what word should I use? I mean, I use the word encouraged. If it isn't as if this was a single day problem. You have a situation that happened over a number of years. They knew it was happening. It was brought to their attention it was happening, and they didn't do anything to stop it. As a matter of fact, when you look at the end of 2024, and there were 300,000, like you just.
But you're not indicting the Biden administration, as every other word that came out of your mouths have been about the Biden administration. So you can sit up here and propagate this lie about undocumented children that came in from South America, from Venezuela, for example. As you ignore these white girls who are brought in from European countries by a whole Trump appointee who travels with J.D. Vance's family, Trump and his family, Paulo Zampoli, the 1990s model manager. Who worked with Trump when Trump had his little modeling agency, when Jeffrey Epstein had his modeling agency, Paulo Zampoli, who was responsible for procuring the visas for these underage girls to come to the United States and do what, quote unquote, work as models in the United States. We are talking about unaccompanied minors, and we're talking about their status. We're talking about their immigration status. But Todd Blanche wants to talk about all of this and all of what he's talking about in these people who have come to America unaccompanied minors that have come to America. The same can be said about these unaccompanied minors that came to America to be unfortunately SA'd by old rich men. And Todd Blanche is not releasing those files where all of this information. Todd Blanche came out here and let you know that he has procured some 3 indictments on 3 individuals on cases that involved over 450,000 unaccompanied minors, where there are 15,000 cases that he is reporting of people going to sponsors that have absolutely nothing to do with these children. But Todd Blanche felt that it was important enough to come out here and pretend like he cares so much for these children that he has procured 3 indictments. 3 on 3 people. 3 people. However, right in the Epstein files, there already been investigated by your own government, by your own FBI. There are a list of 10 co-conspirators in the Epstein files, but Todd Blanche either always recruits the names of these co-conspirators, or he outright refuses to release the Epstein files in its entirety. He is refusing to do what the law has required him to do. Release all Epstein files, videos, papers, information, whatever you have on the Epstein file, and you only have the right to redact things that will be identifiers of the victims. Todd Blanche has made sure that these co-conspirators, and he's talking about all of this shit that's going on in Ohio, and these people that they are indicting in Ohio, but he has absolutely nothing to say about Lex Wexner, this billionaire in Ohio who also is where Jeffrey Epstein flew into when he was going to jail, his first round of jail. He flew in from Lex Wexner house because it was stated that the mini mansion that Epstein lived in Ohio, of all places, was Lex Wexner's guest house, a mini mansion. You know, the Lex Wexner who was over Victoria's Secret again in Abercrombie and Finch, and I do quite a few. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Bed Bath and Beyond, a whole lot of these chain retail outlets. You know, the Lex Wexner who sold all of that, and he is now into AI facilities in Ohio, bought up whole towns in Ohio. We have talked about Lex Wexner, how you bought up not just raggedy, what you would think about a Midwest Ohio raggedy ass home. No, he bought up contemporary mansions in Ohio, only to strip them and tear them down for parts. Strip them for parts and tear them down to build data centers. Because that's where Lex Wexner understands that his newfound wealth will now be coming from. Lex Wexner has moved on this AI and this data center stuff, and he wants to make Ohio a great place for these other billionaires to come and build their data centers. But you hear Scott Blanche said nothing about having found any co-conspirators in these Epstein files. And he comes out here and does this whole song and dance. Like he tricked daddy. I'm trick daddy Todd Blanche. I care about the children. This is why I was showing you this. All of the shit that he says that he has found upon these children and these sponsors and the Paulo Zampoli, who is flying on Air Force One and Air Force Two, and is always meeting state dignitaries and all of this. Why is it that he was in charge of getting all of the visas for these underage girls that came over here only to be exploited in this Epstein fiasco? Now, why is it that his own Paulo Zampoli's own underage model, baby mama that he met when he brought her over here to be a model? Why is it once she blew the whistle on him and started fucking with Melania, why did Paulo's own baby mama get deported from the United States because she didn't have a proper visa, when it was Paulo Zampoli's job to procure visas for all of these underage girls that he was bringing to the United States to be quote unquote models? Do we really give a fuck about the documentation of immigrants? If they are white young girls that are being essayed by rich old white men? And Todd Blanche has the audacity to put his face to this dumb shit that they are presenting, these smoke and mirror schemes that they are presenting to the public, with his fingers pursed together in this serious sound in my voice. Do you hear the seriousness of my voice? This is a bunch of bullshit. This is what I'm telling you. All of this is a bunch of bullshit.
Think in your mind that number and that number of young children, and then we had no idea where they were in this country. I mean, that's I continue to use the word encourage. So
I want to give you an opportunity to respond to that and answer that. I also want to ask you specifically about some of the sanctuary cities.
Look at this simple ass idiot.
As well as where these kids are coming from, if you can be more specific about some of the problem cases. I also do have an off-topic question.
So I don't think I need to explain what I said any more than what I said. It's negligent at best and criminal at worst. When you're not taking care of the kids that you're entrusted to take care of, negligence can turn into criminal. Now, that doesn't mean we're going to go.
How are you entrusted to take care of children that you didn't know was coming over here? It's like it did somebody call Biden and say, "Hey, Biden, I'm sending over X amount of children. You got it?" And Biden said, "Yeah, I got it." No, none of that happened. How is he entrusted to take care of children that he does not know that are coming here? But Todd Blanche is not entrusted to protect the Epstein complainants that he is full aware of, and Todd Blanche puts their name out and personal identifying information out on them while he protects the co-conspirators named in the Epstein file. You can't take these people seriously, is what I'm saying.
Go after the individuals, but you can't, as acting Attorney General said, you can't just simply turn a blind eye to it and say it wasn't happening. You can't even deny that. Everybody in this room knows.
Bill, that's exactly what Todd Blanche is doing. How come you can't do that? We can't do it, but Todd Blanche can. Oh, okay. You think we crazy? No, we know you crazy.
It was happening. It was being reported at the time it was happening. And there was no outrage, and no one tried to hold these people accountable. And kids now have been paying for it. They've been getting raped over and over and over again because this previous administration chose not to enforce our nation's laws and protect the most vulnerable. That is shameful.
I want to ask about immigration policies that are already shaping the World Cup. At least one referee from Somalia and one Iraqi team staff member were denied entry at U.S. airports in recent days, and dozens of fans have been
What did you
denied.
call it? You call it politics?
No.
What'd you say? I forget how you started that question.
Policies.
Yeah, policies are, we're not going to allow people that have criminal or maybe perceived to have criminal ties to come into this country. I don't care what your situation is. I'm not going to get into why we denied this individual, but there's a reason why this person was denied. Now, the left media wants to go out there and report and say this guy's a victim of.
But you just said you're not going to allow people who have criminal ties or perceived to be criminal ties. There's a referee. He won a reward for being one of the best referees in soccer. Now, they're not allowing him into the World Cup because he is a Somalian. Now, I don't care what you think and what you perceive, but what he's not giving you is any factual information about any factual reason why this black Somalian referee should not be granted access into the World Cup. Now, I don't even know why Iran, in actuality, is even competing in the World Cup. I don't know. They obviously have something to prove, but I would tell the United States, no, thank you. No, thank you. You can have at this because to be a champion in this rigged game while you are racially profiling people from black nations and winding them down as if they are coming or going from a prison to come into your country. No, thank you. There's nothing of value that I can win in the 2026 World Cup. So fuck you. The Iranian team has to travel to the United States, play their game, and exit the United States on the same day. Why am I here? Why am I here? To be treated differently than everyone else. So this tells you the mindset of this administration, that they feel that it is okay for no other reason than your religion, your skin color, to offensively treat you differently than everyone else that visits or live in this country. They're telling you the quiet part out loud, but you don't want to pay attention to it. They are trying to make abnormal behavior appear to be normal. They're trying to normalize racism and hatred in this country. But they understand that MAGA people are idiots. They understand that MAGA people want to blame all of their misfortune that is coming down from the Republican MAGA party's policies that are harming them and their way of life. They understand that the MAGA voter is so stupid that all you have to do is point at other to other eyes their situation, that it's not your government that you continue to vote for that is doing this to you. It's the black people, it's the immigrants, it's everything other than your stupid ass voting for the people who put these policies in effect that fucks over your life. They know you stupid, and they don't even have to try hard anymore. Okay, let's go to this link is in my description on in my description box under Trick Daddy Cares About the Children. Let's see. Okay. Okay. The Supreme Court corruption is revealed. What is the Supreme Court corruption? There was a case in Alabama that the Supreme Court said that they could not use these maps because it has been verified that the reason why the maps in Alabama was changed was because of race. Now, you know the Cali decision from the Supreme. Now, this is about just one map in Alabama, and so they said that they would have to change the map because the only reason they changed it in the first place, they would have to change it back to what it was. Now, the Cali decision came down and allowed uh, Louisiana to change the map. It allowed Louisiana to change the map by saying, well, of course you can change your map. As long as you don't say out loud that you're doing it for racist reasons of race, of course you can change it. You can be changing it for many of reasons. And in those many of reasons that you outwardly state that you're changing it for, you can go in and change it and X out all of the black representatives in your new maps. Of course you can change it. Just don't say out loud that you're changing it for racist reasons. So now this is the Supreme Court ruling. So Alabama comes back and said, hey, we petitioned you about our maps and you told us that we couldn't change our maps because now, the Supreme Court ruled that the Alabama maps were, in fact, changed because of racist reasons. And they told them they had to change them back. But since they allowed Louisiana to change their map, Alabama went back to them and said, hey, what is this? You made us keep our old maps. And now the Supreme Court has come back and told Alabama, who they already have recognized, they changed their map in the first place for racist reasons. This was their own ruling. You change your map for racist reasons, so therefore you must change your map back. So since the Cali decision of Louisiana, Alabama said, we want our old racist map back. You made us go to this fair map. We want our old racist map back. So what did the Supreme Court say to them? After the Supreme Court was the court that said that you changed your map for racist reasons and therefore you got to change it back. What did the Supreme Court say? They overruled their own ruling and said, "Oh, sure, yes, you don't have to keep your old map, even though we told you that you must go back to your own old map because you changed it for racist reasons." Oh, sure. We understand that we made in the Cali decision. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. I apologize. So the Supreme Court overruled themselves and said, yes, Alabama can change their racist map, even though by law they told Alabama you can't change your. So they overruled their own ruling and has allowed Alabama to change their map. If you want to hear this story, I'll play a little bit for you right here. Can you imagine? Now, something has to be done about this a crazy ass Supreme Court.
Welcome to a special edition of Legal AF. We are intentional discrimination. If you can prove Supreme Court versus Milligan, or Allen versus Milligan, in which the United States Supreme Court pulled a fast one on the American people again, hoodwinked the American people again, and said a month ago in Calais that it left only one pin standing: intentional discrimination. If you can prove intentional discrimination in your maps, then that will violate Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. And that's what a 3-judge panel in Alabama, of all things, Alabama federal judges said after 13 days of testimony and thousands of pieces of documents and expert testimony. They concluded that it was overwhelming evidence that there was intentional discrimination in drawing the maps in Alabama that eliminated everything but one black district, and ruled that way. And then it came to the Supreme Court again. And I want to bring in Paul Blumenthal of HuffPo, who just wrote an article everybody needs to read. The Supreme Court is illegitimate based on this ruling coming out. Paul, welcome to Legal AF.
Thanks for having me again.
Absolutely. So let's get into it. What is the we got it from the title, but what is the problem? Why now, Paul? Why now have you declared in large size font that the Supreme Court is illegitimate?
Well, I mean, I think that the thing that stands out here in this case, following many decisions where we could have said this, and I'm sure many people have felt this way for quite some time about the court's legitimacy. But a lot of those previous decisions, I think, you can chalk up to ideology, you can chalk up to policy differences. I know the justices don't like to claim that they're making policy, they're just, ruling from on high. But I think what you saw here is just an utter lack of care for explaining themselves and pure partisanship. And I think that's what makes this decision so galling is, you have yet again another shadow docket decision following on from, the destruction of the Voting Rights Act that the Supreme Court already accomplished. And, you had Republicans, all white in Alabama, passed a law to, be able to eliminate a black district following that decision. And they did so while the election was going on. And they said, well, if the Supreme Court lifts this injunction on us from a lower court, and if that lower court is found, overrules its previous decision requiring us to have 2 black opportunity districts, then we will revert back to this map that has only one of those districts. And we will postpone primaries and all of this. So it was sort of like a preemptive law. And that's what was in question here. And the Supreme Court, after that district court panel, said, no, we're sticking with our original ruling. We found intentional discrimination to begin with. The Alabama Republicans were discussing where to put black voters. They weren't talking about where to put Democrats. They were talking about preserving a European origin community in the Gulf Coast region. So, I mean, race is what they were discussing. And then they defied the court and refused to do this. So the court had to draw that map with the 2 districts, 2 black opportunity districts. And that, again, showed intentional discrimination, that they refused to abide by the court's order. So that district court panel said, hey, what we said originally stands. And the Supreme Court then steps in and says, no, we don't agree because of what we said in Calais, which they never said applied here. They said you had to find intentional racial discrimination. The court did. They've said previously in the Purcell principle that courts shouldn't interfere with elections to confuse or create chaos for voters. And they interfered here in the middle of an election. The ballots had already gone out. Voting was already underway. And, they did so in just such a disingenuous manner, in such a partisan manner, that it's just really hard to lend them any credibility, even though they're going to ask for it when, birthright citizenship decision comes down and they uphold that, or they side against Trump in another case. I just think that there's no more reason to give them any benefit of the doubt here about what this court really is.
Yeah, here's what you write. Not that you know what you wrote, but for our audience, Paul, here's what you wrote. Whatever meager shred of legitimacy the U.S. Supreme Court had went up in flames with its shadow docket decision this past Tuesday, allowing Alabama to move forward with a racially discriminatory congressional map with no time for election administrators to prepare. And the part that popped out for me, and we'll put this up on Legal AF Substack in their decision, which was per curiam, all cowards, nobody signed it, but we know it was 6-3. And I could guess who wrote it.
It reads like Alito.
I was just going to say, and his initials are Sam Alito.
Yeah.
Here's what they say that popped, and all of us, our blood pressure boiled on page 3 of the decision. As to intentional vote dilution, the district court did not heed the presumption of legislative good faith because it interpreted the state's legal disagreement with the court's earlier remedial order as proof of discriminatory animus. First of all, that is a complete straw man. That is not the mountain of evidence that the court was referring to. That's one stick in the bundle, but the bundle was overwhelming. And they're the ones that sat as the court of the trier of fact, as the 3-judge panel, and they sat for the 13 days of hearing. And it all gets totally thrown out with a one-liner. And what they've done here is, have they just declared that this is a irrebuttable presumption that whenever the state says, despite what you're seeing, and this comment about white Europeans having to be protected or whatever it was, but here's our public statement. We're not doing this for race. We're doing this for blue and red, and we want more red. That's it. Oh, that's irrebuttable. What do you mean it's irrebuttable? I mean, no amount of evidence could overcome the presumption. So they leave us hanging. I mean, how did you interpret that? Are they now declaring that if the state legislature makes a PR move and makes a statement or some sort of legislative some sort of a statement that goes along with the legislation, that's it? We're done? There's no evidence that ever could overcome that?
I mean, that seems to be the case here, that, I mean, that's part of this decision's disingenuousness, is that they looked at one piece of the finding of intentional racial discrimination, which was the state's refusal to abide by the court's decision, which also originally found intentional racial discrimination in different manners, and just focusing on that, and then saying, oh, well, you need to have good faith for the legislators. I mean, I think that just gives a free hand to these kind of legislators, white Republicans in the South, elsewhere, to make whatever claims they want, no matter what's going on in the background. It's very easy to carry this fig leaf around and to intentionally discriminate. And the Supreme Court has just given them every ability to do that. And I mean, another thing that's important to note here is that there are different kinds of racial gerrymandering and intentional racial discrimination. These are different things under the law. And in Calais, what they were dealing with was Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, which is about racial dilution, which is different than a finding of intentional racial discrimination, which is found under the 14th and 15th Amendments. And that's what was at stake here in this Alabama case. It wasn't Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act that they ruled on in Calais. It was the 14th Amendment. And all of a sudden, in this shadow docket, as you mentioned, unsigned decision, they import the Calais test into a finding of intentional racial discrimination and completely undermine the 14th and 15th Amendments, which they didn't do in Calais. So again, we see the Supreme Court playing these little tricks, doing what I believe I've called elsewhere bullshit, by not actually stating what they were doing in Calais, where they were actually asked to rule on the constitutionality of the Voting Rights Act under the 14th and 15th Amendments, and whether, they would gut the 14th and 15th Amendment. They said they weren't doing that in Calais, but then here, in this case, they do it.
And if you hate that, you're gonna hate this next part. I had on my show yesterday on the podcast, Legal AF, I had Mark Elias, and he.
Now, if you are not familiar with Mark Elias is one of the greatest fighters for these type of cases that go up against to fight against this racist, in my opinion, Supreme Court, and them trying to take this country back to some pre-Civil War type country. Now, I don't know if it's here, if that I heard it, but these Supreme Court justices had the actual audacity to speculate on whether the writers of the Constitution were mentally sound or drunk or under the influence when they wrote the 14th and 15th Amendment. These Supreme Court justices, the right of the Supreme Court justice, the right leaning part of this Supreme Court, had the audacity to question whether the founding fathers who wrote this Constitution were in their right faculties. So are they going to try to eliminate part of the Constitution under the guise that the founding fathers who wrote the Constitution were not in their right mind, as they themselves do everything to placate someone who appears not to be in their right mind, who is the president of the United States right now? Did you know about that? Did you know about that? Let's continue.
Remarked that now they are the Republican MAGA are using Calais and the intentional discrimination requirement as a way to protect other voter suppression laws. So, all these barriers to entry to vote, you got to bring your ID, you got to bring your grandmother, got to bring your family Bible that shows you were born on a certain day. You can't vote. Normally they'd be thrown out, right? But no, they're trying to graft onto that, imprint onto those, that the Calais intentional discrimination requirement, even though Calais is not about voter suppression or voter laws per se, it's about maps.
Yeah, and I mean, you're even seeing it expand beyond that with the Trump administration using Calais to argue that disparate impact under the Civil Rights Act is now unconstitutional. And so they're now moving from Voting Rights Act to going after the Civil Rights Act. So, I mean, we see exactly what's going on here, which is the court is making these claims that, A, they're not doing what they're actually doing, as Alito did in Calais, and then doing it in this shadow docket order. And the Trump administration seizing upon that to expand further to destroy the gains that this country has made, the progress this country has made through legislation, through activism, through, protest, and that people died for, to destroy that through legal means, through the judicial system. And I mean, I think that this will expand and go as far as they can take it while they're still in power.
Let me read to our audience from Justice Sotomayor, joined by Kate.
Hold on. Gospel Afro Beats channel. Nobody wants you to be anything that you're not. But I talked about a representation, Black representation. So whoever you want to represent you, you have the right to do it. And whoever Black people want to represent them, they should also have the opportunity to do it. What is a Black district? Who spoke of a Black district? I spoke of representation. I never spoke of Black districts. And who is no? This NGA must be you. You must be the NGA. Get the fuck out of my page, you stupid motherfucker. Okay, let's continue. Time and time again, this isn't about Black representation. Is that why you decide to change what I said about representation into Black districts? Obviously, this must be about a Black something to you. Obviously, you want to argue that none of your politicians should address the needs of your people. You're not going to argue that with me. Democrat voters against Winsome Sears. On Memphis, there was a Black Republican woman who ran 6 times, and Black Dems voted for a white man. Does Black representation always come in a Black package? Is what I want to ask you. Does representation of the Black voter always have to mean that a Black person is at the top of the ticket? Because some of you raccoons who are on the top of the ticket are the worst thing that could happen to your black constituents who you want to vote for you. Are we clear? Also, what you're saying is that all white people are a monolith. Is that what you're saying? As you sit up here and talk about how all black people are not a monolith, why would somebody vote for Winston Sears? Why would someone actually vote for Winston Sears? That bitch was crazy. I am speaking. Why? And she was doing all. I am speaking, and she said absolutely nothing. So why would someone vote for that whacked out bitch? I am speaking. Are you serious? Are you absolutely serious? Anyway, I always want to get off topic. We're not a monolith. We're not a monolith. So what you're saying is all white representation is a monolith? What you're saying is the only representation that black people can get as black representation is from black people? As you see that raccoon Tim Scott get voted for over and over and over again because he has no problem with holding black voters back. As you see that raccoon Byron Donaldson get promoted so far in the Republican parties and get his head patted when they need a good old boy to go in there and hold a towel for the Republican way. The way of the South in the Republican Party. Is that what you're talking about? Being a monolith? Who do you think you're talking about? About black people not being a monolith? As if you are some fucking unicorn Negro. Where has being a unicorn Negro got your black ass? Nowhere. Go sit the fuck down somewhere. Anyway.
Again, and Jackson in the dissent, which ran 17 pages. The per curiam ran 4. I'll just do a couple of paragraphs. Before the court are two paths. Down one lies an orderly election held under a tried and tested congressional map that protects black Alabamians' right to vote, and with which all voters, election officials, and candidates alike are familiar. Down the other lies a chaotic election held under a never-before-used congressional map that intentionally discriminates against black Alabamians, that Alabama adopted in an unashamed defiance of a prior court order directly affirmed by this court. Weeks ago, I warned that vacating the district court's injunction would unleash chaos and confuse voters. The court forged ahead. Now the court is squarely faced with a record of the turmoil it has caused and harm it has wrought. Yet just as Alabama doubled down on racial discrimination, the court today doubles down on chaos. Because I choose to defend the rule of law and the right of all Alabamians to participate equally in democracy, I respectfully dissent. I'm sure that moved you to write this, right?
I mean, it definitely is of the same tone. It does appear that some of the liberal justices, as expressed in that dissent, are pretty fed up with what the conservatives have been doing, especially here. And I talked about the Purcell principle earlier, that they have stated, federal courts are not supposed to interfere in elections by changing the rules at the last minute, changing laws that have been enacted by the legislature. And for some reason, that doesn't apply here to the Supreme Court lifting an injunction while an election is already going on, to the Supreme Court.
So this link is in my description box. I just wanted to further know what this corrupt, in my opinion, Supreme Court is doing. Revert back to the racist maps. This is where you can find this video. Please go over and check out Legal AF with Michael Popoff. He does a great analysis. Now, let's see this energy secretary, another non-qualified idiot of the Trump that Trump has nominated to be over the Department of Energy, and I actually have his hearing. If you guys
did you know that the United States is taking millions?
If you want to watch this with me, I have his whole hearing. I'm gonna put this clip under low energy secretary. How about that? I think it's appropriate. Are you guys aware of this?
Of gallons of oil from Iran. Did you know that the United States was taking millions of gallons of oil from Iran?
I'm unaware. I think the president's talking casually about our efforts to stop the flow of.
Do you think that it is appropriate to talk casually about war?
Donald Trump made a stunning admission in the Oval Office yesterday, surrounded by members of Congress and people at the DOJ, when he was asked a question about inflation. And the headline you're reading and you're hearing is that he loves inflation. That's what he said. And he did say it. That's what he meant. He's a dipshit. But the part of the answer that isn't getting enough coverage is that he's just admitting to be a scoundrel, a thief, admitting to stealing oil from Iran, which really lays bare the absolute illegitimacy of this military operation, of this war against Iran, that this is for oil. The same thing that has been leveled against every Republican politician who has a bloodlust, just a bloodthirsty attitude about war, that it's always trying to extract the resources of a foreign country. And Donald Trump just admitted it. Watch this moment from the Oval Office yesterday, and then we're going to cut to a congressional hearing where Chris Wright, the energy secretary, was absolutely blindsided by this information. He had no idea. Donald Trump is just plain rogue idiot using the military to do so. First, though, watch Donald Trump, the rogue idiot, in the White House.
Are you concerned, Mr. President, about the latest inflation number which came out this morning? Could that be a
No,
headwind?
I love it. The numbers look great. You know what I really love? I love inflation. You know why? Because as soon as this war is over, I can say it now. Something you didn't know. Do you know we've been taking out millions of barrels of oil? Nobody knows it. You know who doesn't know about it? Iran until right now. We took out the other night 22 ships late at night with no lights because they don't have any radar because we blasted the crap out of it.
With no lights. With no lights. With no lights. Because they have no lights. They can't see us coming. Mommy, if I put my fingers over my eyes, or will you disappear? Does that mean you're no longer here? This simpleton thinks that if they turn off the lights, that a whole country will not know that 22 oil ships are leaving the Strait of Hormuz. Are you to believe that? He says that like that is something for you to believe. He says it proudly as if they are stealing oil from another country, as if they are pirating oil from another country. Now, let's be real clear about things. All of the oil, all our Federal Reserve of oil has will basically be gone by the end of the month. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. And all of this purporting to steal oil from another nation. Do you think that pirates can go in and steal something from another country without there being retribution? Do you think that is what is going to happen when this administration has fucked up the economy, not just for the United States, the world economy? And do you think that the rest of the world will let their economy be fucked over by a nation that had no reason to go into another country and then brag about stealing their oil resources while keeping it away from their partners who actually use it and buy it from them? And the person, another country comes in and says, "Oh no, China, you can't have this oil that you buy from Iran because I'm going to steal it." So what do you think China's going to do? Like, oh, are you stealing my oil? Oh, I don't have no oil now. Is that what you think? Is that how you think that this works? Is that how you think it works? Or do you not think at all? Or do you hear a dumb shit come out of this man's mouth and you have no a reasonable way of having any project any type of thought pattern, intelligent thought pattern to know that this either sounds dangerous, or it sounds stupid, or it sounds like a bunch of bullshit. But it does not sound like the truth.
We took out, that's why oil's $85 a barrel. I mean, you take a look. Remember when I did this, I said, look, the one bad thing will be, we hit the best economy we've ever hit. And I said to my people, I had Scott, I had Howard, I had Pete, I had all of them. I had Todd in the room. I said, the one thing we have to do now, we had just hit the highest stock market in history, highest 401ks in history. Everything was going well. And I said, I hate to do this to you guys, but Iran's going to have a nuclear weapon very soon. We have to go and attack. So we hit them with the B-2 bombers. It took a lot of courage. It was totally successful. We buried it, very hard to get. But now we had to make the second move. And I said, you know, the bad part is the stock market will go down by a lot based on predictions of experts, like 25%. And it was worth it. To me, it was worth it.
In the dark of night, we're stealing oil from a country that we are attacking. Under cover of darkness, he's using the United States military to pilfer a beleaguered country that we have attacked. A beleaguered country, the children of whom aren't safe to go to school because we're bombing girls' schools and killing nearly 200 at a time. Chris Wright yesterday was questioned by Congresswoman Sykes about this. And listen, I talk a lot about messaging. I talk a lot about how we as Democrats and as people who are in this particular business and adjacent to it, if you're on TV and you're talking, you need to up your game. And Congresswoman Sykes isn't somebody who needs to up her game. She absolutely laid waste to Chris Wright, who it can be categorized as anything other. It cannot be categorized as anything other than panic and losing the ability to even speak because he's stunned by what he's being told and is desperate to back the president's play, no matter what that play is. And this was a beautiful moment.
Are you aware that the United States was taking millions of barrels of gasoline from Iran in the Strait of Hormuz?
We are preventing the flow of Iranian oil through the Strait of Hormuz.
That is not the question that I just asked you. Were you aware that the United States has been taking millions of gallons of oil from the Strait of Hormuz?
Just not sure taking is the right word. We're preventing the flow of it.
Well, thank you. Mr. Chair, if I may, can I play some audio from some comments that President Trump made in the Oval Office? Okay.
The numbers were great.
I don't think we've heard
this. I love the inflation. You know why? Because as soon as this war is over, you know, I can say it now. Something you didn't know. Do you know we've been taking out
Let's suspend
billions of
that,
barrels
please.
of oil? Nobody knows it. You know who doesn't know about it? Iran until right now.
Mr. Secretary, it seems like you didn't know about this either. So why would the United States be taking out millions of barrels of oil from Iran?
Well, it's essential that we prevent oil sales from generating revenue for Iran to spend to develop nuclear weapons and oppress
Mr. Secretary, I understand this might be an uncomfortable line of questioning and you don't want to do it, but you are not answering my question. So I'm going to ask you again, and I'm going to hope that you will answer it honestly. Did you know that the United States was taking millions of gallons of oil from Iran?
I'm unaware.
So do you think that the president is lying based on the audio that you just heard? And I will send it to you in case you say you didn't hear it.
Oh, no, I do not think the president's lying. I think the president's talking casually about our efforts to stop the flow of Iranian oil.
Do you think that war is casual? Do you think that it is appropriate to talk casually about war?
I think you talk to all different audiences and you talk in all different styles. But I don't have any serious objection to what he said.
You don't have any serious objection for someone talking about war casually? Do you have that objection? There are 13 service people who are dead. There are hundreds more that are injured, but we should be talking about war casually.
He treats this war deadly serious, and he has worked tirelessly on this war.
Mr. Secretary, you just said that he was speaking casually about this. He
speaks 20 hours a day. He speaks 20 hours a day in different styles for different audiences.
He is the president of the United States of America. He is the commander of chief who is responsible for 13 service members who have died and hundreds more who are injured. So you mean to say to me, testifying in front of this committee in the United States House of Representatives, that it is appropriate for the commander of chief to talk about war casually?
He speaks candidly, openly, and honestly. I think all of America benefits from that.
Well, I appreciate your attempt to protect your boss and to keep your job, but let me be very clear with you. It is not appropriate to talk about war casually. He is clearly keeping you in the dark about what he is doing in Iran. And now you are sitting here in this committee unaware that the president just made an announcement about millions of barrels that they have taken from Iran and stated in that very, very clearly, people don't know, but now we get to know it. But unfortunately, he sent you here and you didn't know it. What is your response to that?
I'm very proud to serve with President Trump. He's been tremendous leadership in a time of great stress right now. I'm proud of what he's doing, proud to be part of the team.
Well, I would not be proud if my boss sent me up Schitt's Creek and left me here in a committee without adequate information and speaking casually about war. That is a horrible place to be. And I'm so sorry that you have to do that. That is beneath your honor.
He had no idea. And then scrambles and fumbles and stumbles and tries to make it into something that Donald Trump would be proud of. Because after all, every time these idiots get there before Congress or they go on the news, they are performing for an audience of one. Donald Trump even tweeted about this after the moment in the Oval Office. He said, last month, I directed our great U.S. military to execute a secret mission to support oil tankers and other commercial ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Today, I am pleased to announce that this effort has resulted in more than 100 million barrels of oil making its way through the strait and into the open market. More than 200 commercial ships have safely traveled through the strait. This wildly successful effort is because the United States of America controls the Strait of Hormuz, not Iran. Their military is defeated and their economy is lost. It's over for Iran. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Backing away a little bit from the claim that we're just stealing their oil in the middle of the night. I'm certain this was drafted by someone for Donald Trump because he would just rather go with the narrative that just like we did in Venezuela, we're stealing the oil of Iran. I mean, it gets old saying the things that everyone says that you can't make this shit up, but this is nutso that the American president is admitting to stealing natural resources while committing war crimes day after day after day in Iran. The war crime tribunals cannot start soon enough. What do you think? I invite you to this conversation. It is an important one. You can comment below. YouTube, Facebook, Spotify, all those places.
Please join that. Now there has been reports that hold on. Hold on 1 second. There has allegedly been an agreement between the U.S. and Iran. Let's see if what they are saying about this agreement. Hold on. Let's see what all is in this alleged agreement, shall we? Let me see if I can find what is in this agreement. One second. Do I see anything? Do I see any breaking news? No. I don't see any breaking news. No breaking news. That must have been a mistake. I don't see anything about an agreement to this war. I hear about all of this near agreement. Let me see. Hold on. No, thanks. What do we have here? Nothing. 2 hours ago, U.S. Shoots down a Iranian drone amid deal speculation. Amid the deal speculation, nothing. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Nope. Obviously, that was not true. I cannot find any confirmation of this deal. So we will move on. Why don't we move on? I think we shall. Okay. I apologize for that. Let's move on to what else I wanted to share with you. Speaker Johnson pushes plan to cut Social Security.
Mike Johnson and the Republican Party, they are seeking to destroy Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. Listen to it for yourself. Here it is.
And then we're going to lead up to what we have to do and address. The largest spending items. The reason we're in trouble is because over 74% of federal spending is on autopilot, mandatory spending. That's your entitlement programs like Medicare, Medicaid, and then things like Social Security. They have to be adjusted and fixed. We have a plan to do that next year, and it's critical.
How in the hell are they entitlement programs when you pay for it?
So there you go. Mike Johnson caught on being recorded, well, it was a phone conversation, so he was obviously being recorded, saying that this entitlement program, Medicare and Medicaid, is on autopilot, so therefore we must get it off of autopilot.
As you heard, the leader of the Republicans said it himself. He is looking to weaken Social Security, among other social programs, even after overseeing the largest health care cut in history that has already harmed millions. He is strategically waiting until after the midterms so as not to harm the GOP's chances of winning. Well, why is he waiting until after the midterms? Because he wants to trick voters. Because Republicans would like to trick voters. And unfortunately, they would like to trick the most vulnerable voters that we have, individuals who depend on these invested programs. They invested into these programs. They have a vested interest in having a return on these programs when needed because they are the investor. You are. Also, in the interview, Johnson continued that these cuts are necessary as a sacrifice to eliminate our $40 trillion debt.
As these tax cuts just added, I think something like $38 trillion to our debt. But they're going to cut Social Security to bring down the debt. But they don't worry about bringing down the debt when they vote for tax cuts for billionaires. That does what to the debt? It increases the debt. Make that make sense.
But we'll always have enough money to kill people and blow things up. Let's call that ICE and the military. The House just passed a bill to direct $70 billion to ICE. This is 3 times more than its annual funding. The GOP wants $1.5 trillion for defense, even when the Pentagon has failed its audit for 8 years. This figure is $234 billion increase from last year. So understand the context. Politics is about prioritization. That's what politics is about. Politics is about prioritization. True politics is about power and prioritization. So when you look at an elected official and they talk a good game on a microphone, I want you to look at their voting record and see what they like to spend money on, because that's true politics. If they decide to spend all of your money on killing people and blowing things up and then saying, well, we don't have it in the budget to take care of mama them. We don't have it in the budget to take care of healthcare. That's not our job. We don't have it in the budget to take care of K through 12, pre-K, or higher education. That is simply because their prioritization and power is not yours.
A period, point blank. I gave you that information. I just wanted to. There are many sources out here talking about this phone conversation that Mike Johnson was overheard, saying that they are going to cut Social Security. Let me see. Who cares? Okay, Trump claims he was. Oh, it's no longer available. Dang.
One by one, judges nominated by Donald Trump for the federal bench were collapsing under cross-examination in the United States Senate under very basic questioning by both Democratic senators and Republican senators. These individuals look like the worst qualified individuals to be on the federal bench. Let me show you what went down as Democratic Senator Blumenthal cross-examined these Trump picks to be federal judges.
Now this is interesting. There was some numbnuts in here talking about we don't have judges anymore. These judges are fake and all of this dumb shit. Unless he was talking about the Supreme Court judges. You hear from Trump talking about activist judges all the time. You heard Pam Bimbo always talking about activist judges. But look who your president has nominated to the bench, who cannot even answer a simple question and always trying to defer to something Ketanji Brown Jackson said. Well, I'm gonna repeat Ketanji Brown Jackson when she said how many more times are they going to refer to Ketanji Brown Jackson when they are making rulings from the bench that they have been nominated to sit on? You think they're going to be always demurring to what Ketanji Brown Jackson thinks and feels? Let's check this out.
About who won the 2020 election. Let's play this clip.
Who won the 2020 election, Judge Freeman?
Senator, this issue has become a question of political controversy. I'm a sitting federal district judge. I'm a nominee to the 8th Circuit Court of Appeals. And Justice Jackson, who previously was confirmed by the Senate for a position...
Well, if I may interrupt you, Judge, because my time is limited. It's political controversy only because the president refuses to accept the results of the 2020 election. I'm asking you, as a matter of fact, who won the 2020 election?
Well, Senator, as Justice Jackson stated in her responses to questions in the record, it is not appropriate to engage in discussion regarding that as a judge.
So you're going to use the same script that other nominees have used before this panel to avoid the question?
Senator, I think the precedent established by Justice Jackson and other nominees is something that I need to follow.
As a matter of fact, who got more votes in 2020? Which of the presidential candidates?
Senator, as I stated before, this is an issue that Justice Jackson and other nominees have been asked. They've not provided a response.
You understand why I'm asking you to state as a simple matter of fact who got more votes. The reason is that the president seeks to perpetuate a lie. You are, in effect, protecting the lie if you fail to take an independent position as a matter of simple fact. Everybody in this room knows the answer. You're unwilling to state it, instead adopting a script that's been dictated to you by the White House. You prepared this answer with the White House, did you not?
Senator, I prepared the answer based upon the response provided by Justice Jackson.
You consulted with the White House before you invoked Justice Jackson. That's the script, as you well know, that nominees sitting where you are right now have used again and again and again. Let me ask you, was the Capitol...
Then there were more questions like this from Senator Blumenthal, who's like, really, you're just going to stick to this script? Let's play this clip.
Who won the 2020 election?
Senator, as a matter of law, Joe Biden was the winner of the 2020 election.
Who got more votes?
Senator, my focus as a judicial nominee is on the law. And as a matter of law, Joe Biden won the 2020 election.
Who got more electoral college votes?
Joe Biden received more electoral college votes.
And was the Capitol attacked on January 6th?
Senator, as part of my work as an assistant United States attorney, pardon me, I had the opportunity to look at pictures and videos from that day. And what I saw in those was that officers, law enforcement officers, were attacked, and the building was damaged and vandalized.
Mr. Pozos, who won the 2020 election?
Senator, I would agree with my fellow nominee.
Can you get closer to the mic or turn it on?
My apologies, Senator. I would agree with my fellow nominee's answer, Senator.
You're going to stick with that script?
Senator, I don't believe it's a script. President Biden was certified as the winner.
Who
of
got more
2020
popular votes?
Senator, with respect to the popular vote, my role as a nominee here is to speak to the law.
Who got more votes in the Electoral College?
Senator, my understanding is that Joseph Biden received more votes in the Electoral College.
Was the Capitol attacked on January 6th?
Senator, I've certainly seen videos relating to what occurred at the Capitol on that date. From what I saw, it appeared that there was violence and trespass, as my fellow nominee said. It's profoundly troubling, and I implore.
So the Capitol was attacked?
Senator, I would hesitate to characterize what
You
occurred at the
hesitate to
Capitol.
tell the truth here. Ms. Colomero, who won the 2020 election?
Senator, as a matter of law, Joe Biden won the 2020 election.
Who got more votes in the popular election?
Senator, similar to my fellow nominees, I'm here also to speak about the law. And as a matter of law, Joe Biden won the 2020 election.
As a matter of law?
Yes, Senator.
Who won more votes?
Well, Joe Biden received more electoral votes.
Who won more votes in the election
Senator,
among the American people?
as a matter of law, Joe Biden won the 2020 election.
Was the Capitol attacked on January 6th?
Senator, like my other nominees, I have seen
Like
videos.
your other nominees, you're going to adopt the script, the new script, the new hedge, the new White House pre-negotiated script. Mr.
More intense cross-examination, this time by former federal prosecutor and California Senator Adam Schiff. Let's play it.
Perfectly free to immerse yourself in that, exercise your First Amendment rights there. When it comes to asking you basic questions about January 6th, you won't answer those questions.
The difference, Senator, is that there are cases or controversies that I have before me as a district judge relating to individuals that have been charged for conduct that occurred on that date in this Capitol.
So does that mean that any litigation involving Columbia, you're prepared to recuse yourself from?
Senator, the limitation on Columbia was in regard to hiring law clerks. I hold no bias against the institution itself.
Well, whether you hold a bias towards it or not, you're saying today that you can't discuss any of the January 6th stuff because there are pending cases or controversies, even though they've all been pardoned by the president. I'm not sure what case or controversy you're referring to, but nevertheless, you're unwilling to say you recuse yourself from a case or controversy involving Columbia when you specifically weighed in there. How do we reconcile that?
Well, Senator, as I stated in the recusal order that Ranking Member Durbin raised, I indicated that I held no particular bias against.
Well, yeah, that's fine. You can say you hold no particular bias about January 6th too. I mean, it's easy to say. Your letter demonstrates a very clear bias. I'm not saying that it's an unreasonable bias, but it is a bias. It is a prejudice in favor of one view that would cause people to question your impartiality if that case came before you. That seems to me a stronger, much stronger case for recusal than the one you're making to refuse to answer questions about January 6th. So let me just ask to make sure that I understand the limits of what you're prepared to say. Who won the 2020 election?
Senator, as I indicated in response to questions from Senator Blumenthal, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, as a sitting circuit court judge at the time of her nomination, was asked this question in questions to the
Well,
record.
I'm asking you the question.
Yes, and as a sitting judge, I will tell you that it is not appropriate for a judicial nominee to engage in discussion regarding a matter of political controversy with that.
See, this is completely inconsistent with your involvement in the whole Columbia controversy. Completely inconsistent. Because you involved yourself in that controversy. You went out of your way. Nobody asked you to write that letter. You took this upon yourself to do, to insert yourself into that. But you're saying here, you can't answer a simple question about who won the 2020 election because it would somehow implicate you in controversy. I'm sorry, there's no way to square those two things. Mr. Chair.
As I mentioned, even some Republican senators were doing some pretty good cross-examination. Now, I'm no fan of Senator Kennedy from Louisiana.
I said. Kennedy from Louisiana, what you got to ask?
MAGA Republican there. He's got a background in being a prosecutor, and his questions at these judiciary hearings tend to be pretty decent to good. He asked one of the Trump picks to be a federal judge about the doctrine of qualified immunity, whereby police officers are not held civilly liable for engaging in excessive force if this doctrine of qualified immunity applies. And essentially, to simplify it, would a reasonable police officer make the same mistake? If a reasonable officer engages in a reasonable mistake, then the officer would be not liable regardless of the circumstances, even if the officer shoots and kills someone and it's determined to be negligent. If you were reasonably negligent, then you get off. Now, that's why I don't like the qualified immunity doctrine. That was my background practicing as a civil rights litigator before starting Midas Touch. And here, Senator Kennedy asks these judges a very basic question, which is, okay, let's just say the police can't catch up with a suspect who actually turns out to be innocent. And because the police officer gets tired, the officer just decides to shoot the suspect in the back without even knowing the circumstances. Would there be a problem with that? These judges can't even answer that question. And so even Senator Kennedy, a MAGA Republican's like, you can't answer the question if a police officer is allowed to just shoot somebody in the back who's innocent while they're running away. Like, you struggle to answer that question? Watch this. Let's play it.
Ms. Mitchell, tell me about the qualified immunity doctrine.
The qualified immunity doctrine is one that protects officers who are in executing their duties are reasonable or have a reasonable basis for the actions that they're taken. And it typically is something that courts decide at the outset.
See, this is why you need to see what is going on. This is why you. This is why you need to know what is going on in your government. See, these are the type of hearings that go on and you don't see. This is the type of thing that when you vote, you give the president, when you vote in presidential election, these are the type of powers that you are giving to your government. The ability for 45, 47, or whoever is marking up these judicial nominees. These are the people who will be sitting on the bench and actually giving sentences and handing down a punishment to you. Okay, well, I'll go make a non-frame headline and add whatever you want to add on your channel. Oh, who cares what you see? That you cannot enunciate of anything of that you see. Go to your channel and write whatever channel whatever content that you want in your title, and then add whatever you feel that is necessary to add on your page. But what you did give us in that little soliloquy that you just wrote is that, bitch, you came back again. That's what you did let us know. That you let us know not only were you here today, you have previously been here. You cannot stop coming over here. You cannot hold yourself back from continuing to come over here. But you can't talk about the topics that I'm speaking on, can you? All right, let's continue. If you have to see something again, that means you've been here before and you came back.
To protect those officers from liability.
Okay. So if somebody runs from a cop, and the cop doesn't feel threatened, he just can't, he doesn't think he can catch the guy, and he shoots him in the back. Is he immune from liability?
Senator, I'd like to engage on this hypothetical, but because it's a fact pattern that may come before me if I'm confirmed.
Oh, come on, counselor. If I'm a cop,
I hope a motherfucking hairstylist come to you before anything else come to you. What the fuck? What the fuck is going on? Is her fucking hairline start a centimeter from her eyebrows, or what the fuck is going on with this deep part in her whole forehead draped over with hair? Is she a burn victim? What is going on with her forehead? That she is parting her hair all the way down by somewhere by her temple, and just taking the hair and swishing it across her whole forehead. What is going on with her? Looking like a whole motherfucking Muppet bitch.
and I'm talking to a suspect, and he turns and rabbits on me, and I say, I don't think I can catch this guy, but I know how to stop him, and I shoot him in the back. You telling me I'm immune as a cop from liability?
What I can tell you is the legal test, Senator, for qualified immunity, which is whether there was an objective
Does
basis.
it apply in a criminal case?
It's a
apply in a criminal case, does it?
No, Senator, these are typically in
Civil
1983 actions.
So I can't shoot him in the back, right?
Again, I don't want to comment on a specific fact pattern. I principally have practiced in civil law and haven't encountered that specific fact pattern, but
basically, I practice in civil law. So I cannot have a common sense opinion on what you just told me that would be against the law. Because I practice in civil law. So that's something that has not ever come before me. So it would be it would not be smart for me to even comment on it as a hypothetical situation that you're bringing up in my confirmation hearing, because I'm a dumb bitch.
I would look at the developed body of precedent on qualified immunity and ask the question that I understand the Supreme Court has settled about whether there is an objective basis for the officer's actions.
Yeah, okay. I get what. Look, you're smart. I've read your resume. I just caution y'all when you go back to your friends at the White House who've gotten you ready for these hearings, don't dodge the questions. Just answer them. Okay, if you don't know, just say I don't know. I just think you're very qualified, counselor, but I can't believe you dodge on the question. Can a cop shoot somebody in the back who's running away just because he doesn't think he can catch him on foot? But anyway, I'm over.
Then he also.
So, what do you think her answer is going to be on any real question of substance? You're qualified. Is she qualified or is she unqualified? Which one is it?
Like, why would you say that? Here, play this clip.
Why did you? I heard your answer to Senator Durbin, but you were a sitting federal judge, and I know some other judges joined you, but you wrote a letter to Columbia saying, because of what I see happening at Columbia, I'll never hire one of your graduates. Why did you do that?
Senator, I was asked to sign the letter. It was indicated over a period of time. And the reason why is because it wasn't simply a student protest that was occurring. It was a protest that was resulting in violent conduct.
Well, I know what happened. I guess what I'm getting at is our federal judiciary has lost some of its legitimacy. I'm not laying it at your doorstep, but it has. And so many Americans now feel, because they're told, that judges are just politicians in robes. Okay? They're just meaning legislatures. And that's not what our founders intended, and I don't think that's what they are. And so when a federal judge expresses a political opinion like you did and your colleagues did, how does that help our effort to help the public understand that judges aren't politicians?
Senator, I've been told a lot that federal judges have a lot of power, and you've said it, I think, in other hearings and contexts. But our power is limited. It's significantly limited to the case or controversy before us. We don't have the power of an executive. We don't even have the power to change laws like you do as a legislator.
I get that, Judge, and you're a judge. You can do what you want. I hope you won't do something like that again. I'm not saying you don't have the right, but when you adopt a political position, which I happen to believe with, frankly, to do that as a private lawyer is one thing. To do it as a sitting federal judge is quite another. And I just don't think it's a good thing. That's my personal opinion. You don't tweet anymore, do you?
I do not.
Okay. You don't go on social media at all?
I go on social media to follow other people, including.
Sure, but not to post.
Not at all.
And then finally, you had Democratic Senator Whitehouse talk about fraud on the court and what these judges' views on fraud on the court is. Let's play it.
The 22nd Amendment says that no person shall be elected to the presidency more than twice. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator.
Is any person exempted from that constitutional bar?
Okay, so go over there and check out the rest of this. This is in my description box under the title. What is the title? Jackson said it best. As they all wanted to repeat Ketanji Brown Jackson. I put this under Jackson said it best because obviously they do believe that. Mm-hmm. Trump spirals as inflation backlash gets even worse. So he's feeling the heat from his ignorant statement that he loved the inflation numbers that came out yesterday. Your president said, "Oh, I love it. Those were great numbers that came out yesterday."
Hi, welcome to the Really American Podcast. I'm not Corinne Strait. Yeah, just take the price of petrol, right? That's pushed the price of everything from Amazon deliveries to the stuff you buy at the store. It's got to get there, and now people are paying. That means people can't afford things, right? I mean, to look at why he might actually be telling the truth instead of just trying to assuage fear is these inflation numbers are good for people who have a lot of money. And yes, people might wonder, what do you mean by that? Well, when inflation is high, that means people can't afford things, right? I mean, everything goes up. Yeah, just take the price of petrol, right? That's pushed the price of everything from Amazon deliveries to the stuff you buy at the store. It's got to get there, and now people are paying 30% higher than they used to pay, and so they're not going to eat that. They're going to pass it on to you. But that also means that people will have to watch their dollars more carefully. They'll buy everything from less gas to fewer groceries. Definitely put off big projects, and that means that some of these businesses, and in some cases very big businesses, will fail. Which offers opportunities for people who have money to come in and scoop them up. I mean, that's an oversimplification, but that's what happens. And that's why the tech guys and inflation doesn't bother them at all.
No, they'll come in. We saw the same thing happen during, the Great Recession that is now almost 20 years old. We also saw that during COVID, when especially small businesses or businesses that relied upon public service, hospitality, things like that, smaller ones that closed, bigger ones swooped in, a lot of restaurant, hotel consolidations. Yeah, it benefits the people at the top. So I think you're onto something, Chip, that he might actually be telling the truth here in this statement, even though hopefully most of his voters feel stabbed in the back, because that's exactly what it is. It's a stab in the back.
Yeah, and macroeconomics is hard on some level to explain to people. I quote this all the time, but Janet Yellen said that Trump didn't have a clue as to how it works. And I always say, imagine an aircraft carrier trying to turn around an aircraft carrier that is the size sometimes of 2 football fields and moves sluggishly through the oceans. And in fact, like some of these super tankers that leave the Middle East will take weeks to get to a port in Long Beach, California, right?
Yep.
And in some cases, more than a month to traverse this period of time. So, if they get halfway there and they go, oh, you know what, come back, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's how the economy works. Once Trump went on this tariff tear, and the idea being that he was going to punish companies that had tariffs on our products, of course, it escalated. Yeah. And people like Walmart were slow to raise prices, thinking that this couldn't possibly last. But now you got J.D. Vance saying today that this war is going to last another year.
Yeah.
Another year.
Yep. And he, again, might actually be one of the most honest things he's ever said. Him talking about this in terms of, months and months and months instead of in days, the way his boss has been obviously, delusionally talking about it, might actually be a breath of honesty.
Well, prices are up 4.2%. The Dow at one point was down 1,000 points, ended up around 700 down. It didn't mean anything to me. I talk to people all the time that, say they're glad they're stayed in the market, but what they don't realize is, well, the market may have gone up like anywhere between 12 and 18% since, COVID, right? Or maybe more than that, 20%. It's really more a reflection of a few businesses, a few really successful businesses. Your portfolio has gone up some, but your portfolio will not mirror the kind of gains these other huge tech companies are making. And they're making it because in many cases, the market's been shorted. We've seen this before. During the tariff, was the first time we saw Marjorie Taylor Greene dump a bunch of stocks before Trump announced the tariff, and then buy a bunch of stocks at a low price before Trump announced he was taking them off or pausing them. So, we know this. We know about insider trading. We know all that. Here's Trump that this is something you found, and this is interesting.
Which I'm just announcing today for the first time. But we've been taking out millions of barrels of oil, millions of barrels. Every night, took out oil. But now I'm going to tell you because they just figured it out. So now that they figured it out, I can tell you. It was very hard for me. I wanted to say it so bad, but I didn't want to ruin it.
Who's that going to benefit? And look at these fools behind him laughing. Can you imagine if that was Black Barack Obama sitting up in in front of the press, saying that he had stole 22 tankers of oil from somewhere that we decided for no explainable reasons, 15, 20 reasons that were given if we had struck a country and Barack Obama was sitting there laughing about stealing oil. He would already have been thrown out of office, and they probably would have had him locked up in a prison cell awaiting his impeachment. Let's be real clear. What we are seeing, this bitch in this white suit with a big cheese eating grin. She's a staple of a laugh track that is always sit in what is that? Liz Stefanik. She is always a staple of standing behind him with a grin on her face, or if a frown is needed, if there is some righteous indignation needed. Here comes this stupid bitch. And how does it profit other people who elected her in office? All of this talk about stealing oil from another country that has done nothing to us, that we are in a war with, spending $1 billion a day, and only to have everything in our lives, all things in our lives, increase in price, because everything in our lives have to be transported here, and a lot of things are no longer being transported here. All of that, all of the cost in oil, it just doesn't cost you individually. It costs you in everything you buy, because every thing that is on your store shelf has to be trucked in to where you buy it from. Even if you don't go to the store, if you still are dumb enough to be shopping at Amazon, you're paying a premium price because Amazon has to pay for gas too to deliver your package. So you have these sycophants and fools laughing all the way to their own destruction. And you MAGA voters as well.
But it was very hard. But millions of barrels of oil has come out.
Now he's tagging this to the inflation numbers,
Yes.
saying that when more oil that comes out, they'll drop. And you would hope so, but it's going to again, it takes a long time. Well, we have to refine a lot of this oil, so it's not like it just comes right out of these. Well, two things. Number one, why the fuck are we stealing other people's oil?
And
It's about stopping a nuclear weapon, right? It's not about stealing oil like we did in Venezuela when it was supposed to be about drugs. This is supposed to be about nukes, and it all comes down again, to these guys. It's a grift.
And what?
It's a grift. It's a grift and a lie. This link is in my description box. You need to go over there and really check this out. It's under Trump loves the rich getting more. Trump loves the rich getting more. Go over there and check him out. This is one of his. This is the Real America podcast. This is one of his longer lives, but you will enjoy it. And let's understand that Trump is always on everything that Biden did to shore up clean energy. Trump has gone through and ripped apart. And if you are unaware of the results that it is having on our If you are unaware of the results this is having in the world and around us, you may want to familiarize yourself with the harm this is causing the planet. Let's get into this. Did you hear a vital system of Atlantic Ocean currents is weakening and closer to collapse than thought, a new study finds. Why is that important? Because if this current in the Atlantic Ocean starts to slow down and die out, it can cause a lot of flooding all across the world. Europe, they are expecting could actually be flooded out. And what you think that these people who land starts to flood, they're just going to be like, oh well, I guess we got to sit here and die. You talk about undocumented immigrants coming to your shores, all because this administration, dummies like the governor of Florida, who says that you can't even put climate change in any official memo, note, a letter. You can't even put the words climate change in anything official coming from Florida. As per Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida, as Florida is forever sinking at when the tide rolls in. Miami, Florida is always underwater in many of its street systems. A vital system of the Atlantic Ocean current is weakening and closer to collapse than thought, a new study finds. This was written April 16th of 2026. The critical system of ocean currents, which loops around the Atlantic Ocean, is weakening and could be far closer to collapse than previously thought, according to two new studies. An event which would have catastrophic impacts on the planet or weather and climate. The Atlantic what is this? Meteoration overturning circulation known as AMOC, Atlantic what is that? Medi Meta, what is this? What is this? Meridional. Oh, Atlantic Meridional overturning of circulation, as known as the AMOC, functions like a vast conveyor belt transferring heat, salt, and fresh water through the oceans and influencing climate, weather, and sea levels around the planet. And a growing body of research suggests that it's weakening as human-driven global warming disrupts its delicate balance of heat and saltness, salinity. With one of the studies even predicting it could collapse as soon as next decade, in less than 10 years. But the AMOC is complex and has only been continuously monitoring it since 2004. Climate models generally agree on its course to weaken this century, but there is a huge amount of uncertainty about the extent of its decline. The stakes are incredibly high that AMOC collapse, which last happened roughly 12,000 years ago, would cause chaos. It would push Europe into a winter deep freeze, accelerate sea level rise along the east coast of the U.S., and drive prolonged droughts across a swath of Africa. The two new studies, one which focuses on AMOC's future, the other on its present, provide new and alarming evidence of its decline. The findings are important and concerning, said Steph Rathmoff, an oceanographer at Postum University who had studied the AMOC for decades and was not involved in either reports. In the most recent study published Thursday in the journal Science Advances, scientists combine climate models with real-world data, including ocean temperature and salinity, to map out AMOC's future over the next several decades. They found that most climate models underestimates its decline. The AMOC is on course to slow by more than 50% by the end of the century, a substantial weakening that's 60% stronger than that estimated by an average of all climate models, according to the study. The findings show pessimistic climate models, those which show a strong weakening of AMOC are unfortunately the realistic ones, Ramstoff said. It heightens fears that it could pass a tipping point as early as the middle of the century, he added, the point at which shutdown basically cannot be stopped anymore. Alarmingly, the AMOC weakening could even be more pronounced than the study found because meltwater from Greenland is not included in the climate models, Ranford said. Thursday's study followed research published last week by scientists from the University of Miami who looked at what is currently happening to the AMOC. They analyzed real-world data from 4 mooring along the western boundary of the North Atlantic Ocean, which have measured water temperature, salt levels, and the velocity of ocean currents since 2004. They found that AMOC has been weakening at 4 different latitudes over the past 2 decades. This is Greenland on March 2015. Melting ice disrupting the balance of salinity that drives the AMOC flow. The fact that weakening was observed at 4 locations is significant, said Sante Elipote, a physical oceanographer at the University of Miami and a report author. Although the results only focus on the western boundary of the Atlantic Ocean, this region is the canary in the coal mine for what is happening to the AMOC, he said. The real-world data helps validate predictions made by climate models. Elipot added, the worrying part is that the same models are predicting that the AMOC is likely going towards a tipping point where it eventually shuts down, he said. The study provides strong observational evidence that the present-day AMOC is indeed declining, said Renee Van Western, a marine and atmospheric research at the Utrecht University of the Netherlands, who was not involved in the research. The results of both studies are very worrying, he said. They show that AMOC weakening is already happening, and it is underestimated by current projections. This also means that the risk of AMOC tipping is getting more substantial, he added, as every additional AMOC weakening pushes the system towards its tipping point. So if you are unaware of this, while 4547 don't want to mention the word climate change, it appears that the whole flow of the Atlantic Ocean is stopping. Is not going to continue to flow to all of the different areas. That it's just going to sit there like a stinking festering swamp. A stinking festering swamp. Because everybody wants you to believe that oil executives should have the run of the continent of the earth, and drill baby drill, and all of the waste that has come out, and all of the problems that gas and the runoff of gas and the fumes of gas has caused, the damage that it has caused this earth. Everybody think that, oh, well, there's nothing we can do about it. Oh, well, as long as the rich are getting richer. Oh, who wants to see a windmill in their backyard? Oh, who cares about this? Well, it seems like everybody is about to have to care about this because the fucking ocean, Atlantic Ocean, their current is about to collapse, and we'll see who wants a big ass Atlantic Ocean sized swamp in their backyards. That's all I'm saying. If you guys are not aware of this, I decided to bring you that as well. Let me see. There's something else. Okay, let's see what else I have here. Oh, have they removed this yet? They are at the JFK Senate Kennedy Center, deleting all of Trump's names, all of his letters to his name off of the Kennedy Center right now. If you were unaware of that, let me see. There's a couple of more things. Trump name has to come down from Kennedy Center and allows the UFC fight. Oh God, the UFC fight is still going to go on. Unfortunately, it appears. Let's hear what the court rulings are. Judge rules that Trump's UFC fight can in fact go on. Hmm.
Fight. Now, the UFC fight can still get very well rained out. It's scheduled to rain in Washington, D.C. this weekend on Sunday. But so Trump lost. His name is coming off the Kennedy Center today. Trump won. His UFC fight can move forward. So we'll see what happens next. As always, I'll have more updates for you soon. Spread the word. And if you can, follow along for all the news you need to know about and subscribe to my Substack at the link in my bio to support my work. Two breaking court developments right now. First, a judge has ruled Trump's name has to come down from the Kennedy Center today, refused a request by the board of the Kennedy Center to stay Trump's name coming down. It is coming down today. Scaffolding is up right now. I was just around there this morning, and I'm going to go.
Okay, go over there and make sure you check out Aaron Parnaris. Now, have you guys heard about this missing activist who was protesting in Portland, Oregon during the Black Lives Matter protest? I do believe he was protesting during the Black Lives Matter protest. He received the longest sentence of anyone there. BLM activist Malik Muhammad was serving the longest federal sentence of any 2020 BLM protester. Then he vanished in prison. Were you guys aware of this? He has vanished in prison. He was in a Portland prison. BLM activist Malik Muhammad vanished from prison tracking system. Malik Muhammad was serving the longest federal sentence of any 2020 BLM protester when his attorney says something alarming happened. A scheduled legal call was canceled. His name reportedly disappeared from inmate tracking systems, and supporters could not determine where he had been transferred. Weeks later, Muhammad surfaced at a Kirkland Correctional Institute in South Carolina, roughly 3,000 miles from Oregon. His attorney, Lauren Reagan, believes the transfer may have been connected to Muhammad's efforts helping incarcerated people advocate for their legal rights. Muhammad has also described harsh conditions inside the facility, including inadequate access to water, food, recreation, and basic necessities. Whether you agree with Muhammad's policies or not, the bigger question is accountability. when an incarcerated person can be moved across the country with limited transparency, lose access to regular communication with counsel, and seemingly disappear from public tracking system, it raises serious concerns about oversight, due process, and the right of the incarcerated people. Now, his attorney is having to actually pay an attorney where he is in North Carolina because she cannot physically represent him because she has no law license in North Carolina. So that his representation has been interrupted because of this transfer. So I didn't know if you guys were aware of this, but this is the things that they are doing. Do you not think that they do this type of shit all the time? Disappear prisoners all the time? Now, how much did 4547 spend on that reflecting pool? You know, the reflecting pool that he wanted you to remember how big and huge the reflecting pool was, and he had somebody he spent. I started out at something like 6 or 7 million and went up into the 20 millions or something like that. The reflecting pool has been painted and refilled with water. And let's look at the reflecting pool today, shall we? Let's look at the reflecting pool on this beautiful day. Okay, here we go.
And that's someone cleaning it. Literally hasn't even been a week since they refilled the reflecting pool. And
it has not been a week since they have refilled the reflection pool. And here is the pool behind Aaron Piranhas. And there's also someone cleaning the pool. What are they cleaning the pool of? Algae. You know, the stuff that 4547 said that was so disgusting that Biden and Barack Hussein Obama allowed to grow in the reflecting pool?
guess what's back in Washington, D.C.? If you guessed algae in the reflecting pool, you would be correct. After the President of the United States spent 13 to 14 million taxpayer dollars repainting the pool, fixing up the pool because of, in part, algae issues, just days later, here's an image taken by a CNN reporter. That's algae, and that's someone cleaning it. Literally hasn't even been a week since they refilled the reflecting pool, and there's already algae again. Now, officials say the reason why there's algae is because apparently it was residual algae from the pipes, and that it could take up to 2 months to fully clear up. But they're in there now cleaning up the algae that is already back just days after the pool has been refilled. 2 months of algae would make sure that what Trump wanted, which is a clean reflecting pool for America 250, well, it wouldn't happen that way. So we'll.
But my point is, you mean to tell me that they pay between 13 and 14 million dollars and the pipes weren't included? What the fuck were they? A 13 or 14 million dollar scrub job and paint job? And you mean to tell me, goddamn, they should have got a crack bitch to do that because a crack hole would have made sure she emptied those pipes out. She would have made sure she emptied all of those pipes out and made sure that the all the sludge was drained from the pipes. You got to get a crack ass bitch. Get one of these meth monsters out there, and they'll make sure all of those pipes get drained. For 13 or 14 million, they could have got that done for $1,300 or $1,400, and all of those pipes would have been drained. I digress. This link is under a fool's pool. What else do we have? Let me see. They're trying to break Donald Trump curse outside of the Madison Square Garden. That is another thing. They say that Trump has put a curse on the garden. Now, this is something that I really want to share with you. This is a a federal judge. While they talk about how MAGA are these great Christian people and they're not dangerous people, I want you to see what a federal judge is going up against after. Here we go. 60 Minutes. Federal Judge John Kotenauer, a Ronald Reagan appointee, says he received dozens, if not hundreds, of death threats after he blocked President Trump's bid to end birthright citizenship last year. I've been at this for 44 years. I've never encountered the hostility towards the judiciary that has existed in this country in the last year, says Kotenauer. I don't think it because we're making. I don't think it's because we're making bad decisions. I think it's because there are people who think that they can make a lot of political hay out of criticizing the federal judiciary. So let's hear what he has to say here.
There with long rifles. And they show up with guns drawn. Oh, yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Let me start this all the way over so we can hear everything that he's saying. Let's go.
Are at home, and the doorbell rings, and I go to the door, and there's, I think, 5 sheriff's deputies there with long rifles. And they show up with guns drawn. Oh, yeah. Yes, yes. Long guns. Very intimidating guns. And they said to me, "Sir, could we see your wife?" And I said, "Whatever for?" And they said, "Well, sir, we've had a report that you've murdered your wife."
It was a cruel hoax. The next day, a bomb threat. For John Kuhnauer, a federal district court judge in Washington state, it didn't end there.
There was a congressman that had a wanted poster. It said wanted in big letters at the top, and then a picture of several of us. It said everything except dead or alive.
His trouble started when President Trump signed an executive order.
He said that this was a congresswoman, not a regular citizen, an actual elected congresswoman, had a wanted poster with his picture and several other judges on it. Let that sink in. Let that sink in.
To end the 14th Amendment's guarantee of citizenship for infants born on U.S. soil to non-citizens. Judge Kuhnauer ruled it, quote, blatantly unconstitutional. The threats poured in.
Some of it was very, very ugly and very threatening.
Death threats?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Dozens of them. Dozens, if not hundreds.
Judge Kuhnauer told us threats come with the turf. He has sentenced an al-Qaeda bomber and Montana militia members and needed round-the-clock protection. But he said he'd never had as many death threats as with the birthright citizenship case.
I've been at this for 44 years. I have never encountered the hostility toward the judiciary that has existed in this country in the last year. And I don't think it's because we're making bad decisions. I think it's because there are people who think that they can make a lot of political hay out of criticizing the federal judiciary. My wife and I are at home, and the doorbell rings, and I go to the door, and there's, I think, 5 sheriff's deputies there with long rifles.
And they show up with guns drawn.
Oh, yeah. Yes, yes. Long guns. Very intimidating guns. And they said to me, "Sir, could we see your wife?" And I said, "Whatever for?" And they said, "Well, sir, we've had a report that you've murdered your wife."
It was a cruel hoax. The next day, a bomb threat. For John Kuhnauer, a federal district court judge in Washington state, it didn't end there.
There was a congressman that had a wanted poster. It said wanted in big letters at the top, and then a picture of several of us. It said everything except dead or alive.
Okay, I wanted to let you see. Is there something else? that's not what I want you to see. Let me make sure there is nothing else. Yes, I definitely want you to see the changes that President Trump wants to make to the Affordable Care Act. Why are you telling me about some random 71-year-old couple being losing their lives? I don't understand what that has to do
over the
with
future of
anything
the
I'm
Affordable
saying.
Care Act for next year. The Trump administration is now going to start suggesting to health insurance companies to offer loans to individuals who can't afford care. Not lower health insurance prices or healthcare prices, but offer loans. This can go very wrong very quickly, especially given the fact that 1/3 of the American public right now has medical debt. And at the end of the day, when health insurance companies turn into loan sharks, they're going to profit more. They're going to end up having higher interest loans, make more money off the backs of people who already can't afford basic health care. And they are fully moving forward with this plan. We'll see whether insurers agree to it or not. It's up to them to offer these loans. But pretty big changes could be coming soon to healthcare in America. Follow for more. The Trump administration may soon change the Affordable Care Act to encourage insurance companies to offer loans to people who can't pay for health care and health.
Doesn't that sound fantastic? Isn't that a fantastic healthcare plan that your administration has thought of? Isn't that the biggest sack of shit that you have ever heard? Who the fuck is 74-year-old Billy Blair and his 71-year-old wife, Virginia Carol Blair? Who the fuck is Kadarius Leray? I ain't never heard of no one named Leray. Leray Hobbs. What's your point? Off. What is your point? And what does this have to do with anything that I'm talking about here? Huh? Oh, okay. Let me share this with you. I didn't carry this. I kind of watched it, being shared, highlights being shared. I do watch true crime videos and things like that. So I got a little whiff of it and that it was going on. We talked about it when it happened. The track star who was bullied by a big white boy, and then he, in self-defense, he pulled out a blade and he no longer had to defend himself because it was soon over with. So I saw that he was on trial, and I just assumed that the trial would go on longer than what I saw. But it was a very quick trial. That the whole trial happened in 4 days. A whole trial dealing with the loss of life happened in 4 days, and the jury deliberated for 3 hours. And of course, he was found guilty. Sentenced to 35 years. 19-year-old. Sentenced to 35 years. All white jury in a small Texas town. I don't see what's news about this. What did anyone expect was going to happen in this? What did anyone think that was going to happen in this case where a bully who bullied and hit first this black child who was way smaller than him in what y'all thought was going to happen in Texas? Are y'all as dumb as the Supreme Court who wants us to believe that America is post-racial? As they prevent the 3 black women who was chosen for the jury, 3 educated black women. Did you think that they was going to put these educated black women on that jury? So I don't understand what you don't understand about what you should already understand. So there's a lot of brouhaha going on. Blah 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 blah. But then I ran across everybody wanted to say, oh no, it's not about that, oh no, and everybody wanted to flip the racism and say that the people that were calling out the racism, you guys always talking about, you guys always, all of a sudden the racists are victim to racism because their racism is being called out by the people who they are racist towards. Did you know? You know this. Y'all know how to. Y'all know that old bullshit, the reverse racism. Y'all know that dumb shit that they always try. Oh, then all of a sudden, oh no, we are the victims here. We are the victims here. So after it is all said and done, we get blessed with the father going on a racial tirade.
They are.
Want
Okay,
to
and then
hear
we're gonna
it?
get into how
You want to hear it? Let's hear this racial tirade that this father actually goes on. Shall we? Why don't we get into it? Let me see. Hold on. I think it's here. Here we go. Let's get into the racial tirade of this father. And it's all gonna make sense to you. That this twin who was accused of being the person who initiated all of this stuff, who put hands on this black child first, it's all going to make sense to you when you see who raised him. Let's get into this.
Can't get any more GoFundMe money or GoSend Go money. You are grifters. You should be ashamed of yourself. You raised that child, and I swear to God, DPS for sure, check on those other 3 that you still have. You never once admitted or took accountability. The real victim is the one who died, not the one who yourself. You raised that child, and I swear to God, you wouldn't even show up for your son's sentencing.
into how the grifters are running to the media and boo-hoo-whining crime victims. So without further ado, go ahead and roll the clip.
Joe Anthony, Kayla, you're cowards. You wouldn't even show up for your son's sentencing.
Now he's calling his parents by names. You're cowards. You wouldn't even show up for your son's sentencing. Wouldn't show up, or were they couldn't bring themselves to show up? Were they there in the court? What does that have to do with you and how you live their lives? Who shows up for this black child?
Our victim statement impacts. You abandoned your kid. You left him there. I guess he's no more used to you because you can't get any more GoFundMe money or GoSend Go.
I guess he's no more used to you because you can't get any more GoFundMe money. Or they could never get any GoFundMe money because GoFundMe does not allow you to collect for trials or Go money. So you are married. You are worried about the amount of money that they could possibly had to have collected to obtain an attorney for their child. Is that what you're mad about? So you're counting every penny that they get. And please understand that whoever they collected, it was reported that they had collected something over $600,000. They have not been allowed to collect that money. Do you think that this is the reason why they have not been allowed to collect their money when the white chick who called a autistic 5-year-old niggers about 15,000 times, and she was able to collect $900,000? Are you curious as to why this family was able to get donations up to $600,000 in a type of crowd fund sourcing channel that allows you to collect for actual attorney fees? But mysteriously, they can collect the donations that was given to them to help them obtain an attorney. And you see who is who's trying to say that they are trying to profit, they are trying to get money off of their son, and you didn't even show up for him during his sentencing. Why? Why would So he wants you to believe that they didn't show up because they are no longer able to grift any more money. So they didn't show up to the sentencing as if they knew what the sentencing was going to be. So how can it be both things? He's telling you that when the jury came back, that this black family automatically knew that, oh well, we will not be able to get any more go gift and go or GoFundMe money for our child anymore, because obviously they must have known that he was going to be found. Was it so obvious that when the jury came back, the jury was going to have a guilty verdict? Or are you just full of shit and trying to make it appear as if this black family was whatever? I really don't give a fuck.
You are grifters. You should be ashamed of yourself. You raised that child, and I swear to God, CPS for sure check on those other three that you still have.
Now he wants to say that he calls them grifters. I don't care. He put no facts for it, and I don't care. I think CPS should come check on these other three children you have. Oh, so you want to you are dog whistling for people to report these parents to CPS? Is that what you're doing? Oh, we're not supposed to understand that you are trying to enact a CPS because that your child, the behavior that you let your child display in public, but you don't have anything to say about that. I don't hear you giving any apologies for any of that. Oh, okay. We're gonna play dumb. We're gonna play like, oh, we don't know what he means though. We don't know exactly what he means.
He never once admitted or took accountability. You tried to play victim. The real victim is the one who died, not the one who shoved a knife in his chest. I come to pray with you and show the world we can close the gap of this unbelievable racial divide. And what you do? You widen the gap even further. You hire.
You came to pray with them. You came to a place where they were sitting down. You were uninvited to, and you barraged your way in. Do you think that I believe this man is a man of prayer, who wanted to shrink the gap? What are you so mad about? What are you so mad about now? You cannot say these people said anything to you in the process of this horrible case that both families had to go to. But you're mad and angry about something as if something was done to you. When you should be celebrating the verdict. But you're pissed off and you're mad. You're real mad. Talking about calling CPS on this family. You're mad. What are you mad about? I'm very curious. Got their financial assistance to pay for their attorney stop. But you're mad. I got a guilty verdict. The man got 35 years and you're still mad. Oh, well, we ain't heard half of it yet.
A convicted baby-shaking felon who's only in it for the money, who gives you bad advice, kicks me out of a press conference. Oh, funny, I was somewhere I wasn't supposed to be, but I left and asked.
Now, you said you came there to pray with them and to bridge the racial divide. So they were having a private press conference. They hired representation. And now here you are saying that they hired some grifter that was a baby shaker. I really hope that you don't try to cry foul if you get sued for slander. See, I don't know what is in their representatives' past or anything about their representative, because I did not follow the case this closely, because I'm tired of following the same play so closely, because I already know what it is. I'm just really curious. Would there be an ability to then make this man cry that he's being victimized as he showed up at a private press conference of this family, and when asked to leave, he acts as if he just turned around and left. No, he wanted to buck up and talk dumb shit and had to be escorted out of their private press conference. But that's not what he's telling you. He wanted to bridge the divide and pray with them. And then the representative who represents them all of a sudden is some baby shaker and this, that, and the other. But you know what they say about them chickens? How they always come home to roost? Let's hear all of this dumb shit. Let's hear all of this.
Shaking felon who's only in it for the money, who gives you bad advice, kicks me out of a press conference. Oh, funny, I was somewhere I wasn't supposed to be, but I left when asked. I didn't stab anyone. And then you proceeded to gaslight me with your convicted felon, quote, advocate, minister? Minister of what? Minister irrelevant? Minister of bullshit? How about minister, fuck you? Y'all think I'm a saint? I'm no saint. I'm as human as you. I have emotions. Just because I'm a Christian doesn't mean I don't sin.
Then y'all proceed to gaslight me with your representative. But no details. Just because they have the audacity to have a representative, all of a sudden he's being gaslit. And he's mad. But he can't tell you what he's mad about. Other than they have a representative. He was asked to leave a private press conference that they were having. But he's mad about what? He's mad at these parents. For what?
Walk on water and I don't turn into wine. And anybody else can, step up. Don't become kicking rocks in my backyard. Look in your own. The display of adults on the internet.
But isn't that what you're doing? Isn't why are you looking in their backyard? Isn't that what you're doing? Looking in their backyard or looking for rocks to throw? You never looked in your own backyard? But you're mad. You're mad. Okay, now he's going to get in on people on the internet. Well, if people on the internet were bothering you that much, were you chained to the internet? Was it some community service that demanded that you must be on the internet? When you saw what you didn't want to see on the internet, did you continue to go to those places to try to one up people on the internet? And obviously you're a doxer. But did you go to these back to these places to try to dox these people on the internet? Because you're an obvious doxer. How do we know? We heard the baby shaking incident that he just because this family hired a representative. Now it's all of this baby shaking stuff. And let's hear more of his doxing that he is going to spew out about just random people on the internet that said things that he doesn't like. Instead of shutting down his computer, he decides to go in and dox these people.
If your children saw how you acted, would you be proud? Or is that what you teach? I'm as human as you. I have emotions. Just because I'm a Christian doesn't mean I don't sin. Because I don't walk on water and I don't turn into wine. And anybody else can, step up. Don't become kicking rocks in my backyard. Look in your own. The display of adults on the internet. If your children saw how you acted, would you be proud? Or is that what you teach them? Do you teach them that racism is okay? Do you teach them, do you program your kids to hate, to kill?
The audacity. Are we forgetting who, had not it been for what he taught his son, no one would be in this position right now. The audacity. Is that what you taught your son? Is that what you taught your son? And then he says something about inbred. Was that a Freudian slip? He said, is that what you teach your children? The inbred? No, I think that is your culture, sir.
On the internet. If your children saw how you acted, would you be proud? Or is that what you teach them? Do you teach them that racism is okay? Do you teach them, do you program your kids to hate?
Did you teach them that inbred to program your kid that hate is okay? You see the Freudian slip that comes out?
To kill? From day one, I said this was never about race. Please don't make it about race and don't politicize it. And what did you do? You chose both. The race card, black fatigue, it's real. I'm sorry. You have embarrassed your own culture and race. Don't get me wrong, we got a lot of people that embarrass the shit out of me too. But you guys, you got a patent on that shit. And the only people that's gonna change it are you. Don't blame the white person because we can't change it. But you're gonna blame the white person for every fucking thing else. I'm gonna tell you right now. Charleston White, you think you're funny? We'll see who's laughing. Drew Anthony, you're a pussy and a coward, and you race one. Kayla, you drunk bitch. What'd you do to that boy to make?
Kayla is the mother. What it says? Whatever. What is that comedian? Charleston White, a comedian. He actually, this is actually censored. He called him a nigger. He called Charleston White a nigger. Kayla, you drunk bitch. What did you do to that boy? He called this boy's mother a drunk bitch. But do you see any reasons or points that he has given for all of this vile, putrid anger, hatred, racism? No, that's all it is vile, putrid racism and hatred that he has always had. You think somebody had wronged this guy? You would think that somebody after the trial, after he got whatever justice any victim of murder could get, any parent of a murder victim can get. He got everything that he could have gotten. And now he is still out here acting like a whole motherfucking hooded Klansman of feeling that. Is he happy about what he's putting on social media? What is his gripe? Exactly what is his gripe? Who hurt him? I don't give a fuck who hurt him. Nobody hurt him. He's a racist. An unapologetic racist. And talking about, is this what you learned? Is this who you are? Is this how you're teaching your kids? We see the outcome of what you've taught yours. We sure see the outcome of what you've taught yours. But see, the thing about courts and guilty verdicts and all of these things, there's also a thing in these courts called appeals. And it is just my personal opinion that this case will be able to successfully be appealed. Based on more information that has come out about the judge in this case and the prosecutor in this case, and the connection to the jail where Carmelo Anthony was held immediately after he was arrested, and the connections to the jail where he was held, the lack of people in this case, not having the professionalism to understand that, hey, maybe I ought to recuse myself from this case, because if this shit comes out about me, I am they are surely going to have a appeal that they will be granted. But no. Some people think that fat meat ain't greasy, so I'm just gonna continue to do it the good old boy way. Let's see how that works out for them. Let's finish with this piece of trash right here.
Stab somebody. My God, what kind of mother are you? Hey, Kevin Hayes, you fucking liar. Day after it happened. We'll see who's laughing. Drew Anthony, you're a pussy and a coward, and you race one. Kayla, you drunk bitch. What'd you do to that boy to make him stab somebody? My God, what kind of mother are you? Hey, Kevin Hayes, you fucking liar. Day after it happened. How many lies did you sit and type up on your keyboard, you big keyboard warrior? You a big tough man. You still live in Baton Rouge? Remember you said you'd come to Frisco, Brody? You supposed
He's calling Kevin somebody. You still live in Baton Rouge? Who you doxing? Who you doxing, little pussy? Who is this little pussy in his feeling doxing?
Find me. I thought we could sit down and talk. That's all you do. Talk, Mr. Squeaky Clean. You're the only one in your family without a damn record. I guess that's something to brag about in your culture.
You're the only family who without a record. I guess that's something to brag about in your culture. In your culture. Or maybe that's something to brag about in yours as well. Maybe that's something that the judge in this case and the DA in the case in your culture, don't have the bragging rights to brag about. How about that? How about that? Let's continue.
You people hang your hat on the dumbest shit I've ever seen.
Who is you people? He's mad. He's angry. His belly is spread all across, looking like the shape like a whole motherfucking. If he had on a purple shirt, he would be Grimace. Shaped like the whole motherfucking cowbell. The further down towards his hip go, the more spread there is in that belly fat. Talking about you people. You people.
Let me make one up. Y'all can let me make something racist up so y'all can go viral. I got a new name for Mello, okay? Because he was such a little boy y'all was trying to portray. How about Watermelon Felon? How's that one strike you? I hope you enjoyed it.
How long ago did you make that up? Are we to believe that you made this up? Let me make one. How do you, since you guys always wanna do what? Since you guys always wanna, you need to make up a racist name, and you think Watermelon Felon. Oh God! Oh, he got you. He got you. A Watermelon Felon. Who is he mad at? Who is he mad at? In 2026, this is the best that this racist can do to make you think that you're going to be mad at him. Let's talk about watermelon. I guess black people are the only people in the whole world that eats watermelon. So, I'm insulted. I am insulted. Okay, a dumb motherfucker. But he's mad. And we are to believe that, hey, he didn't instill any of this dumb shit in his children. Okay. Believe that if you want to.
His first night in his cell last night. Because he's going to have many nights to think about what the fuck he did. I forgave him, so I don't carry the hate and the anger. Let me make one up. Y'all can let me make something racist up so y'all can go viral. I got a new name for Mello, okay? Because he was such a little boy y'all was trying to portray. How about Watermelon Felon? How's that one strike you? I hope he enjoyed his first night in his cell last night. Because he's going to have.
Because of, let me make this name up, not because you guys came at me with racist taunt, because he was such a little boy that you guys wanted to defend. So therefore, let me make up a racial name for you. Not because anything racist was done towards me. No, because you guys, how you want to portray him. I don't like it. So let me make up a racist name. I'm within my rights to make up a racist name because you guys don't like, I don't like how you want to portray him. So I'm within my rights to make up a racist name. Hey, this is post-racist America. Your Supreme Court wants you to believe that we are living in a post-racist America. That this motherfucker is sitting up here trying to rationalize his racism, and he cannot even come up with any semblance of a reason why he wants to come up with a racist name for him, because I don't like how you guys have depicted him. Are we clear on this? Okay.
Many nights to think about what the fuck he did. I forgave him, so I don't carry the hate and the anger. How poetic justice is served. You just do a big softball and knock it out of the park. Thank you for making it so easy for me. So you can live with your lie if you want to, but my truth is forever. Just like the fact your son is a convict and a killer. Forever. Forever's a long time. What's your master plan, Mr. Anthony? To use your son as income and soak up as much money playing victim to line your pockets and then abandon him when he's at sentencing or victim impact? You just left him up there by himself? Amazing. Amazing. What about you, Drew? What kind of father are you? You want to talk about what kind of father? Let's talk about what kind of father you are. Let's talk about your arrest. Let's talk about your warrants. Oh, was it drugs? Coke? You did? Tell me some other shit. Let's pull it up. Because I welcome every one of you.
Seems like you already pulled it up. Was it drug? Was it coke? What was it? You want to talk about his arrest and warrants, but you want to leave it out here vague. Say what it was, bitch. What was it? Drugs, coke. Somebody need to drug test you right about now.
To pull up my criminal history. Someone who tried to make up some bullshit saying I'm a sexual assault person. Guess what? If you're convicted of sexual assault in Texas, you have to register. Please check the registry. Please.
Maybe you weren't convicted in Texas. Just because you live in Texas, if you have SA on your record, it doesn't mean that your conviction happened in the state in which you are currently live.
Check my background in criminal history. It's not there.
Yeah, so you see, right, for being the grifters they are, okay? And then we're going to get into how the grifters are running to the media and boohoo-whining crime victimhood. So
Okay. So why did I want to play this for you? You know, why X Y? Let me share. Let me share something I do want to share with you about this case now. That a whole lot of information is coming to light about the judge and the prosecutor in this case, as they tried to sit up there. One thing that the father said, that the father should have already known, that he should have procured a a black attorney. Of course, you should have procured a black attorney. It is unfortunate that you thought that you didn't have to have a attorney that understood and could represent your experience and the experience in life that you.
Now he's
and
tagging this to the
your
inflation numbers,
Yes.
saying that when
Oh.
the more oil that comes out,
that you and your child are lived under. I think that is one of the more obvious things that unfortunately this father didn't do, and this is one of the things that father said that will basically kind of haunt him, that he didn't do. But let me go here. Let me go here. I was wondering. So I'm just gonna be real clear. I was wondering where Dr. Candace was, Houston advocate. I was wondering where she was. I hadn't heard much of her. Like I say, I wasn't following this trial closely, but she is going to tell you where she was, and she's going to give you more information about this case. Let me copy and paste this. This is going to be in my description box as well under appeal. We're just going to put this under appeals. How about that? Appeal case. How about that? Because I think that this case, every case you have the right to appeal, but I think that this case, based on the information that is coming out early, it may be ripe for a successful appeal to actually get this case back in front of a court and a jury. Let me share this with you.
That would not have happened on our watch. But Court of Appeals, then after the first Court of Appeals, because I cannot be everywhere at one time. I'm all over the United States.
That's right.
But the thing is that when I seen that they had an actual activist and they had a legal team and they didn't have no black people on the jury, that would not have happened on our watch. I don't understand how that was even able to go further than that. That should have went to the first Court of Appeals. Then after the first Court of Appeals, then it go to the Fifth Circuit Court. We would have took it all the way to the Supreme Court. That didn't happen. Another thing that I looked at is that we had people here that were paid to be moles to create chaos. See, we used to dealing with that when we on our activism travels across this United States. That would not have happened. on our watch. But again, let's be clear.
And she is not kidding at all. Who other than, oh God, what is that fool's name? I have showed you him. He was a January 6th writer. I keep on wanting to say Nick Shirley. I'm positive it's not Nick Shirley. This guy was pardoned by Trump, a January 6th rioter. Then he went to Minnesota with a Quran and some type of a bulletproof vest with slices of bacon in the Quran, agitating of Muslims in Minnesota. And then when he got chased down, and then he hopped in the car with a woman and a transgender woman on top of it, one woman and her transgender female friend. Because he was trying to escape the crowd, embarrassing. Then he showed up at that Chud the Builder's arraignment, and he everyone in the audience were told that they are not to make any outbursts. And when the judge gave Chud the Builder what his bail amount was, he got up and said something, and the judge said, "Oh, excuse me, hold up. I told you that this was not the time for you to have any outbursts. Take him into custody." So he got arrested there. And then the final straw, he had the audacity to show up here in Texas, and he showed up here in Texas and went over to the people who were in support of Carmelo Anthony. And he had the audacity to say that, I'll show you what he had the audacity to say. I will show you all of the things. While she's talking about, I heard you had agitators here. Yes, they had agitators there. Now, then... what is his name? Nick? No, it's not Nick Shirley. It is, what is the other asshole's name? Can somebody help me? Let me find it. Let me find it real quick. I apologize. Mm-hmm. You mean to tell me I didn't save that? Unfortunately, I didn't save that. Okay, let me find it as she continues to talk.
Everything happens for a reason. But one thing I want to let the community know, just because I wasn't here doesn't mean I wasn't working. We were working behind the scenes because we knew that this was a setup from the beginning. We knew that they was going to find him guilty. We didn't know that it was going to be 35 years though, but we knew that it was going to be something that was going to be egregious. And that's why I want to give a shout out to Charleston White. I want to give a shout out to Brother Cornell X, because all of us got together so we can help this family to be able to get the proper legal team that's needed. And what we do, we're not going to push a legal team on you. We're going to give you the top of the notch, creme de la creme, and you pick who you want to fit for you.
Yes.
Okay? And that is exactly what we're doing right now at this time. Now, we know that they was running everything real quick with this case, because I thought everything was going to be done today. I thought it was going to be done today. It was 2 days ago. And guess what? I couldn't be here for that day because guess what? Because as an activist, when you hold people accountable, they set traps for you. Yeah. I had to be in court for a case they tried to set me up on that got dismissed though. Okay? But guess who here today?
Yep. Dr. Matthews.
Okay? So when you're dealing with a case of this magnitude, You have to have an experienced activist. You have to have an experienced legal team. And that's exactly what we saw, okay? And I'm not trying to step on nobody's toes. It is what it is. Now we are at this point where I seen a DA, I seen a judge, I seen the Metcalf family, I seen my people, and the whole United States seen what happened here. So now where we are is what the next steps. Because see, I'm not gonna do no press conference with no rah-rah. I don't have time for that. Now it's about action and plans of action. What I seen was that this young man, I've worked on several cases, criminal cases. I have never seen no inmate that's in a county jail going to TDC the very next day. Normally it takes 30, 60, 90 days before you are able to get on their chain to go to TDC. They hurry up and got this baby out of here. Then another thing that we also seen, that's why I'm bringing this information to you. What we also seen was that they already gave him a public defendant for the appeal. So this is why this is very evident and this is important, why I had to come here, so you don't get no misinformation. So now what's happening is that we have to ensure that there is the right, correct legal team to help in this process, because we can't have no more ball dropping, y'all. We cannot, because we have a young man life that's at stake at this time. Now, I'm not going to get into retrying this case because that happened then. We are here now. We are here dealing with the appeals process. This is what we own, and the time clock starts now. The fight starts now. The fight starts now, people. This is not something that we just have to be, no. This is serious. This is serious. And then I want to also say to the very people that would say, well, Dr. Matthews, she's not here. No, baby, you don't know what the hell I was doing. Because at the end of the day, I'm here now. The big dog is here now. And people going to be held accountable in these streets. And one thing that I want to lay out, because I know y'all didn't know nothing about this, since what I was told by some of the court watchers, they would bring information to me and tell me how the DA was talking in that hearing, would tell me how the judge was moving in that hearing, right? Well, baby, I got some tea on them in the bag of evidence. Baby, this is the hammer bag of evidence. So, hold this for me, brother. See, I ain't come out here to play. Bring it on. I came out here, since you over here want to call this boy a murderer, then we're gonna take the covers off you. Ain't no way in hell that you need to be a damn DA with this foolishness. Did you know? Hold this, please. I got you. That there is a 75-page federal lawsuit for sexual harassment of the DA that was saying that Carmela Anthony is a murderer. Well, you need to be a registered sex offender, sucker. Let me read. We ain't know that. The pot calling the kettle black cow, but you the whole DA out here. Oh, so you thought y'all was the only one that could go in PACES. And let me explain to you what PACES is. PACES is the database for federal lawsuits. See, we have a research team, baby, that's colder than the media. So let me go ahead and read a little bit of it to show you how disgusting this joke is. It's serious. After Jane Doe 1 refused defendant Willis, ain't that his name, Greg Willis? Oh, okay. Advances at the Galveston TDCAA conference, he treated her quite differently in the workplace. He began demeaning and berating her. In one closed-door meeting, he told her, "You think like a child, and I would treat you like a child." Defendant Willis likely appreciated the gender slurring that is implicit in a male supervisor telling a female employee that she thinks like a child. Oh, wait a minute, it gets better. Hold on. More than once, she tried to break free, but he held her tighter. These physical encounters were unwanted and sexual in nature. Jane Doe 1 eventually put in for a position in the Victim Assistance Division and got it in December 2020. This role put her under the supervision of Chief Prickle. However, the unwanted touches and full frontal hugs with moaning continued. The most recent of the sexualized hugs back in April 2022. We got a damn freak for the DA, but you want to talk about Carmelo Anthony? No, we're gonna talk about you, because if you want to sit up here and go do this rocket docket type case, well, we're gonna rocket docket your ass, because you need to be in jail. You do not need to be a DA here. But see, this is what they don't tell you. That's why you got to research your people, who you're voting for. And I'm going to say this to the Republican Party. Republican Party, y'all need to write somebody else in, because this man here is a sexual deviant, and he has no place being a DA here in Collin County. And if you want to see this lawsuit, you can go to my Houston Stringer page or Nights on TV. We're going to drop the whole 75 pages so you can read it for yourself. And there's some sick puppy foolishness in here. But he's DA though. Oh, okay. Let me see. Yeah. But then we took it a step further. Hold that for me. We took it a step further, because anytime we pull court documents, my legal team will put it in an audit, and it'll give a psychological background of the defendant. Y'all want to hear it? Yes. I can't hear you. You want to hear it? Yes. Oh, okay. Yes. So we have predatory behavior patterns of District Attorney Greg Willis. The complaint outlines an administrative pattern where DA Willis routinely leveraged his immense legal and professional power, including his authority to refer individuals for indictment and control criminal investigations, to isolate and exploit female employees. Oh, he enforces strict closed-door policies using forested glass office doors to maintain total occupancy. Across multiple independent plaintiff accounts, Willis repeatedly utilized identical operational pretexts to force unwanted physical contact. He frequently claimed he needed help with an electronic document to draw female staff behind his desk, subsequently tapping them in chairs, massaging their shoulders, stroking their limbs, and forcing full frontal body hugs while rubbing their lower backs, audibly moaning. He explicitly framed his actions as personal compulsions, telling staff, "Sometimes I can't help myself," when he near to them, and blaming their appearance for the lack of professional control. That's the DA we got in here. That's the DA who did this to Carmelo Anthony. So y'all ain't know that, huh? Oh, y'all didn't? Okay. And then, so let me tell you about, let me get this one.
There's more.
Hold on, it's more, baby. It's more stuff. It's more stuff. Now, I want to give credit to North Carolina The Beat, which is another, Black journalist that we all work together. All us people, activists, journalists, we work together. And I thank him for giving us this information, and we confirmed all of it. However, Judge Roach, now I'm on your avenue. Okay? Did y'all know that there's a third-party website? Because y'all know I deal with judicial accountability, right? Y'all know I bring them judges and I slang them when they dirty, right? So there's a third party that I want you all to be able to go to. And I'm going to make sure that we put it in the article so you can use that as a resource. Because whatever court you go to in the United States that deal with family and children, you need to know who's on this list. And this is a list of child abuse judges. This is child abuse judges, and this comes from the childabusejudges.com. Yeah. See, you don't know until you know, right? Okay. So as of 12/22/2025, 1,400 plus judges have been accused of child abuse. Many judges 2 to 6 times. So let's see what state we got. Texas, though. Because this is all of it. But I'm just going to show y'all Texas. Let's see who name on here.
Receipts. Watch your eagle eye back there in the hot pink. There it is, right there. Eagle eye in the hot pink said, there she is, or he is.
Oh, yeah, here you go. My Versace glasses kind of got in the way. But Judge John Roach Jr. is on that list. And this is the same judge that convicted Carmelo. So, you know what they say. Don't throw rocks living in a what? Glass house. So, you need to know who is governing you guys. Because if you don't, how do you know how to move? That's why elections is important. You need to know who you're voting for. Y'all over here putting sex offenders in here, child abuse judges in here, and you wonder why you can't move 2 steps forward and you got to take 2 steps back, and then they turn around and take your kids from you. Then they turn around and have your ass going to TDCJ for over 30 years.
Okay. The link is in my description box for all of this. I'm pretty sure there will be more coming. This is in my description box under appeal case. Now, why did she specifically talked about the agitators that they have had visiting Texas. What agitators could she be speaking of? Of course, she's talking about the January 6th pardon agitator.
It's governing you guys. Because if you don't, how do you know how to move?
Hold on.
That's why
Jake Lane. Jake Lange, who I covered in Minnesota, with the slices of bacon all throughout the Quran. Jake Lang was arrested again. Jake Lang was arrested in Tennessee for making an audible response to what the judge said after the judge had already told them this is not the place where you want to be heard. Do not make any audible responses to anything that happens. And what did he do? He gets up and says something spicy to the judge with his little duck legs and try to waddle out the court. And the judge said, arrest him. He's behind Chud the Builder, a bond being $1.2 million. Jake Lang thought that he was going to say something slick. Didn't work out for Jake Lang.
What is happening across America today? Welcome to USA News, where we bring you the facts and the most talked of stories right now.
This is how it wound up for him in Minnesota, as he has on his infidel flak jacket and was attacked and was bleeding from the head and was he was standing up in one of these windows trying to now see, he didn't have to be here. He didn't have to take his boombox and blare Ice Baby and approach these people who were protesting ICE. He didn't have to do any of this. But since he had decided to do this, this is what happened in Minnesota. And these far right, I hate trans people. How did he escape? He ran to a car just that happens to be driving down the street, and he jumps in the car of these 2 women. One was a woman and one was a trans woman, and they were like, what the heck is going on? And then they saw the mob of people, and they did him a favor, like, oh well we didn't know what was going on, but we saw these people and we just got out of there. They were just like disgusted when they found out who it was they had helped. This is him in Minnesota, if you don't know.
Drop a like, subscribe, and let's get into the details. A dramatic new arrest is drawing national attention and reigniting debate over free speech, public protests, and the aftermath of one of the most closely watched murder trials in Texas. Jake Lang,
This isn't more Minnesota people. I don't know why Negroes find the need to save this piece of this type of trash. This black man right here was the main person who was protecting him and guiding him out of that big situation that he decided to put himself in and had to be saved by a black man. And then here it is months later. He goes to the Carmelo Anthony where they are protesting outside of the court. And he says things like Carmelo Anthony needs to be lynched on this tree. All of these type of things. But months earlier, he had to be saved by this black man. A black man. Do you think that he would save you? This is what disgusts me about some of you raccoons. You don't even have your own interests at heart.
Far-right influencer who was previously charged in connection with the January 6th Capitol riot and later pardoned by President Donald Trump.
This is him at the court with another flak jacket on, holding up a picture of Charlie Kirk. I think that the chick who lost her life in North Carolina on that bus, and a couple of more people. Metcalf son. Here he is telling the people who are out there that they should Carmelo Anthony should be hung and lynched by one of these trees in the courtyard.
Has now been arrested again, this time on a state felony charge of making terroristic threats. According to
state felony charge of making a terroristic threat. Now, of course, none of these officers around who heard all of this who was here for all of this, he was not arrested on the spot. No, he was not. He almost made his way out of Texas. But guess what happened? They came on the aircraft and took him off the plane. Now, he himself, it's kind of like Chud the Builder, is on some type of $1 billion bond. You know, this is one of the January 6th rioters. This is the best thing that he has to do. They had the phone conversation. I want you to hear the phone conversation. Will I be able to find it here? I think. Let me try to find more information.
It's on that list. And this is the same judge
this
that
is
convicted.
What is happening across America today? Well,
let me see if I can find it. Let me show you this while I find exactly what I'm looking for. I apologize. I'll show this to you. Faces up to 10 years in prison. Jake Lang. Let's get into this.
Anthony. According to statements by Lang's team on his Twitter account and confirmed by audio, Jake Lang was arrested in Texas and was hit with a $1 million bond and is currently facing up to 10 years in prison on a terroristic threatening charge. The pardoned January 6 insurrectionist is facing a third-degree felony. The arrest stems from threats that Lang allegedly made regarding the high-profile North Texas murder trial of 19-year-old Carmelo Anthony. According to statements by Lang's team on his Twitter account and confirmed by audio, Lang was arrested after publicly saying that if the jury did not find Anthony guilty, he would, quote, take care of it himself, and that we the people will deal with justice. He was arrested after boarding a flight at a Dallas area airport. According to Lang, law enforcement removed him from the aircraft, handcuffed him on the tarmac, and transported him directly to jail. This is the second time he's been arrested in North Texas in a single week. He lives in Florida but traveled to Texas to film content and protest outside the courthouse. On June 2nd, he was arrested on a criminal trespass warrant after hopping a fence at a high school stadium to film what he claimed was dried blood from the original stabbing incident. He was released the next day on bond under a strict condition that he stay at least 200 feet away from the courthouse. He then violated this order by returning to the area with White Lives Matter signs. Before this trial, he was escorted out of a council meeting after making inflammatory remarks suggesting burning down of local mosques. He's now facing up to 10 years in prison if convicted on this felony charge. Jake Lang was arrested in Texas and was hit with a $1 million bond and is currently facing up to 10 years in prison on a terroristic threatening charge.
Okay, that is the Jake Lang video. Now, let's see Jake Lang in action in Texas, shall we? We may as well see him in action making terroristic threats about if Carmelo Anthony is not found guilty by the jury. Shall we? Yeah, here we go. Here we go, right here.
Welcome to USA News, where we bring you the facts and the most talked of stories.
This isn't the one I wanted. Oh, Jesus. Hold on again. Let me find the correct one. I hate that AI shit. Let's get a real video. I apologize. Let's get right here. Shall we? Far-right influencer Jake Lang, pardoned for January 6th Capitol riot, arrested in Texas on charges of making terroristic threats. That is one of the news story. Where else do we see Lang? Right here, Chad the Builder's trial.
Told you, sir, you're not a speaking role today. You decided that you wanted one for whatever reason. I don't know why, but thank you for coming. All right, for the record, Mr. Ethley's now in the courtroom with two-tier justice. All right, thank you, Justin.
Two-tier justice is what he says. Two-tier justice, as he is trying to come and show his support and make a name for himself for being a white racist, trying to fill the spot, obviously, that Charlie Kirk has left open. Two-tier justice. All right, take him into custody. Are you familiar with Jake Lang? Let me show you Jake Lang outside of. Now, this happened before he decided to go to Texas to make content. This is what he calls what he's doing. He's making content. He is trying to put himself on the map. So he will be talked about here, there, and everywhere. Let's This is in Minnesota. All of this is Minnesota. This is Minnesota. Just in case you are unaware.
New at 6, right-wing activist Jake Lang was booked into the Ramsey County Jail tonight after kicking over this ice sculpture in front of the Minnesota State Capitol. It read, "Prosecute ICE," and was commissioned by a group representing 500,000 veterans and military families. Lang is a Florida man who was arrested for storming the Capitol on January 6th and then eventually pardoned. He was also behind this rally that sparked a chaotic scene last month in downtown Minneapolis. Here's a new mugshot. He is facing criminal damage to property charges.
No. I did see the Texas. Hold on. I did see the Texas fiasco. I definitely want to show you him, allow you to hear him. Let me see. Let me see. Is it here?
We've also learned about the arrest of far-right influencer
Okay, maybe it's here.
Jake Lang. The pardoned January 6th rioter who lives in Florida made multiple appearances outside the Carmelo Anthony trial this week. He's now in the Dallas County Jail on a $1 million bond and is facing charges of making terroristic threats. It's Lang's second arrest in North Texas this month.
Ugh.
You come out of the car now?
No.
Yeah, get out of the car.
Oh, right now. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
Where is
We've
the
also
footage?
learned about the arrest of far-right influencer Jake Lang.
Where is the footage? Hold on. I want to see the footage. Oh, now he's a Karen. Jake Lang claimed the black guards attacked him in jail over Carmelo Anthony case, of course. Oh, now Jake Lang is in jail being a Karen. I want to hear the actual footage. Let me see if they play it on.
What is happening
AI
across America today?
slot.
Welcome. Those allegations. Arrest was an attempt to. The arrest marks the arrested and frisked trial expected next month, cited on multiple to be felt by both families. Defense during the deadly confrontation.
Okay, I'm not gonna put that up there. I really want you to be able to hear what was being screamed at. Let me see. I can't find it. I apologize. I don't know. They obviously are scrubbing it off the internet because I just saw it yesterday when I held this story to talk about today. You know how you know how they do things. Let me no, that's 5 months ago. Uh, Can't find it. This is a council meeting in Frisco, Texas. He was.
Good evening, Frisco is there. What are you guys doing here? Inviting the enemy to eat at the table with you and they steal all your food. Where children will grow up without a place to be in because every single one of their jobs, and you saw the children that were brought up on the stage, not one of them is a heritage American, not one of them was a Texan. Your replacement is here, Americans, and it is coming faster and faster. The Hindus and the Muslims are teaming up to take over Texas. This is not Muslims versus Hindus here. They are here to eradicate the Christians. They are here to drive us out of our homelands. You have to understand, these people do not want to assimilate. These people have not come here to become Americans. They've come here to drag their third world culture over to our country. If Jainism, if Hinduism is so great, why are their countries shitholes? They're bringing this ideology here to turn the third world is not a place. It is a people. It is an ideology. It is a way of life. It is a culture. And when they bring their people, their way of life, their ideology, and their culture over to America, do you think it's going to remain American? Have you ever looked across the plains of Texas and said, I need 5 million Jeeps here right now to shit in the street? No one ever has. No one has ever looked across and said, the football fields, the games, all of the amazing cowboy. I have a cursive and write, and it's cursive I want. Let him talk. I can talk about watching. No one has ever looked across the plains of Texas and the football games and all the amazing cowboy culture and the raw American spirit here and said, let's replace this with Muslims. Let's replace this with Hindu. Texas should remain for Texas. Have you lost your mind selling your children's future? Did you see the Boys and Girls Club of America standing on this stage?
Did you hear him talk about it's about the ideology that they bring over here? Who did you recently hear talk about the ideology that these people who come to your shores in boats? None other than the white nationalist, white Christian nationalist, Pete Kegrev, who is over the Department of Defense. He recently got thrown out of France for talking this same white nationalist talk. This is what your Pete Kegrev is out here espousing across the world of this white nationalist bull shit, talking about the ideology of everyone else. Let's continue.
Isn't even recognizable to what you would have seen the Boy Scouts 15 or 20 years ago. It is a replacement. It is not right. Just because it's happening to white people does not make it okay. You guys, listen, this is the jellyfish generation. Half boomer, half Gen X. You don't care about my children's children. You are selling out this country to people who do not want to live near you. They want to build their own separate, segregated zones where they practice their religion, their food, their way to dress, their language. They don't care about white culture. They don't care about American culture. They don't like you. They will replace you. Their culture in both Muslim and Hindu is pedophilia. And I have the child marriage in Mensur Marudi, which is one of their religious texts. It suggests a 30-year-old man marrying a 12-year-old woman or a 24-year-old man is perfect for an 8-year-old girl. What the fuck is wrong with you? Inviting these people into our country. This is a Christian country. Name one of the signers of the Declaration of Independence that's a Hindu or Muslim. You all deserve to be strong. I agree. You're if I lived in Texas, I would burn down one of these fucking mountains. You should do the same. If I lived in Texas, I would do it. Stand up. Stand up. Get out. If I lived in Texas, these bastards don't need your prayer. Burn out the fucking ground. Are you kidding me? You're gonna let these Hindu Muslim temples just gonna be erected here? You're men. Act like men. Woo! Act like men. 15-year-old girls. You gotta let these people steal your country. Act like men. Stand up. You can walk Frisco City Council. You guys thought I was
I really hope you heard someone say, "Go touch on 15-year-old girls again." To Jake Lang. Jake Lang, who is talking about what a Christian nation we live in and what all these other religions expound in allegedly expound in their religion. Did you catch on to someone who told him to go touch on 15-year-olds old girls again? Let's delve into that. These people with this white nationalist cry that they are putting out. Let's see. Shall we get into this? Hmm. This is in
Welcome back here on.
this is in Minnesota, where he wanted to spew the hate in Minnesota. Do they have any live footage? Let's get to the live footage. I showed you guys this months ago.
With a flagpole by anti-ICE demonstrators. He was then apparently pepper sprayed by the crowd there. Again, you're seeing some of the video here of all of this unfolding just yesterday outside of City Hall in Minneapolis. We also have some of the video coming in out of that area yesterday as tear gas was deployed. Now, a judge ruled federal.
Come join us 1 p.m. here. We'll be burning Qurans, standing up against the Somali invasion of Minneapolis, the immediate deportation of Ilhan Omar, and the arrest of the scammer Tim Walz.
What I found ironic above all of this is that he had to be treated by a Muslim nurse in her full Muslim garb at the hospital. When they finally got this pussy ass bitch to the hospital, a black Muslim nurse in her full Muslim coverings was the one who treated his wounds. And he's still out there trying to create all of this white racist hate in this country because of these little duck leg, little short ass, pussy ass, bitch ass motherfuckers know that they are inferior. That's his nurse. That's him in the hospital after all of this is over with. This is not AI. This is factual. This is his nurse. Do you see that? This is the man who got him off of that wall, out of that windowsill where he was cowering. And was his flak, his protector. I don't know why. I don't know why. You see how it always work out? But he talked all of that dumb shit about the Quran and infidel and getting Ilhan Omar out of Minneapolis.
You just got a small taste of the shit show that ensued in Minneapolis after self-avowed Nazi influencer Jake Lang tried to hold an anti-immigrant pro-ICE rally at City Hall. I guess that he's one of the remaining Nazis who hasn't joined ICE yet. Nevertheless, he's been there on the streets consistently to show support for the modern-day Gestapo. The week before, him and his entourage showed up blasting Ice Ice Baby by Vanilla Ice in order to show support to the ICE Gestapo. And as they played that song, they called for ICE to go door to door to hunt down immigrants everywhere. So he's been pretty visible at anti-ICE protests in Minneapolis the past couple of weeks to antagonize protesters specifically. And if you're not familiar with Jake Long, you probably know his buddy because last week or the week before that, actually, he went viral after Renee Good was executed because he said the following.
And all you liberal commie motherfuckers, keep your hands to yourself or you're gonna get hurt today, all right? We executed one of you yesterday.
So to be clear, we're dealing with individuals who are explicitly in favor of violence, and it's not just that they want the ICE Gestapo.
Now, did you ever hear Pam Bimbo, Todd Blanchard, your president or vice president, talk about the hate on the right and designating them as domestic terrorists? No, and you will never. You never will. But this is what is going on. Your president pardoned Jake Lang the first day he came in office, and Jake Lang was one. How do you think that Jake Lang was acting on January 6th when he was surrounded by all of his cohorts and contemporaries? How do you think he was acting then? If he's out here acting like this now, see the problem. You can't let motherfuckers think that this is normal action that they're doing. What he is out here doing, like Chug the Builder, walking up to people, antagonizing people, and trying to incite people. These are very dangerous people. These are people who have been taken off your terrorist watch list of these white supremacist hate groups that have been taken off your government's watch list. And this is what they're out here doing.
To do violence on their behalf. They want to do violence themselves. But don't take it from me. Let's hear it straight from the horse's mouth.
Honestly, if I catch a Muslim that's coming at me and blow his head off outside my home and I get it on video, it'll be the most viral video of all time. Jake Lang blows the head off of a Muslim trying to jihad him. Watch it in slow motion 4K from a Ring doorbell.
So you see his friend behind him who bragged, "We just killed one of you yesterday." But what you did see a Muslim doing to his head was helping him clean up his bloody head at the end of this day. That's the only thing that you saw a Muslim doing towards his head. And he's talking about how he would like to take the life of a Muslim person for some fantasy reason. And do you not think that these are not his true fantasies? But when push comes to shove, and when he's all bruised, bloodied, and battered, who was there to wipe away his blood and wounds and take care of his wounds? A black Muslim woman in full Muslim garb. These people are absolutely disgusting.
Well, pretty cool. If I catch a Muslim that's coming at me and blow his head off outside my home and I get it on video, it'll be the most viral video of all time. Jake Lang blows the head off of a Muslim trying to jihad him. Watch it in slow motion 4K from a Ring doorbell. Pretty cool. So, you know, I mean, hey.
Don't threaten you with a good time.
Don't threaten you with a good time. Yeah. If I get the opportunity to slay one of these disgusting animals that's trying to threaten me and my country and my family, don't threaten me with a good time, right? I mean,
yeah, so if it wasn't already obvious enough, this man is a Nazi. And if you think that that's too hyperbolic, here's a picture of him doing the Nazi salute. And no, he's not waving. He's not telling people that his heart goes out to them. He is literally Sig Heiling. And if the photo isn't convincing you, well, then maybe the video will do the trick.
If you whatever a Nazi isn't, then I'm a Nazi, bitch.
So I just want to stress that this was a Nazi rally organized by violent Nazis who pose a direct threat to marginalized people in the community. And showing up to counter-protest open Nazism isn't just morally justified. I'd argue that it is a necessity. So that way other potentially dangerous Nazis get the message that they're also not welcome in the community. And I'm not overestimating the threat that this individual poses, because Jake was actually charged with assaulting an officer with a baseball bat, and he was one of the January 6th insurrectionists to receive clemency from President Neckpussy. So people in the community, they were right to be worried about the threat that he posed, and they took that threat seriously. Rightfully so. And unfortunately for him, he found out the hard way that all of the support that he sees online for Nazism isn't actually reflective of reality, because real people still don't fuck with Nazis. Local ABC News affiliate KJCT reports Only a small number of people showed up for Lang's demonstration, while hundreds of counter-protesters converged at the site, yelling over his attempts to speak and chasing the pro-ICE group away. They forced at least one person to take off a shirt that they deemed objectionable. Lang appeared to be injured as he left the scene, with bruises and scrapes on his head. In Minneapolis, snowballs and water balloons were also thrown before an armed police van and heavily equipped city police arrived. We're out here to show Nazis and ICE and DHS and MAGA you are not welcome in Minneapolis, protester Luke Remington said. Quote, stay out of our city, stay out of our state, go home. So suffice to say, I think that the message was received loud and clear. And it did look like he ended up getting stitches for a gash on the back of his head. And I don't know if that was because somebody hit him or because he fell. More on him falling later. But at the end of the day, I do think that his ego was probably injured the most, because to say that counter-protesters merely chased him away, it doesn't paint a big enough picture of what actually happened. This man was completely and utterly humiliated and emasculated while he was being chased off by protesters. And I just have to show you the footage, because just explaining what happened doesn't do it justice. Fucking brutal. So he showed up, puffing out his chest, talking tough, calling for violence against immigrants, only to be humbled in the most humiliating way imaginable for all of the world to see, mind you. Not just that crowd that was there, all of us online are now watching too. And before he was chased off, he tried to give a speech, but he barely got a word in edgewise because he was being heckled so loudly, nonstop, while people were throwing water at him. And if that wasn't bad enough already, a literal comedian showed up to make fun of him at the same time.
I'm with the incel, Nick, Jeremy Lang. What's your body count, man? Jake Lang. What's Jeremy, though? It's Jeremy. What's it like being a virgin? When was the last time you legally touched a vagina? Nick, Jake Lang has never legally touched a vagina.
Do not touch. Do not touch.
When was the last time you've legally touched a vagina, Jake?
Do not touch.
All right, so Jake, I've been talking to ICE officers trying to explain where the clitoris is. So do you need help finding the clitoris? Jake Lang, where's the clitoris? People want to know.
Yeah. Lucky for him, he doesn't need to know, because he's never going to get that close to a woman in the first place, ever. Not that there's anything wrong with being a virgin. It's just important that we remind Nazis like him that he will be perpetually lonely for the rest of his life. And if he had any sense, he'd do the world a favor and kill himself. But the irony is that this white supremacist piece of shit might have actually gotten his ass beaten if it wasn't for minorities that he hates so much stepping in to save his ass. I say that because this black man intervened to get the crowd to back off and then escorted him to safety, at least the best that he could, seeing as how the force of gravity was also there counter-protesting as well. But once he was far enough away from the crowd, he then jumped into a random vehicle with two women and begged them to drive away. But unbeknownst to him, that car belonged to a woman of color and her trans friend, who also happened to be an immigrant. And later on, when he got to the hospital, he was tended to by a black woman who happened to be wearing a hijab. Now, as a self-proclaimed Christian, LOL, you would think that he would interpret their kindness as some sort of a sign that God was maybe trying to teach him something. And he talks about that kerfuffle as if his life was genuinely in danger, and he even referred to it as a lynching, which is extremely fucking melodramatic. But if he really felt like his life was in danger, which is doubtful, but if he felt that way, you would think that he'd have a new perspective on life, seeing as how, by his own estimation,
no forethought or hindsight, just an ignorant white racist. But to be a racist, you got to be ignorant.
People of color literally saved his life. But that's not the case, because he was doubling down on the Nazi bullshit the very next day on Alex Jones's show, despite people of color intervening to help him.
We are under attack. Our way of life is being absolutely destroyed. We are being replaced in our homelands. And now if we go out and even mention our displeasure with our displacement, crowds of self-hating white people and illegal immigrants will attack you for being white or Christian. Let's talk about what was wrong with yesterday. Let's talk about the two main things that were wrong with yesterday. The Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, the 3%ers, the Boogaloo Boys, the American Patriots watched a white Christian conservative get lynched, and nobody was there to stand up for me.
Well, the Proud Boys and the
Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, aren't you guys the original white racist? Where were you? You weren't there for me. I thought I could depend on you.
Oath Keepers and the 3%ers are all on ICE now, and they're out terrorizing immigrants like you want them to, so they're a little bit preoccupied. But he's claiming nobody was there.
They're doing it for cash now. They're being paid by the government. They're all in ICE now. Okay, let's. That link is in my description box under. What is this? In my description box. Avail yourself to it. No. Let's get to.
Welcome back here.
Let's get to the 15-year-old child part of this. Shall we get 15-year-old?
This is what I said to Jake Lang last week in St. Paul.
Your administration's full of pedophiles. Fuck you.
Those people are being displaced. They're here for generations.
Just a piece of shit.
That's right. You were a piece of shit. You still are. Because this is what you just got caught doing. Being a pedo. The same thing that I said this administration was, you are. You're a fucking pedo. Also, here's another reminder. I just posted this video, but here's what his fucking redheaded friend said to me. He said he'd expose them all.
How dumb am I?
Protecting pedophiles.
I don't protect pedophiles.
Yeah, you do, you sick fuck.
Trump will expose all.
You're a fucking sick
have
fuck.
all of it. Getting gay.
This one in particular, you know this person is 15 and you're asking when they turn 60 because you're a pile of shit. A sick fuck that protects pedos and is one. And is one. We all know what these people deserve. They want to get rid of consent for women and children. That's what they want. They don't want the ability for women and children to say no. That's what they want. They want this shit. We all know what to do with these sick fucking people. This is what I said to Jake Lang last week in St. Paul.
Your administration's full of pedophiles. Fuck you.
Those people are being displaced. They're here for generations.
Just a piece of shit.
That's right. You were a piece of shit. You still are. Because this is what you just got caught doing. Being a pedo. The same thing that I said this administration was, you are.
Let me see if I can. Let me see something right quick. Let me see if I can enlarge this. I can enlarge this, but I'll go over there and check it out for yourself. Let me see. Damn it.
That's even worse. Even if the Groiper's not a genius, it makes Jake a desperate nerd. Oh, you didn't get your response between 10 p.m. when people would very easily be asleep and 8 a.m. He's all, Jesus, she didn't respond to me. Like, what, are you not 18 or something? The next thing that is said by Genius Groiper is, in 6 months, I won't get you in trouble. If that's what you are worried about, I can keep a secret. Heart emoji. Oh, all right, Jesse on Fire. Welcome back. So it's 9 a.m. I never record videos at this time. Absolutely never. Haven't had my coffee, haven't had anything. And I'm not going to need it for this video because Jake Lang, you guys may recall from this little gem after Austin Metcalf was stabbed to death by a black student. You know, Austin Metcalf was the white student, black student stabbed him to death in Dallas, and it became this huge race war jumping off point for all of the people who are trying to create racial division in this country. And I don't know, you just have to speculate why someone would want to do that if you're Jake Lang. But, you know, this was a moment where he was on the phone with Austin Metcalf's father. His father. His son just got stabbed to death. And then this is what Jake Lang had to say to him. And by the way, where we're going here, this guy's finished. Okay. This guy is finished. And I've seen his response. I've seen his little like, this is dirt. Yeah. Good luck with that, bud. I would love for him to watch me respond to his explanation of his interaction with this girl, dude. But just so we're clear on why I will always light this guy up.
That's called white guilt.
No, let it talk.
You're creating more Austin Metcalfs with your weakness, sir.
To the father of a murdered kid. Because the father did not want his dead son's image associated with a race grifter who's trying to create racial division inside of the United States for some reason. You know, for some reason he's doing that. I can't imagine what his reasons would be. I was a political prisoner with January 6th. Oh, yeah? What were you doing there? What exactly were you doing there? Because, you know, word on the street is that there were agitators who tried to make that happen, you know. But, you know, let's get into, oh, by the way, real quick, before we even get into this, let me show you everybody who's always talking about Grok or like, you know, oh, look, this is what AI says, guys. AI says that this is rock solid. So just wanted to show you this. So I stumbled on this morning. This is a clip where that go ahead and subscribe to the channel if you have not done that yet. I appreciate your guys' ongoing support because we handshake, and people who handshake, yes, I will follow your channel if you know, are someone who I watch consistently. If you watching my content consistently, you just handshook it. You're gonna subscribe and you're gonna like the video. Oh, I've also got something later on in this video I'm gonna show you. You know, something very closely related to you know, this topic here with Jake. You know, Mouseketeers and things like that. So stay tuned for that. But now let's get into this thing. Okay. So the one time I will use this scumbag's post, Brian Krasenstein, who, by the way, very recently got caught. Okay. He accidentally posted. Anyway, he did it from his main account and forgot it was not one of his 100 burner account lies. You know, oh, look at me. I used to be this. Blah, 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 blah. You can't trust anything on these platforms. Okay. But what you can trust are screenshots of DMs that you can see yourself when the person in the screenshots has already acknowledged that they're real, which he did, Jake Lang. Okay. So let's take a look. Right. Let me make this a little bit smaller so you guys can see the whole shebang. And by the way, again, Jake Lang absolutely confirmed that these are all real. Okay. Now he's got a little bit of an explanation to some of it, but it's not going to hold up under any scrutiny at all. Okay. So let's start here. So he reaches out. You coming to my next protest in Texas? So he reached out. Okay. I can if want me to. Yes. What's your number? Can we talk on here instead, or you only text? I have too many DMs. Text only, sweetie. Now, I want you to keep something in mind here, okay? Very important. In his response, what he is going to say is that there were no pet names used once she told him that she was 15, okay? That's what he says, okay? But here you go. Here's February 5th. So this was, so February 5th right here. I'm laying down in bed. What did your mom say? Smiley face, smiley face. And the Groiper decoy, okay, because this is a Groiper decoy. I'm not sure. I just made a big edit, so I may have already said this, but just in case I didn't, this is a Groiper who's trapping him, by the way. Okay. This person says, how old are you, by the way? I'll ask tomorrow. And he says, I just turned 30, honey. Why are you up so late, young lady? So again, when Jake Lang responds, he says he never used any pet names like honey or sweetie once she says she's 15. But he absolutely said, what did your mom say before calling her sweet, honey, young lady? Why are you up so late? You're cooked, bud. Okay. You can't talk your way around this one. Okay. And yes, this ugly, broken mug from sinus surgery that looks like a chipmunk is happily smiling my distorted face on YouTube at your downfall, you fake agitating scumbag. Okay. So anyway, why are you up so late, little young lady? And she says, because he thinks it's a 15-year-old girl. Nice. I don't know. I'd be a night owl. I might be too young for you, LOL. And he says, how old are you, baby? By the way, who the fuck talks like this? Do you want to know who talks like this? A guy who gets absolutely zero punani in the entire, like, this is not how dudes who have any panache in setting up, then it's some predatory thing. I mean, like, have a human conversation with a person who then would be potentially interested in having a sexual relationship with you. Okay. This is how like strippers talk to dudes at frat parties who are trying to set up the time that they're going to come and take their skirt off in front of a room full of howling guys, dude. Okay. Okay, baby. I'll be there at whatever. Jake Lang, top-notch game, bro, with your 15-year-old. Okay. He says, how old are you, baby? Unless you're under 18, I don't care. By the way, look at this. He sent that on Friday at 10, and this Groiper, genius, by the way, let him stew on that and didn't respond and made Jake say again. So he made Jake come back. And Jake says, unless you're 18, I don't care. By the way, Groiper that did this, fucking brilliant, dude. That right there, okay? These are the little things that like actual masterminds recognize. The rest of the world won't recognize that one, dude. You will not find anyone else who will pick that out right there. But I do, because I am a surgical, manipulative mastermind with stuff like this. These motherfuckers do not want me on here posing as teenagers, dude. I will cook them all, dude. I will cook them all. This is genius. Okay. He made fucking wait all night. Now, it's possible, I guess, that like, he was sleeping because it was 10 p.m. I actually, as I was saying all of this, I actually thought this said 8 p.m. So I thought he made him wait 24 hours. But if it was, nonetheless.
I just hope I just went on and on with that so we can be clear about all of these macho they're taking over, they're trying to replace us motherfuckers out here talking about the ideology of other people who are not white men. I really why is it there's always a small little separation from them having attractions to underage children? I'm just really curious. So, let's see what Jake Lang was recently arrested for in Texas. Let me share my screen with you. Let's get all the way into this. Here we go. Jake Lang arrested again over threatening to shoot Carmelo Anthony in the head, says bail has been set for $1 million. Far-right activist Jake Lang has long been charged with one third-degree felony count of making a terroristic threat. Really? Yes, really. Pardoned January 6th defendant and far-right activist Jake Lang has been arrested again. He was just trying to do some content. CBS News reported citing, I don't know if I want to get news from CBS because it's going to be half-assed. CBS News reported citing the Texas Department of Public Safety that the authorities took the political influencer into custody on Thursday, June 9th in Dallas, Texas. He was arrested after getting off a flight and was booked into the Dallas County Jail. According to the outlet, Lang has been charged with a third-degree felony count of making a terroristic threat. The far-right influencer arrest is reportedly linked to his protest amid the trial of Carmelo Anthony. The defendant's family has told CBS News on Wednesday that Jake Lang allegedly threatened to shoot Anthony in the head if he was not convicted of Austin Metcalf's murder. Now, see, the thing about this is, you see him. You saw me trying to find that footage. That footage was definitely on the internet last night. But now, mysteriously, the footage of him going back and forth, him coming and approaching people in support of Carmelo Anthony and saying all of this shit about what he's going to do if the jury doesn't find him guilty. And now you can no longer find it on the internet. You can see it. You can see video footage of it, but they're not going to let you hear the things that he was actually saying. Do you find that peculiar? I do. But what we do know is once it's on the internet, it is forever on the internet. Far-right influencer's arrest reportedly linked to his protest amid the trial of Carmelo Anthony. The defendant's family has told CBS News on Wednesday that Jake Lang allegedly threatened to shoot Anthony in the head if he were not convicted of Austin Metcalf's murder. He was previously arrested on trespassing charges in early June. I could have sworn that one of the things that he said that Carmelo Anthony needed to be lynched by one of the trees in the courtyard. But see, when they take shit down, they try to scrub the internet. Forbes also reported that the activist has shouted that the defendant should be okay. Yes, Forbes also reported that the activist had shouted that the defendant should be lynched while standing outside the courthouse. In a video posted by Jake Lang X handle, he was seen arguing with Carmelo Anthony supporters and yelled, "Carmelo Anthony should be swinging from a tree outside this courthouse." See, that's what I wanted to get you guys to understand. These are the people. And his father is sitting around talking about watermelon. Let's just call him watermelon felon, and thinking that he is doing something so big and fabulous. So there's that. He should be hanged from a tree outside that courthouse. Jake Lang, January 6th political prisoner. I just got an update from Jake Lang, who was arrested by dozens of DPS, Texas federal police officer, who ripped him off of the plane, handcuffed him, and drove him away while he was still on the tarmac. Jake has been charged with Class 3 terroristic threats for saying if the jury, but here we go. I'm wasting all my time on YouTube trying to find.
Hey guys, it's Jake Lang here. I'm in the Dallas County Jail. They ripped me off the plane today. Dozens of officers treating me like El Chapo. They drove me through the tarmac. They've arrested me for a felony, what's called terroristic threat. simply because I said that if the jury did not find Carmelo Anthony guilty, that we the people will deal with justice. And this is a classic case of a lawfare used to squash a First Amendment protester like myself. We had a press conference.
Now, you notice how the language says we, the people, will handle it ourselves, lawfare, First Amendment rights. No, you do not have the right to make a terroristic threat. And now, all of a sudden, he's the victim. And all I said is, if they don't find him guilty, we, the people, will take care of it ourselves. In what manner do you, the people, have the ability to take care of someone who has been found not guilty of committing murder? Is what we need to know. Let's continue.
An LED truck, speaker system, everything for our 6:30 press conference event outside the Carmelo Anthony murder trial to celebrate justice being done in this case and call out the rest of the American people to stand with us before another Rita Zarewski and another Austin Metcalf happens to make real change. And they shut down my voice. They arrested me. They're holding me here, probably on an exorbitant bond. I'm going to see the judge in the morning. So please, guys, go to my Gift and Go account, donate some money to help me get out of here.
Go to his Gift and Go. Please, guys, go to my Gift and Go. It's probably going to be some exorbitant amount because he already knew that what he said was a terroristic threat. He is getting a friend to promote a message to the rest of these white nationalists to, hey, I need some money. Give me some money in my account. He's signaling to all of the rest of you white nationalists to give him some money. And he said that you guys should already be out there with him anyway. He's under the rules, under the premise of, hey, I'm just celebrating justice by making terroristic threats. Oh, my bill, it will probably be astronomical. And hey, guys, hit up my Gift and Go. Okay, so let me put this link in the description box as well. As long as it took me to find it, I don't want to lose it off my damn self. This is in my description box under appeal case. All of this is about the Carmelo Anthony case. And while this Jake asshole may have no effective reasoning for this case to be appealed, but it just put me on the thought process of hearing this dumb asshole out here doing this thing, and who continues to do these things and continues to do these things and continues. Jake Lang also confirmed his arrest in a video posted on his X handle, claiming that the authorities ripped him off the plane. As he asserts that dozens of officers treated him like he was El Chapo, drove him through the tarmac. Lang said, drove him through the tarmac. That means, what is he trying to say? That they threw him on the ground real hard? Drove him through the tarmac. Or is he talking about they gave him a ride on the actual tarmac to get to the jail? They arrested me for a felony, what's called terroristic threat, simply because I said that if the jury did not find Carmelo Anthony guilty, that we, the people, will deal with justice. And that's still a terroristic threat. Even though he tried to change it around, that is still a terroristic threat. Okay. So there's a link to that. And that's all I have for you guys today. I just wanted to make sure that you guys knew a little bit about what is going on. Let me see. Is there anything else that I may have missed while I've been live? I don't think that I really don't think that there has been any settlement agreement. Mm. Let's see if they're done scraping his name off the Kennedy Center. Have they started? This is just so long. What is taking them so long to take his name down off of the Kennedy Center? I at least wanted to capture one or two letters being peeled off of the Kennedy Center. What the heck is taking them so long? They have all the scaffolding up here. Oh, what is taking so long? Let's see. Let's see if I can go to a different channel and same old thing. A lot of movement, but no action. Let me double check. Because this is something that should be enjoyed by us all. Oh, it's raining. Oh, God. Are you telling me they stopped it because of the rain? I think that it should go on, even though it's raining. I think it should really go on, even though it's raining. Don't you guys think it should still go on, even though it's raining? I do. They're getting ready to rip the Donald's name off of the Kennedy Center. Do I hear hammering? Hopefully. Are we going to see a letter fall? Is he going to gold leaf those letters and sell them on the stock market for profit? Knowing him, he will. Dip him in some of that gaudy ass gold leaf that he dips everything else with, and then sell them to the highest bidder. Come on now. How long are y'all gonna prepare? Let's get this party started. Come on. Nothing. Nothing. Where y'all go? Oh Lord. Oh, it's raining. Now you see it's pouring down rain. Now we hear thunder. Well, that part of the Kennedy Center is under a awning type structure. Why aren't you out here? We see the pillars out front. So we know that you will be totally dry on the scaffolding. Ugh. I'll share it to you on Monday, guys. I thank you for being here with me today. I appreciate all of your support. Please hit the like button. And they would ask for more. Thank you, Nano. What is this? None of your business. Thank you, none of your business. I appreciate you being here. Please hit the like button if you just got here. You may want to rewind. It was a loopy show because I just wanted to let you know how these nationalists are out here trying to make hay of very unfortunate circumstances. And I also wanted to give you hope that hey, there may be some type of appeal in the Carmelo Anthony saga because of the people who were representing him and representing the state didn't have the decency to recuse themselves when it appears that maybe that would have been the best thing for them to do. So we're just going to keep our eye on it from a distance, but we have to closely watch what is going on in our elections as well. All right, guys, I hope you guys have a fabulous weekend. That's it for me, and I'll catch you next time. Bye-bye.